Hello, hello,
Morning,
hello.
good morning. How we doing?
How you doing, bud?
Michael's in the house. Mike is back.
See you, mate.
Good to see you, man.
Those of you looking for Anastasiia, I'm afraid.
This is Anastasiia now. Yeah.
We're going back to the good old days, the old ABL crew, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, how you doing, buddy? It's looking very bright in your room. What's going on with the lighting?
I turned on the main light, which normally I don't like because it is very bright. It actually kind of hurts my eyes. But I thought I'd see how it works. But
Okay.
yeah, I might actually go back to turning it off. it's just too much light everywhere.
I'm just
You know?
I'm just not used to seeing you so lit up. You know, I'm
Yeah, I know.
used to seeing you a little bit, kind of more, kind of moody kind of background, colors
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So
It's
yeah.
one of those things like it's always nighttime here. It feels weird when I've got like lights on the whole time all through the
Yeah.
night.
Yeah.
Don't end up falling asleep. So yeah,
Yeah,
but
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
maybe I'll
I actually, because of the office I have now, I have
it
no
looks good.
natural light, so I have one of these, and it's like it's meant to be like a daylight thing.
Yeah, okay.
So, but I use that for like half an hour every morning, just to kind of
Yeah,
give myself some proper daylight. Well, not proper daylight, but representative daylight, let's say. So,
yeah. 'Cause I've got like two of those sort of set up here as well.
yeah,
Um, but I think I need like some kind of diffusion box or something because
yeah,
again, it's like
yeah.
it's too much. I don't know. I'm probably gonna reconfigure. I probably need a new desk. Everything. I like the setup, but I think we could improve. So
You're looking for a change, looking to make some changes.
yeah, the trouble is I don't have that much more space in here. Um, that's the difficulty because this is like in my room. So I got the bed back there and everything.
I'm
Um,
pretty sure I've got mold coming into my office because I'm pretty sure there's a
yeah,
leak from upstairs. And I messaged the landlord yesterday and he hasn't replied. So I may well be poisoning myself or something whilst sitting here in the dark. So we'll see.
that's actually very funny because how I had the
Thanks.
health stuff recently. I was actually looking into that. I think that might be part of it because we had the storms, the cyclone, that kind of stuff in the past. And as I've said before, this room doesn't really circulate airflow
Yeah.
very well. So in summer it gets incredibly hot. In winter it's good because that heat keeps it warm.
Yeah.
But yeah, checking through here, and as I've said, similarly, we've got another leak yet again, but we've had that continually, and it's leaking all through. So currently, my hallway from
Yeah.
here to the elevator, it's just soaked. The carpet
Jesus.
is soaked, and it smells terrible. Like when
What's
you
it-
leave wet towels. And you
Dude,
just leave.
I know you like the location. I know you've got the rooftop, views and everything else. But seriously, this building is just it is
The
just more trouble
past
than it's
year,
worth. If
yeah,
you're
the
not
past
stuck in an
years,
elevator, then you're
yeah,
walking through a swamp to get through to your door.
yeah, they're not working again. They're broken because of the leak. So it was all after the cyclone. But yeah, I don't know. I've been here for I don't know 4.5, 5 years now. So it's just this past year has been terrible. But yeah,
Also says he's an architect and he'll help you change your workspace.
beautiful. That sounds
There
great.
you go. There you go. And we got Dirk in as well with us. Could see a Dirk. Yes, it is my cave of trading madness, my cave of drunken
I'm going to turn this
trading debauchery. And Henri, good to see Henri. I just bought an Elgato key light today. Might get a second one. Henri, I want to know what are you doing with all this equipment? Are you live streaming as well now? If you are, where are you? What are you doing? Let us know.
Sounds like he wants to.
Be good to know. It'd be good to know.
Henry and I could do like a Jill stream one day, in the
Ooh,
same room, and like
the Aussies down under.
yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. I'm assuming that everybody's not interested in the potential mold in our apartments or offices and our lighting rigs and all that
Is
other
this
stuff.
not a mold stream?
I'm pretty sure that they want us to talk about something other
What are you
than
doing?
what do we do on this stream again? It's been a while.
Trading or something? Yeah.
Trading? What, like cards?
Yeah, trading cards, Pokemon,
like Pokemon cards.
Yu-Gi-Oh,
Okay,
baseball
right.
cards.
I've no idea about that as well. So,
All right, guys, this is the competitive Uno stream. We're going to play some competitive Uno right now. So there we
it's
go.
called Uno, not Uno. It's Uno.
Uno, whatever. You know what it is.
Henri says, I might want to join the live streams maybe, but I stream League of Legends and CK3 sometimes. Okay.
Henry, League? Really?
Like, don't judge the man. He's opening up. He's sharing it. He's putting himself out there, and you're just knocking him down. What's that
No,
all about?
he
Come on,
just needs to
LJ.
play Dota. It's the same, but better. Just play
Should we
Dota.
trade? Should we
Come on,
trade
Henry.
orange juice? Yes, unbiased trader. We should be changing orange juice. I do remember looking at the price of orange juice on the futures market at some point. And
How's coffee been going actually recently? I haven't looked at coffee in a while.
I haven't looked at coffee in a while either. Actually, I haven't. Should we pull up some charts then? Let's pull up some charts.
Yeah, sure.
I haven't actually added mine because I haven't looked at mine for at least a month now, basically. So yeah. So I have no idea what's going on. To be perfectly honest with you. So
Well,
I'm just
for a bit of
here
fun.
to fill and provide comedy entertainment, basically.
Did you get contacts?
No. I'm just
You're
resting my
without the
eyes.
glasses?
I have got my glasses with me. I'm just trying to rest my eyes from using them.
Okay.
But it's probably going to give me a slouch now because I'll be like this the whole time. So yeah, and I'm trying to kind of just, when you wear glasses for so long, and your eyes just get so tired from it. So I'm trying to see if I can survive without them. So I've been working on some presentation stuff and some educational bits and pieces for the project. So yeah, but it's good. It's good. So, and there's a podcast episode out tomorrow, in case anyone was wondering.
Hey,
Just a little plug there. So sneak
so
peek,
where do we find that?
short released this morning. So
is that pipped off? Is it pipped off?
it is bit. Yeah. It leaves you pipped off. Yeah. So if you're pipped off, come join us and tell us your stories. We want to know.
Okay.
Go to pippedoff.com.
Beautiful.
Oh,
mate, coffee is getting cheaper, I'll say.
Is it getting cheaper?
No, it has not.
No, it's not. Of course it's not. I was going to say.
It's risen back up,
If it was getting cheaper, we didn't know about it. Not
where are we
all.
from COVID?
Yeah, the problem is that it's so seasonal and it's all dependent on the weather from the previous year to then impact the harvest. So all the storms and all the other crazy wild weather that they're getting in places like Brazil and South America just destroys the harvest. So yeah.
Indeed.
So yeah. John, watch the language, please, mate. No need for that.
Yeah, none of that here.
Don't need any of that. Otherwise, you can go find another stream.
I will say, have you kept up with anything going on recently, or have you not really been trading?
I was looking at gold the other day. I was looking at gold. What day are we? Wednesday. I was looking at gold last week, and I was looking at it early this week, and I was looking at longs last week, but it dropped a little bit further. It just feels like it's coiling. It's just kind of consolidating, waiting for NFP, waiting for the Fed decision. That's what it kind of feels like. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. So we had this after the downdraft here. We were in this little bit of a channel. It broke outside of that. We've run up through the week. 4,130. I had about 4,120 to 4,140 being the absolute peak. So we got right into that zone. Looked for a pullback. I would have thought we might have held up a bit better through here and was looking for another drive higher, given that price action. But we've just come right off. Now, part of that seems to be because of exactly what you're saying with the rate decision. Especially after last night, it looks as though we might not be getting that at all. Rate cut, that is.
Yeah.
Still very possible because it's a very split Fed. So it's probably going to come down to whenever you have split decision, whether it's the C-suite of a company or at the Fed or any other kind of executive branch, it often comes down to the chairman at that point. So we haven't really got proper comments from Powell of exactly where he's leaning. The best bet we had last night was leaning off the minutes. Now, the minutes weren't particularly helpful, right?
There was nothing in there really.
Yeah, nothing that really. It was actually slightly leaning that there are a couple more participants seeing no rate cut.
Yeah.
Right. Whether that is directly because of the lack of data or not, because they're also simultaneously acknowledging the data has pulled back, has deteriorated a portion, and they also have acknowledged that despite they don't have the primary data, the tangential data or secondary data has been confirming that along the way. Now, the problem right now is that we're not going to get an October jobs number at all.
Yep.
We'll get the jobs number from September tonight. And then coming into December, where typically we'd get the NFP on the first Friday of the month, as we always do. This time for December, we're getting it on the 16th.
Yeah.
Right
before Christmas.
And we're also getting an earlier Fed decision this year. So typically it would be on the 17th of December. We're getting it on the 10th. So that means the Fed decision is going to come before that payroll data.
Yeah.
The only piece we'll get before the Fed is the day before on the 9th, we'll get the JOLTS numbers. So inflation right now, the inflation prints haven't been decided when they'll be released. So there's a few things up in the air, but particularly the jobs portion is going to be a bit too late. So
is it me, or does it seem just a little bit convenient that all this data just can't seem to make its way out? It's almost like, do you know what I mean? It's almost like, right, Trump's thinking, right, okay, if I can't get Powell to lower the rates, then I'm just going to make his life really, 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 really difficult. And they're going to just have to do it blind. But that just seems to underestimate Powell and his willingness to say, well, hang on a second, no, if we haven't got the data, we're not going to make a decision based on no data, right? Sorry, I don't know if you can hear the smashing and banging going on outside my office, but it's Binman, basically.
Not at all. I can't hear it.
Right.
So I think we're good. But yeah, no, definitely. I think it's a bit odd because even with government being shut down, they're not going to collect as many data points, that kind of thing. All of these companies still have their full payroll books.
Yeah.
They still have all of this data recorded. They could give up a quick ring, find it all out. That's basically what they do already. Maybe you don't get the exact employment number, like the percentage number. We just get the plus or minus jobs number. But they've just decided to scrap it altogether. This stuff is perfectly there. They've got plenty of time to aggregate it, but they're just not doing it. So,
and I'm pretty sure that there is still an awareness of what is going on, right? They don't have the physical numbers, right? But I'm pretty sure that there are feelers going out, there are conversations taking place behind closed doors and everything else. That it's just, it's just wild, that they don't know what's going on. I mean, I spent 13 years, in fact, more than 13 years in the corporate world, right? And I worked, in the reporting, of various different elements of, I was working in property management. So one of my roles was understanding, right, how many people are coming into our offices, how much space are we using, all that sort of stuff. Business travel was also under mine, where I was reporting on how many people are traveling every month to certain places, to certain destinations, flying on certain flights, everything. The amount of data that organizations have is insane. It is just bonkers. And any organization worth its salt is using that data to make their own decisions, irrespective of whether the government's shut down or not. So it doesn't make any sense to me why you then wouldn't go and check what the data has been, even if the government's been shut down. Do you know what I mean? It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it should all be there. It is interesting. It is kind of odd. Obviously, Trump commented a number of times with the shutdown about a number of firing a portion of government employees, whether from the general sector day-to-day stuff as well as like the BLS, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know if somehow there is some weird influence or unhanded thing. Obviously, we had the slight negative sentiment coming in around AI and all of those related companies.
Yeah.
So if you had the double up of some of that sliding in, Nvidia did perform last night. We've seen
I was just about to say
NASDAQ
they didn't come in lower; they came in above expectations.
Yeah, that was the bet, but I think people are just fearful of exactly when it's going to break or something. I think a lot of people are. Yeah, it's that same thing. How that sentiment came in with people comparing it to prior things like the tech bubble, that kind of stuff. This is what I have not liked. They're not quite the same. These guys do have revenue. They do have a use case. It's where you get this simultaneous thing of it's a bubble and it's worth nothing, and the other portion being it's going to destroy the world and take over everything. This is so binary. Like these are such extremes, and people are positioned on both sides. It's like, huh?
I think the problem is that it's like a gold rush, right? And so you've got all these people piling into it, and there is going to be only so many, unicorns and successful organizations that come out from it, right? The big ones that have already established themselves, the likes of OpenAI, the likes of Anthropic, DeepSeek, all of these guys, that they've already kind of planted their flags in the sand, and they're all going to have an influence, right? You've still got the likes of Google and those guys trying to deliver their own thing as well, so they're not going anywhere. And so then you've just got everybody else piling in to try and capture the rest of some kind of revenue from this gold rush, and there's only going to be so much gold to go around, because there is going to be a pushback. There is going to be a finite amount of interest in these things. And I think the other thing is as well is that, to your point, yes, there is a use case and there is a need, but there is very much, if you look at it, there was one guy I watched, Greg Eisenberg. He does a podcast about startups and stuff, and he said at the beginning of the year his prediction was that by the end of the year you will start to get people pushing back on all the AI generated stuff, all the AI everything. And that's what we're starting to see. We're starting to see more and more people place more value on authenticity, real connection, going and traveling and meeting people face to face, all these sorts of things. It's kind of like we post-pandemic and during the pandemic, everyone was pushed to such an extreme of being hermits and hidden away from everyone that, that left a scar. And I think AI is kind of giving people the impression that, okay, that could happen again. No. I want my human contact, right? You get rid of that, then you're screwed, right? Unbiased says with AI, everyone will become a plumber. I reckon actually, I reckon that the labourer work, that is the one that's going to survive the longest. I don't know how long, but it will survive the longest. But
it's very hard. It's very technical. It's very niche. It's per someone's proprietary idea of how they want their home or how things to work. Right? Different environmental conditions, laws. There's so many variables that I don't think AI can properly get that right.
You've literally got to have a humanoid come in that can basically act as 100% a human, because you've got you've even just the dexterity of a plumber comes in and finds a leaking 100-year-old pipe under your driveway, right? What's AI going to do? So AI is going to dig the hole. It's going to excavate it. It's going to, it's going to turn off the water. All this other stuff. It's just not going to happen. The the expectation that the next 5 years AI is just suddenly going to rule the world. The infrastructure that we have in parts of the world is hundreds of years old. Like there are houses in the UK, my parents' house being one of them, are over 100 years old, right? You are not going to suddenly get an AI machine coming in and just taking care of it all. It just isn't going to happen, you know?
Yeah.
They're
not going to be crawling into like little spaces. You know, to get that kind of dexterity is just bonkers to try and do. You know, that's
And you know, Christian's saying I vouch for an AI surgeon. Do you know what? I mean,
that is something that is more possible because again, it's one of those big state things where everyone's organs are in roughly the same place. You can size up someone, all that kind of stuff. It's more of a static thing. The stuff like plumbing or going into somene's, headboards atop the roof and stuff, or climbing.
The thing is that AI right now is still only patterns, right? It doesn't have it cannot pull on experience, right? And that's what a surgeon does. You're right, Rich. It can't. You're saying about a brain surgeon. Christian's saying about brain surgeon. Brain surgeon has years and years and years and years of experience, and they've seen things, right? And they know which ones because it just pops up. Whereas an AI can't do that. At least not at the moment. Maybe in years to come it will do. But right now it's not in a position because the human brain is so ridiculously powerful that it can just match an image of, I've seen that before, and it matches it to something else and it reminds you of, I've seen that somewhere else, and so on. That is so hard to replicate that people underestimate actually how ridiculously, insanely powerful the human brain is to then try and just have AI take over,
Yeah. This is where you get to the qualitative and quantitative portion, right? So they can get really good at the quantitative portion, but that's because humans have done the qualitative work to make mistakes and make, things to get there, right? And then they're basically replicating that, taking in data. Yes, they're going to do well. Now, to find nuances in developing bits and pieces, that's probably actually going to be very hard. If you've got something like mathematics, physics, simpler, but stuff like biology, very difficult because biology is like the universe, like physics on steroids, because there are just so many more levels. Physics is actually simpler per the number of combinations, permutations, because then this becomes, if you think about how computers and the AI works, that extrapolates into infinite number of probabilities, possibilities. So the thing is where they could get up to us, and then yes, they will do better in terms of repeating the same action at a higher fidelity, basically, like higher, lower error rate, put it that way. But to go into new fields, new areas of study, new advances, you're probably still going to need humans to put together obscure, abstract ideas and then sort of try and confirm that with a bot. And you go, okay, here's something I've thought about. You're a bot. You have all the other information in your head readily available instantly. How does this add up with the other stuff? Right. And so it's probably going to be a tag team, like dual effort. And this is where you get into the more, cyborg type thing, right? Where we're like, we're a team, kind of like humans are now. Some surgeon's got an idea. He goes to his other surgeons and asks, what do you think? So
I'm just looking at gold, going back to what people are probably most likely interested in, rather than us talking about the future of AI. But we can look obviously at the NAS in a minute. But just looking at gold on my favorite 11-hour time frame. You know how much.
Do you want to bring it up?
I love the 11-hour. Hang on, let me see if I can pull this up. There we go. So 11-hour time frame. I know a lot of you think I'm crazy for it, but it shows you things you don't see elsewhere. I've got the EMAs here. 50, 100, 200, right? And we've closed below the 100 a couple of times now, right? We've closed below it. Now we've tapped above it here, but you can see that we're starting just to kind of create this flat kind of line coming down, right? And I don't think we're going to suddenly see a drop necessarily. We may do, but I don't think that's necessarily the case. I just think for the next couple of weeks, we're just going to continue to see this kind of this movement here, and then the EMAs all bunch back together, and then we'll start to see it move out again. It just feels like that's our consolidation period right now. You can see it happened. You can see it happened here. Further along. We had this kind of consolidation, and then we went on up. Right, brought it back down, and I think that's where we are right now. We're on this kind of shelf. And the question will be is whether we start to see a pullback further down into the 3,000s or not, or if we push on higher onto the 4,000s. A lot of geopolitics are going to play into that as well, I think. That's just a given that there's going to be more and more focus on what Trump wants to do with Venezuela and
new one
stuff. And unfortunately, if you haven't seen it, the whole reason he wants Venezuela is got nothing else other than it's got nothing to do with drugs. It's purely about oil. That's all it is. So he's getting lobbied by all the big oil companies saying, look, there's a massive, great big supply. I think it's the world's largest
untapped. Yeah.
So think about that, right? If you've got that much oil sitting there and it's untapped and it's basically just down on your in your back door, so that's what they're trying to do at the moment. Is they're trying to basically get the oil, and they know that they could do that. They can do that easier without Maduro in the seat of power.
Yeah, so it's one of the few ways to combat Russia. And also, the Saudis are definitely on side. They're very chill, they're very neutral. But if for some reason they decided to shuffle over to China, because they're so neutral, they're very agnostic, and they will happily go the other way if they, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think it's one of those things that it's definitely very much a control element that protects them, arguably more than nuclear weapons, right?
Yeah.
Because that's mutually assured destruction, all that kind of thing. It's not really both sides. It's ineffective. It's kind of impotent. So what is there left? It's oil.
Yeah. The interesting thing as well is looking at the Ukraine-Russia situation, where the Ukrainians confirmed yesterday that they used American missiles to target Russian military targets. A couple of years ago, when all of this kicked off, you would have expected more of a kind of oh crap, okay, things are escalating. Nobody seems to really be bothered. Like you would have seen a decent spike about that on gold, for example. Nothing. Just okay. Let them just carry on with their their war of attrition, right? Which just seems wild to me. But anyway.
I think it's in part because Trump has vocally said a number of times now for some time, saying he's a bit fed up with Putin. He's like, I've ended this many wars and whatever. I've got one more to end, but Vladimir's not playing games.
Putin's having none of it
because I thought we were friends. That kind of thing. So I think. The other portion of gold running up recently was basically kind of somewhat of a hedge towards, the NVIDIA thing went the wrong way.
Yeah.
If we go over to the NASDAQ, let's go out to the daily. So you can see here we had firmly ran right through the 50 moving average.
Yeah.
Now, this whole way through, this is all the way back to Liberation Day or whatever Trump called it, right? After we had the climb up, we've held that 50-day moving average. It's been very reliable.
Yeah.
But we came below it, closed below it, pushed further under it, right? And so if we got a poor earnings, the implied move from options For Nvidia, it was about 8% either side. So hence we've seen NASDAQ come right up. But equally, if we got that poorer number, we'd be crashing right through the 100 and we'd be right on our way to the 200 moving average. So
Yeah.
it seemed to come in somewhat as a hedge in case. Plus, you've got all the other backdraft that is supporting gold, and that'll go into next year. So I think it was just a sensible hedge overall.
Yeah.
If you didn't want to be directly involved in Nvidia put options or that kind of thing, because obviously they're very active, the cost of that is very high, you know. So
DJ, appreciate it, my man. Hope you're well. Yeah, I spend believe it or not, I do spend a lot of time with AI. I don't just
yeah,
sit next to it.
Mike's all around it.
I'm messing around with all sorts, and it's there's great potential with it, but there's a ton load of limitations still, ton load. And one of them, which people seem to forget, is hardware, right? And I'm not talking about even just power supply. I'm talking about the physical hardware of GPUs and everything else that's needed to do it. You go and check the people out there that are running this stuff. You can't get the GPUs. To get a decent running GPU to run, just an instance of a high powered large several billion token model, you're looking at running a machine that's going to cost you $20,000 minimum, and then you've got all the power and everything else to go with it. The world just doesn't have the capacity to meet the demand, and I see that's why a lot of people think our infrastructure, everything, all that sort of stuff, and that's probably why Nvidia is doing as well as they are, because they're one of the top makers. Watch out for AMD. AMD aren't slouching. They're not just sitting waiting around and thinking, this is a one horse race and we're just going to come second. AMD are pushing hard as well, and they're producing some very, very interesting hardware as well. But still, the fact remains that with all the geopolitical instability and everything else, you just can't produce all of the hardware that's needed to do this stuff. Forget about the infrastructure. Forget about the power supplies and everything else. If you haven't got the chips and the GPUs in the first place, what's the point? You've got nothing to power in the first place. And then, they talk about all these data centers for OpenAI and everything else. They've got the revenue. I don't dispute that. But if you look at the facts around what they're saying they're investing in terms of these data centers and everything else, some of these data centers that they have planned, they haven't even broken ground yet. They haven't even, they haven't actually done any physical building on these sites that they had supposedly have earmarked for these data centers. And it's going to take them 2 years to build them. You can't just build a data center in like a month. It doesn't work like that, You've got to have all the hardware, you've got to have all the power, you've got to have all the security, everything else. If you look around where you are, right? If you're in a well-populated city or something like that, go and check out a building site for an office block, right? Or even a residential block or something like that, and just keep an eye on it. Go check it every once in a while and see how long it takes to get built.
Yeah.
All right, and then tell me that we're ready for AI suddenly taking over the world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as it's a private company, because if we're talking government, that's never going to happen.
But the problem is they're all lending money to one another. It's like this weird circular thing of who's actually footing the bill for all of this. Everyone's just doing deals with everybody, and there's the money that just isn't there.
That's part of the reason I actually see it as protective. That actually strengthens the case, because they're just funding each other round and round. As they keep doing that, right? They get money coming in. Investors like it. They can pay people. They continue developing. As they develop more, they get progress in that. They get more investor money in. They can keep the thing going, and everyone's supporting each other.
Yeah.
In this almost like quasi socialist AI thing together, which I think that actually gives it strength, because at the end of the day, it's either US wins or China wins. right? And I think they realize that if they go full capitalistic, a lot of them are going to die and get killed, just purely down to accounting, which ends up degrading the overall progress of the technology itself, right? And I think that's what they're trying to do, and they recognize that obviously China's going to self-support it, like the government will just front up the money, and either you don't have to pay that back ever, or if you're however many billions in debt, it doesn't matter because they'll write the check, So I think they're realizing they have to play their own somewhat game like that. I think it's actually supportive. I said this in the past, like if it was some of these AI companies buying the other companies, people would see it as like integration, and it'd be a positive, and everyone be cheering it on, saying like, yeah, this is great, this is traditional how you do things. I think it's actually better having them separate like this, but still leaning on each other to just keep the machine going, because they know that it's just a matter of time until we progress enough in the tech to actually get there. And I know we're talking a lot about AI right now, but the reason this is important is that ended up being, what was it, 85% of GDP this year. It was 78% something of all of the gains in the S&P in the stock market. It's the only thing supporting the economy overall right now. Like if we didn't have that, we'd be in the doldrums, right? So it is definitely important to talk about, to see where we're going if this is going to hit a wall and collapse, because that's going to mean, dollar goes somewhere, euro, every single currency is going to be a mess. So anyway, just
no, I completely agree. And I think the way we are is it just feels like everything we're just coiling together. Somebody's asking about gold. I wouldn't want to call gold right now. I wouldn't want to call it, because it's just consolidating closer and closer and closer. Any big moves on gold, you're not going to get right yet. I don't think you're going to get them. You either need to break those most recent lows that we've created, or you've got to break those highs that we've most recently created. Right? You've got to break out of one of those structures to get any kind of suggestion. Right? You've got to break out of that most recent range. Otherwise, you're just gambling basically. I see.
I think it's going to come down to no rate cut, we do head towards 3,800.
Yeah.
If rate cut, higher. Right. That seems to be the base piece right now. So.
Yeah. Agreed. Couple of questions about EU and GU. Raf, good to see you, mate. Long time no see. How you doing? Hope you are well, mate.
How you doing, Raf?
I need to catch up with you, Raf. I want to hear what's happening, man. I want to hear what's happening. So pop me a message. Let me know.
Kim's saying hello as well.
Kim, good to see you as well. Good to see you. Always good to get the love when I come back on every once in a while. But EU, GU, I've not really looked at these at all. I know the pound has been kind of just sitting and waiting for the budget next week. I don't remember there ever being a more anticipated anxiety around a budget.
Yeah, I was. So, yeah, because I was going to ask you about the pound and the budget thing, because obviously, I mean, you're originally from the UK, so you know the place better, and have family over there, that kind of thing. So we'll run over euro dollar first, first of all. So starting from the daily right here, naked chart. Obviously, through yesterday, we got the confirmation that no October jobs report. We'll get the jobs report tonight from September. And then the jobs report for December, so that's going to be November stuff, is going to be on the 16th, right? So typically, we would normally have the Fed meeting on the 17th. This year, it's going to be earlier, a week before, on the 10th. This means the Fed will not get the jobs report before the Fed meeting.
Yeah.
Because normally the jobs report is always the first Friday, so that would be roughly, I think, the 5th it would be typically, this December. So we're not getting it until 2 weeks later. So they're going to be missing all of that data. Now, that's brought down the probability of a rate cut. I think if we go...
Last I saw it was 40%, was it? 40 or 30? I think it's
dropped down to 30 or something, yeah. Once this loads, there we go. Yeah, 31.
Yeah.
So you can see, even at the start of this week, we're at 68. Last week, we were banging around between 69 and 60, pretty much. And then this is not showing... Yeah, okay, so sorry, there. So before that, we were at almost 100% of rate cut. Right?
Yeah.
So yeah, this right now has come right down. It's hard to say whether we will, because the Fed has a very split opinion between all the other members. So it's going to come down to Jerome Powell, where he wants to lead people and say, look, this is the best option. I know you guys are kind of split. Come this way because we just need cohesion right now. Something like that, right? We haven't heard anything from Powell since the previous Fed meeting. So it's hard to say where he's sort of thinking with things right now. But overall, we had that. Then we had the minutes last night as well. That also didn't help because that was showing that they were very split and potentially leaning towards no cut. Now, whether things being that the government shutdown has gone on for longer, some of the tangential data has actually shown further weakness, whether they go, okay, we don't exactly have the data, but it seems pretty clear from everyone we've asked and talked to and all that kind of stuff. You know, they ask around all the various Fed boroughs. Things are a bit tough. So, on the other hand, we don't have the data.
Yep.
Does it hurt that much if you just wait a month?
Yep.
We wait till January. You know, what's a month between interest rates like?
Yeah.
Right. So that's where you get the difference between the Fed doing their job and between the market being too, too schizophrenic, too ADD on every single little data point and trying to remeasure and reprice everything in real time constantly. Yeah. So yeah, last night we had the downdraft. I'll put these back on. If you guys were around when I was talking with Anastasiia last night, this was the short I entered. Let's go down to the 15-minute. So a bit better. So that was the original short. We started coming down through, broke through that trend line there, didn't really kick on. We were both questioning whether to hold this or not. I ended up just extending the stop, added to it once we came up through here, through the 200, created that wick, ran right down, and collapsed all the way through. So I didn't hold it right down to absolute bottoms. That was the original target that we mapped out. Bada bing, bada boom. That worked out very nicely. Right now, we've come down to 115.10, so just above 115. We are probably a little bit overbought on the dollar overall. So hence, today, we came through, this was rollover, basically, made a marginal new high, tried right down. At the same time, pound came up, so pound dollar, Aussie dollar came up, dollar yen still running. Made this little box, basically just drawed out a fib through here, held long through there up towards the 50%, just under that. We're now running further. We're coming up to 61.8 right now. So we're pretty much just in a retracement type activity right now for the euro. Pound has run a good bit further. This was also the similar range that we mapped out yesterday for the pound. So coming down to the base of this box, we obviously ran through that. We're now coming up to test the underside. So that comes in with the bottom of this price activity here.
Those people asking gold. Gold isn't. We see no opportunities on gold right now. There is no opportunity on gold. It is not. It is just. It is consolidating and coiling together. Anyone trying to take a gold trade right now, you're just gambling. You are literally just you're going to be scalping, and you're just going to raise your heart rate and your blood pressure, and you're not going to get anywhere. KDX is asking, can you please share your views on NFP and unemployment rate that is releasing today in a few hours? How to make a position after these data releases? So we talked about this obviously earlier with regards to what's being released and everything else. You got any kind of you're normally quite good with these, but obviously with the delay on this data, it's a little bit harder to read. What's your LJ spidey senses telling you?
Yeah, so going back to September, I think the data should be pretty reasonable, should be pretty fair. Let me just double check what the updated expectations are. So forecast being 50K for the payroll. We'll also get week-on-week unemployment claims at the same time. So being that the NFP data is going all the way back to September, there's probably going to be less impact put on that. And quite likely the week-on-week claims are actually going to be seen more heavily impactful than the NFP itself, right? Because I mean, this is ages ago now, right? We're looking way back. At the time, everything looked pretty neutral. That seemed like a very neutral month. So I would say we'll probably come out in line with expectation. We didn't see some of these apparent job cuts related to AI that people have been talking about until after that. Recently, a bunch of the big tech firms, that kind of thing, have laid off a bunch of people. Didn't exactly make it clear whether they actually laid them off or just planned pre-hiring that ended up getting scrapped because they think they can do it otherwise. Because they're not obligated to exactly be clear on that. It's just, are you hiring? Are you not hiring? What was your intent to hire? And then they make up the difference. So I would say as far as the NFP itself, I would say it comes pretty much in line. You know, unemployment rate is expected to be at 4.3, right in line. I would say that's basically exactly what we get. The NFP number itself always has a plus minus, typically of around 100K or so. Right now, with the current conditions of the new employment sphere, we don't have the same level of immigration anymore. So you're not having to replace or create new jobs for those people because they're just not coming in. So that number does come down as far as the plus minus discrepancy on the number, but it should be pretty in line. I would say the week on week claims will be more important. So we've got a current forecast for 230K. I will say 230K. I will say that feels high, right? But given
bearing in mind the shutdown.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. So it depends with the shutdown pieces. You know, whether you see some jump in that, because we obviously got over the month, and then people going, okay, we should get to the end of the month. They'll probably open it again. I don't need to apply for unemployment benefits or whatever. Then we went through that, and there seemed to be no peace in sight. People might have gone like, oh, I'm not getting paid. I might just do it just in case. So that is my caveat with that, where that could come a little bit higher. That said, the number is highlighting 230. So with that said, that does seem to slightly account for that. It's just whether that's quite accurate. I feel like we could come in a touch lower than that, to be honest.
Martin's suggesting that trading gold right now wouldn't be gambling. Martin, email Jonathan, tradingroom@thefivers.com, and he'll have a chat with you, and you can come and join the live stream and explain your strategy. If you're getting good results, then come and share it. You know, I'm not saying you can't make money on gold, but if somebody's coming into the chat and saying, is gold a buy or a sell, then my best advice to them is to say, stay away from it. Right? If you're coming into a live stream and you're saying to two guys who are chatting about AI and other bits and pieces, and you're asking us, is gold a buy or a sell, and that's going to help influence your decisions, then you should be staying away from gold, especially in the current market. You know, so So yeah, but that's just my opinion. So yeah. And Rafi Udianami, why FOMC didn't react on the yesterday's market, because there wasn't really much there. It wasn't.
Yeah,
There was no
it did a
red
little.
flags. It did
Yeah.
something, but it didn't.
The thing is,
we're in
by
a
now
point-
it's old news because it's distorted by the government shutdown, right? So
Yeah.
the government shutdown has changed it. That what they were talking about before was under an assumption that, okay, the previous government shutdown was about 30 days.
Yeah.
We should probably end about there or just before that. Therefore, we'll get the other CPI data. We'll probably still get October's inflation jobs numbers, all the other bits and pieces. Now, it went on an extra 2 weeks or so, which means now we're not getting any of that. So
Exactly.
when they were making those decisions, they'd be going, okay, yeah, we've seen this game before. Trump's done it before. Most likely he's not going to push it beyond, right? That's kind of going to be the head mark. He's probably going to have political pressure. We saw the market didn't care.
Yeah.
So that allowed him to go on for longer. If the market had cared and started repricing assets based on the government shutdown, he would have ended it quick smart, right? They did.
The shutdown ended the same trigger as last time. Air travel got hit, and that then just has a massive ripple effect across all sorts of things. You've got to remember that the United States is a continent, right? It isn't just one country. What I might think of jumping on a plane and going to London is what somebody would think of as domestic travel in the United States, right? It is the travel industry in the US is huge. It's absolutely massive. And if you're starting to, have planes not taking off and, risk of safety and everything else, it starts to sharpen minds and everything else. What I do think is important to remember is that the shutdown it's not off the cards now. It hasn't suddenly been solved. The problem hasn't been, taken care of. All they've done is done what they always do, and they've kicked the can down the road until the new year. And so we'll be back here again in January, right? So this isn't suddenly taken care of and sorted, right? It's just bought them a little bit more time. One thing that I think is what was in my cereal this morning. What do you mean, Rich? What have I said? I don't even know what I said. What did I say? But one thing that I think is going to be interesting to see how it impacts numbers is going into the festive season. Certainly in the US, you obviously see, in the UK, I know for sure, there's a big focus on the Christmas season for retailers traditionally. Obviously, traditional high street retailers they just don't have the same pulling power or the same influence they used to. Everyone goes to Amazon. Everyone goes to all these online stores. Everyone's buying from Instagram adverts and YouTube adverts and everything else now, right? But it'd be interesting to see with the US.
Friday, right?
Well, that's what I was going to say. So you've got
ahead of for Christmas as well.
Exactly. So next week, we've obviously got Thanksgiving and we've got Black Friday as well next Friday. By the way, guys, as far as Black Friday and Black Week is concerned, all next week across the live trading room, there are going to be massive giveaways, and they're going to be making waves with the giveaways. So yeah, there's going to be massive giveaways. So make sure you're tuning in every day next week. There is going to be a lot of special deals as well with the Fivers. So make sure you are liking, subscribing. Make sure you subscribe with the bell icon so that you get notified every time the live trading room starts, so you don't miss out on any of the giveaways. A lot of giveaways happening next week in recognition of Black Week. So yeah. Well, Rich, look, if somebody's genuinely in this market right now, if somebody is making money scalping gold, then hey, come and share it. Come and tell us. Why not? So
Mike's not afraid.
He's
not afraid of a scrap. He'll call people out. Yeah.
I don't care. I'm not here often enough to care. So yeah. KDX is also asking, what about your views on oil? It's been weeks that it is dropped like crazy. Would there be any buying in the oil market? I think oil is also repositioning because of the geopolitics, what we were talking about with Venezuela.
Mm.
And the kind of the positioning around you know people putting pressure on the Russians. Trump has been trying to put pressure on India. Supposedly, India have cut back on their oil imports from Russia. Supposedly, I did read somewhere that even the Chinese have started doing bits and pieces. So there doesn't seem to be the if you think about it, these countries are getting cheap Russian oil. You would then expect demand for crude oil to go up. It's not, and the reason being is because people are just seeing the supply as available. They're not seeing any squeeze on it right now. So I think that's my understanding of the situation really with oil right now.
Yeah, so oil's very neutral. So this is a trade I took on a personal account for like a long-term hold swing. You take it at a low, you get the positive carry from that. If we go out to the daily, you guys, I'll hide all that. You guys can see basically this is where the trade was entered. It's right by these lows. We weren't able to crack through that. We've pretty much got all the sort of bearish sentiment digested, right? And now you've got a conflicting piece between that bearish sentiment with the extra supply coming online. Russia's still pumping out as much oil as they want. The US has tried to quell that, but they're doing it through side channels, through to China, to India, that kind of stuff. It's very hard to actually crack down. They've pretty much given up on that. Now, the other portion, that has all been digested. Arguably, you could say oil keeps going lower, but it's kind of already in the price. Everyone already knows this, right? And so markets run very much on narrative a lot more than purely the actual quantitative, realistic happenings in the economy. It's that plus the narrative and the story, where we are and where we're going. So right now, if you've got that fully out there, you're not going to get more pumped into the system. We don't need it, right? And then the other portion is the US is now refilling the SPDR, so the Special Petroleum Reserve that they unloaded when we had high inflation. Once the Ukraine-Russia war kicked off, when Biden was still around.
Yep.
So they unloaded that to bring down price of oil in America, help people out, that kind of stuff. They've been doing that all the way since. Now they need to refill those reserves. Oil is very low. It's at a reasonable price. They want to refill that. So you've also got that buying pressure coming in from the US, refilling that. So hence, you guys can see right here, this is kind of the general thing I mapped out. The point of this, good old squiggle here, is that will just be range bound, basically between this 64, 65 to about 55 zone. And it's basically just play the technical structure in between that, back and forth, back and forth. And you can see right here, we've consolidated into a tighter and tighter range. So at some point, you'll see either we break out to the downside or break out to the upside with this. So you can just go like that, and let's get that a little bit straighter. You see this kind of tightening wedge. So eventually you got to break out to the upside or break out to the downside just there. But ultimately, we're just in this range right now. So I would prefer to buy oil at the moment at lows to hold overall. The only thing that would stop that is some kind of economic slowdown in the US, which right now we're not seeing. That might be valid in like 6 months, but right now we're not seeing it. So there you go.
Martin, you got the email address there. It's also down at the bottom, so you can email him direct, or you can email him at tradingroom@thefivers.com as well.
Nice.
So yeah.
There you go, Mike. You got to come on at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah, sure, no problem. Gold to 40.30. I'm just looking at gold at the moment.
Do you want me to bring up yours or?
No, we can stick with yours. But I'm just looking at. I'm not it does look bearish on the lower time frames. You know, you go into the daily, it's just a dog's dinner. But I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. I genuinely don't feel comfortable making a call on gold right now.
I would prefer, so as we can see on the daily, you got the 10 moving average coming in here at about 4,040, right on there. So I'd prefer to wait to see a move to there and a daily close right below that. Then you could potentially see first point of call, those local lows that we made after the all-time high, and then potentially crashing beyond that down to the sort of full retracement areas, whether it's on the top side of the 3,500. I think most likely we get to about 3,700, right? But I'd rather see a daily close below that area, below the 10-day moving average, to see further downside momentum. And to crystallize that is this 50 moving average. So this is the blue line right here, which is rising. See a close below that, similar to what we had on the NASDAQ, where we're trying to get out of trouble right now. So it came below that, closed below it, dipped right through. Now we're coming up to test it. So we're having a test day, right? So similar deal for gold. If we can maintain above that, you might see some further strength. Conversely, these are coming up to crossover quite soon. And if you get the closer below that, you'll see the downdraft. But in between here, it's very indecisive. Like Mike was saying, yes, you can play it on the 5 minute. You know, we can look at this. You had like an equal low here. You go long, that kind of thing. You get up to these relative highs. You've got like a trend line through here from today's price action through late Asia. You know, you rely on that. You keep selling, etc. Yeah, but as far as the overall direction, this is just, you know. Anytime, Anastasiia.
Here she is.
There.
Hi, welcome.
Hey guys. Mike, thank you so much for jumping in.
Quite all right. I know I don't quite bring the same panache and glamour to proceedings like you do, but
you're bring the better one. Bring the better one.
I'm not so sure about that.
How are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're good. We're good. We've been chatting AI and all sorts of randomness. I see that Jonathan says that he's going to join as soon as I leave. So I feel like we need a poll. Should I leave now, or do you guys want me to stay for the entire day so that Jonathan doesn't join?
Yeah, can you just create like an AI version of yourself, recorded that just stays here forever, so Jonathan never comes back? It's just playing 24/7, right?
You see, there you go. So
exactly.
the views are higher than usual. So you guys have been missing me. That's good. That's good to hear.
You were missing Mike. Everyone is missing Mike.
Everyone's missing Mike.
Everyone misses Mike, definitely. I miss Mike.
You guys are trading today with non-farm payrolls?
No, I've been trading for weeks now.
Wow. So you're taking a break?
I've been taking a break. Yeah, I've been taking a break and working on a bunch of other AI random stuff. I got my podcast that I'm doing, and then a bunch of other projects, and obviously working on my big educational ABL version 2. So lots of work going on that. So yeah. But yeah, let Jonathan wait until 3 a.m. Jonathan won't wait until 3 a.m. If Jonathan, if Jonathan was going to be waiting, then he's just going to go to sleep. So yeah. No, I have got work to do. So I do need to crack on with that. But lovely to see you guys.
And AI version of you. So you
I'll see what I can do.
At the same time.
I'll see what I can do. Tim, podcast is called Pipped Off. If you go to pippedoff.com, you'll find all the details there. So episode 1 came out last week, and episode 2 will coming out tomorrow. So
it's good. I think you guys will enjoy it, definitely. Check it out.
So we're going to be doing it every week. So hope you enjoy it. And yeah, I'll drop off so that Jonathan can jump in and go wild with his whatever it is he's doing today. So Anastasiia, lovely to see you. We'll have to catch up properly sometime soon.
Absolutely.
LJ, I'll speak to you later, mate. Cheers, guys. Take it easy.
Thank you, Mike. See ya.
See-
Hello,
Did you guys
hello.
already make the big announcement?
Hey.
Did you guys already make the big announcement for the next week?
Well, we mentioned a couple of things. We didn't make it into a big announcement, but we did mention a couple of things. So if you want to run it, I might have to jump up for a sec if that's okay.
Yeah, of course.
You're here. Yeah, I'll come back.
Please
Is that
do.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
It's a change
Let's get
in
rid of
organization.
I'll be back in one sec, guys.
Yeah, sure. Guys, well, that is a big announcement. It is a big announcement, and we are running next week. Are you guys ready for this? Are you ready for this? We are running a huge Black Friday campaign, and that's going to be full of not only educational value that you guys can grab and immediately apply in your own trading, learning from all the hosts of our live trading room, looking into profitable trading systems as well, but also massive giveaways. So next week in the Fiverr's live stream is going to be massive. It's going to be huge. So you definitely want to join. We are live from Monday to Thursday every single day. And next week is Black Friday, so we absolutely couldn't miss it with the Fiverr's team. And Jonathan is organizing something huge for you, so please make sure that you are here. You definitely don't want to miss it out. Sometimes I want to be on the other side. I also enjoy being on this side, but I want to be on your guys' side because you can actually learn some really amazing things for the first time. And beside this, you actually can take a part of this massive giveaways that are going to be hosted next week. So make sure that you are here every single day from Monday to Thursday to not miss out on that. In the meantime, can you explain why you think is gold going to go up if NFP is coming out today? I don't think it's a question for me because I don't really think gold is necessarily going to go up. I was expecting gold. There were several scenarios that I was looking for. I was looking for either the move up and then from here the rejection to the downside, which has exactly happened. So if we look closer here for gold, for me, I was expecting the buy from here. We talked about it yesterday with LJ on the stream. Then I was expecting sell from here, which hit my break even. I re-entered buy. And then yesterday in a live stream with LJ, also re-entered buy right here. And then here we had another rejection, which I took another buy. And right now we are back below the level, which I'm considering quite important for gold. Now, for me personally, I can tell you immediately, I do not know which direction the price is going to go on the NFP because it depends on the data that is going to come out. We know that the data that is coming out today is only for September, so we still miss an October data, and November data is scheduled to be released after their interest rate decision in December, which is essentially affecting right now the probability of the rate cut in December, because since it was announced that the data for November is going to come out in December, the probability of the rate cut dropped to 30% only, right? So I'm not sure which direction the price is going to go. And that's exactly why I don't trade before the NFP, because we also need to understand that it's not a normal non-farm, right? It's not every first Friday of the month we get a non-farm. No, we get a non-farm now every now and then for all the delayed data that we didn't process. And besides the fact that it's the non-farm itself, it's also the expectation and some uncertainty in what kind of data we're going to get, what are those the statistics will be. So I am not trading. Regarding gold, technically, right, I wouldn't be surprised if from here we still get back down to 4007, to be quite honest with you, since we did break the weekly point of control right now. However, if looking at the high time frame, right, I can also see this scenario still going on. So let me maybe just delete this old ones from the last time, so this is not anymore valid. And what I would say, and I would be expecting on the 15-minute time frame, we can see the rejection. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do this and then go in higher, or if the price goes higher, closes above this weekly point of control one more time, preferably maybe even above 41.10, and I'm not afraid to miss this whole movement, then on the pullback I would also take it out. Now, that being said, if in the meantime we close below this zone here, so below 39.81, then from this zone, waiting for the pullback, I would be taking a sell. So what I would want to see is if the price does break through this and close below, then on the pullback, we can expect the price to continue eventually going further down until the levels that we never didn't test before, and I was expecting it to be tested, approximately 38.63. So that's also something I'm looking for. So there are two scenarios: the high risk buy, because we already tested it for me personally, then the buy here or sell here. And whichever scenario comes into play, I'm gonna be working with this scenario. So for me today, I am more working in their way of if then. So if this is happening, then I'm gonna take a trade, or right, like eventually I'm not gonna take a trade at all if this doesn't happen, right? If like things that I'm expecting are not gonna be, I'm not gonna be in place today. So that's my point of view today on gold. What do you think about it, LJ? I believe you went through gold before, but
Yeah, so Mike and I were saying it's it's a bit more neutral. I would have liked to see, like we were talking about yesterday, once we had that pullback, for it to pick up a bit more. Obviously, though, last night we had the minutes come out, which basically signaled, even from the October meeting, that more Fed members than normal, I guess, whatever. I don't want to confuse everyone with their words they use, because they say like many, a few, a couple, which doesn't mean what you guys can look it up on the Fed website. They actually have specific like syntax for this stuff, but basically looking towards potentially no rate cut, right? Then following that, we had the announcements from the BLS that, as you covered, we won't be getting the jobs numbers until after the December Fed meeting. So typically the December Fed meeting, talked about this before with Mike, that it would be a week later, right? So about the 17th would be the normal date. This year we're having it on the 10th, and we're not getting the non-farms for December until the 16th. So typically, otherwise, they'd be the first Friday of the month, as they normally are, which would be the 5th, but this time it's going to be the 16th. So on top of that, we're not getting the October data at all, and they're going to bunch bits and pieces of the prior data into the December payroll number. So it's just going to be kind of messy, a bit weird. And so the question becomes, you're right up till Christmas, coming right up to the new year, you've had all this mess going on. Does the Fed just go, okay, we'll just wait till January and see where we are? You know, what's the difference of like 1 month? Right now, for the Fed, that doesn't really matter. For the larger, greater economy, doesn't really matter. For markets are very overanalyzing every single incremental data point. So for them, they get very hung up on all these bits and pieces.
yeah.
The other portion to it is there is a very split panel with the Fed right now. Some of them say, no matter what happens, I'm dead set on rate cut. Others are like, let's just leave it. So there's a very split 50-50. Normally they're relatively close together. Right now they're kind of very much on opposite sides. So it's going to typically come down, as I was saying before, any of these kind of decisions, whether it's, you know, in a company, any kind of C-suite type thing, any kind of executive chairman, it comes down to the chairman. Once, if you have a split decision between the other parties, that ends up swaying the vote. So we need to hear from Jerome Powell, and obviously he hasn't really spoken since the last Fed meeting at all. He's kept quiet, and probably for specifically that reason. He hasn't appeared on any kind of interviews or you know, hot seats or something like that, right? So I would say it's still possible that we get a rate cut. It depends whether they want to play defensive, or if they go, we can probably still wait one more month. What's 30 days going to do to things? And once you sort of toss it up, you can see that, like, yeah, maybe you should just wait a month, right? So I think that's pretty much where the markets are leaning right now. So as far as gold, obviously having rate cuts is better for gold. It means the cost of capital goes down. Gold is a non-interest bearing asset, so holding gold does cost you money. So if the cost of money is reduced, therefore it's better to hold gold because now it's less expensive. If the cost of money is going to stay higher, it's more expensive to hold gold, therefore it has a slight negative. So that's basically what we're seeing. And obviously Nvidia earnings came out last night as well, which was still positive, which keeps the whole AI thing going on. We've seen the rebound in the NASDAQ and the S&P, so therefore that's slightly more risk on. Everything's kicking along just fine, therefore less reason to hold gold as a risk off play as well. So there you go. So right now I would prefer to see gold coming lower. And then with that level that you have marked out at about the 4,000, see whether we actually hold that or if we start to crack through and then we go down to that 3,800 type level.
I agree with you. Also, if we are looking at the silver in the meantime, again, I usually use both of those correlations to determine the direction of one another. There is still nothing bullish about this, right? Yesterday when we were looking at it, okay, there was a little bit more possibilities for the buy, but we talked about this level, which was you literally, right? We talked about this on a live stream. I was saying, okay, if we go there, we're gonna get a profit from gold as well. So took this profit and we collapsed from this level. There was another attempt, like 2 attempts from the same level to go higher, which failed. So the fact that the buyers are failing to push the price higher than the previous high every time, we get the less and less power from buyers as well on silver, is indicator for me that gold is probably also going lower. So it does look kind of like a pattern to go higher, but only from if you zoom in. If you zoom out, there is nothing bullish about this, personally for me, and the same with gold. So I agree with you. I would say that we are most likely going back to 4,000. And then from there we can see, if like we're gonna hold this level or the price is going to eventually drop and break through to the previous volumes that we didn't reject before.
Yeah, and it doesn't mean it's dead. It's the same way that this past week, 2 weeks that we've had with indices coming off and coming up to this Nvidia earnings last night. Nvidia was down 12.5%, right? Which it doesn't mean Nvidia, the whole AI thing is dead. Same thing with gold or silver. We're just having it's a natural retracement. It's healthy. It's actually what you want to see. So coming in, gold will come back into vogue probably next year. But given where we are with the insane rise that we've had, a lot of people, called that, yes, gold would come higher. Just how strongly we pushed through 4K. Most people have been like, okay, I expected we'd get close to 4K and probably sit around there, but we just punched right through it. So naturally, there's a bit of profit taking or hedging, squaring of positions. You reset the books, get a good return for the quarter, for the year, come into the new year, and then start again. Because ultimately, returns are returns, but people are also running a business, and it's how you position the returns within the business and sort of sales aspect in that way for large institutions, hedge funds, managed funds, banks, all that kind of stuff, retirement funds, whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah, very natural that you get that slight pullback through there. The other thing I was going to ask.
It's not like a huge pullback neither, right? If you look at how far we came for the past months, it's only natural. There's nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
We as traders sometimes zoom in and we feel like, it's such a huge drop or such a huge rejection. But if you look at it from the bigger perspective, there's nothing massive happening actually.
Exactly. It's like how there's been weird commentary about the dollar being strong since the past couple months. We've had a bit of strength, and people seem to have forgot that euro dollar was at like 104 earlier this year. And it's like, no, the dollar has still been very weak this entire year. What are you really talking about? People get very fixated on the current thing, and what happened a month ago, 2 months, 3 months just disappears very quickly. And that's even for people that are gainfully employed in like high level positions at banks or funds or whatever. There's so much data, so much near term stuff that things fall away. I was going to ask, how do you go with the euro dollar trade? You said you hold it. You held it, right?
Closed it actually afterwards.
Yeah.
When I was texting you that time, I closed it, but I closed it earlier. I closed it here, to be quite honest with you, because I was I was looking for this rejection, and I was like, okay, I know what I'm gonna play it safe. I should have held it, because it literally went to the level that we discussed yesterday with you. At least I should have at least held it here, but I closed it here. So I got out with just what was it, like 1%, I think.
That's still good.
Yeah. Right, I'm gonna like 1% basically.
Yeah.
So it's okay. I'm not too sad about it, because this rejection was quite nasty, and I was not 100% sure we're gonna continue. This also, if you look at the 30-minute, I didn't like how we are slowing down. So I was expecting that maybe we're gonna once again slow down and then again go in the channel, and I wasn't ready to hold this if it would continue to go like this, chop it, So I closed it too early. I could have held it and could have got like 3% of this or something, 3.5 maybe. Yeah. But it is what it is. Cannot get all of it. We can try.
No, I agree. It was touch and go for a minute there. That's why, like, when we were talking, I was like, I think I'm still going to hold this. Like, I think everything's still solid. Like, this is,
You held it, or did you close it?
No, I did hold it. So I dragged the stop up, and then I actually added to it as well, and then held it down to the original target.
To this one?
Yeah, so I didn't hold it the whole way to 115.10, but yeah, up to 115.45. So
yeah,
still
really good. Yeah, really good. 45, yeah, amazing. Yeah, I got out a little bit earlier, but it is what it is. I still got my 1%, so I'm still grateful for this.
All you need.
You broke out
that's plenty.
Yesterday, so it was good. Yeah. Without you, I wouldn't get into this trade anyway. So, thank you.
That's right. And I mean, you cleaned up the, what was it, like 4% on gold?
Yeah.
Yesterday as well. So can't complain. Right.
No, but yesterday was a good day for me as well. So that's why today I'm a little bit more careful. I'm like, okay, you know what? It's fine. I'm not gonna get into anything crazy until non-farm comes out, and then we'll see.
I think the non-farm should be pretty static. Because that month they're pretty neutral. I don't think there should be any big change. The major risk would be that, if somehow they come out really negative at the same time, there might be quandaries around the collection, that kind of stuff. The September numbers should have been collected just fine, so there shouldn't be a discrepancy, but I would say they come out pretty in line, pretty neutral, very flat kind of number. I was saying to Mike earlier, I think we've also got the week-on-week unemployment claims coming back out now. I think that could actually be more impactful than the NFP itself.
But are there unemployment claim coming out regularly for the current trading, for the current period now, or for the past one? So is it still delayed as well?
So this is for the current period, I believe. Because it's week on week, it's very high fidelity. Obviously, they weren't in office, they weren't employed, everyone was gone. So they just weren't collecting any of that. The NFP is slightly different. So the September stuff was collected. The further NFP stuff has been partially collected. One, they can't do the surveys because no one was there. But there are other portions that they can do because obviously they just survey the companies and the companies still have their own data. But the excess portions they can't really do. So that's why as well, there was there's stuff around whether we'd get for October the employment number, so the headline number, but not the employment rate, for instance. But it looks like now, yeah, we get none of it. So, and then the November numbers are going to be a bit odd as well. So
I'm looking at it now, and it says that we're gonna get the non-farm obviously for September, like we said before. Home sales are coming regularly for October, but now the initial jobless claims are coming for October, and for the November 3 weeks it says.
for the week-on-week claims,
I might be wrong. Do you think they're gonna release all these weeks in once, or are they just gonna release the past week just like this?
let me double check because
Maybe I'm wrong and I'm reading it incorrectly, because I'm taking it on the trading economics.
I mean, you could be right. Like, this stuff has changed so many times. So,
Yeah. It's gonna be quite intense. I feel like today the market, when the first data is gonna start coming out.
yeah, definitely. So because we're getting the jobs number for December after the Fed,
Yeah.
every single point between now that we have left is going to be heavily scrutinized. There's no exact date on inflation yet.
Yeah.
I think it could end up being inflation that arguably sways the numbers. I don't know. It's very tough. I was probably more. So before last night, I was probably more 55 to 60% chance of a cut, right?
Yeah. It was 50 something,
Now,
and now it's below 30.
yeah. But like personally, my personal view,
Your
right?
person. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah. My personal view now is probably more like 20%. So even lower than the where the market is pricing at about 30 to 31, right? Let me try and double check this.
You're checking the data.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if it's this week's or if they're doing some kind of backlog. I don't imagine they'd do backlog because that would be for every week that has gone by.
Yeah, there is only 31.8, so barely 32% probability of the rate cut in December in 20 days from now.
Okay, I actually just found apparently the week-on-week claims was actually leaked.
It was leaked
2 days ago. Yeah. So apparently it's meant to be 232.
Where did you find that? I told you guys, LJ is looking into some insiders trading data. There is no other explanation, of course. And here we have a proof.
Look, I got my sources. It's fine. Yeah.
No judging, as long as you share.
The dark web is a great place. No, I'm not on the dark web. Don't worry, guys. Maybe not.
Maybe.
I will also say, just KDX, before you were talking about this, I think it's like feedback from Anastasia's mic. I don't think there's anything we can do about that. I don't think it's too bad though.
Wait, I'm gonna mute it and you tell me if it's better.
Is that better? Can you guys hear feedback now at all? Let us know. Is that clean? Is that clear?
Now I'm back, so let's see.
Okay.
Can you mute yourself?
Also, sure.
Oh, look at this. This is so silent. I think it's yours, actually. Guys, let us know in the chat. Now,
Are you
because
saying it's me?
I think so.
What?
Let's see. Let's see what the chat is saying. Afterwards.
Wait, can you hear it at all now? No? I can't hear it at all.
I'm not
It's
sure.
silent. I think it's gone now. I don't know. Yeah, both of us should mute. Yeah, exactly. I don't know.
Maybe we can both just leave, you know? Like maybe
Yeah, we can both just leave.
Let's
Right,
leave
we'll
it
just see you guys.
it's like they don't want us on the chat. On the
Okay.
live.
I do like I don't know. I do need a new mic. I will say that, but I do have stuff. I don't think it's normally mine. Mine definitely picks up background noise, but not like static kind of thing. So I don't know. Yeah, apparently it's gone now. I think it just might have been like a glitch kind of thing or something.
Yeah. What do you expect for the US stock market? Because we talked about this move up yesterday. It finally did move up. I did not trade it, not gonna even pretend like I did, because I did not. So we reached my level here and we stabilized at the same level as I was pretty much expecting, but there is nothing more from my side, like no more interesting changes. Not particularly looking into anything specific until the non-farm, to be honest with you. I would expect it to be more bullish, I would say, than anything else. So, but for me, for a buy, I would need to see breaking the previous highs here, breaking this high volume node, getting a retest, and then only afterwards going higher to 68, 66, perhaps all-time highs. I'm also thinking if the fact that the data is now coming out can cause more certainty in some sort, like a confidence that the data is now finally out, the shutdown is over. So if there is no something outstanding in this data that is like causing a big shock, then maybe we're gonna get the positive push for the US stock market and for crypto as well. Do you consider this scenario?
Yeah, definitely. So I'm landing because it's basically trying to weigh up: are we going to get like a Christmas rally? Yes or no? Because then as well, whether we do get the Christmas rally, that's going to be.
We didn't have any Christmas rally last year.
Last year did we? I can't remember now.
I think we did, from what I remember. I remember we did we had a rally based on elections, but it wasn't necessarily like a Christmas rally afterwards.
I thought we did. I swear we did.
Maybe.
Yeah. Hang on. This was... Okay, we had the initial spike through the start of December.
No. Maybe I'm thinking about the other year.
And then, we sort of came off mid-December, actually. Yeah, we didn't get like a full sustained... We did hit like a local top in December, put it that way, a week before Christmas, right? Because this is... the 16th, 17th. So that would have been last year's Fed meeting. Hence, obviously, the big candle after that. I forget what was going on last December now. That feels like yesterday, but feels like 100 years ago.
Last December, we had an elections until November, basically, and then we had the last months of Biden's presidency coming into inauguration. Yeah.
That's what I mean. Like, I can remember back to pre-Trump, right, and Trump coming in. That feels like yesterday, but at the same time, December, just prior to that, feels like 6 years ago. Like a whole other regime type thing. So I think I think it's going to very much depend on whether we get indication of that rate cut, right? Let's actually just go out. I want to go look at a weekly for this as well. It's out of curiosity. So I think it really is going to depend on the data, the rate cut, if we get any other tangential comments from various Fed members, ideally from Jerome Powell. I don't think he's scheduled to talk anywhere between now and then, however. So unless he comes out at something irregular and drops some side comments, or they do one of those things through, what do they do it the past couple of times through, like the Wall Street Journal or whatever, where they put out pieces from some of the other Fed members to give a indication. I think we're going to need that. I think otherwise, I mean, if you just look at the tear that we've had, even if we just closed up here, we're still at quite a healthy gain for the year.
Yeah.
So if we get where was, we'll go 30th December. That's basically it. Like the all-time high there was 23%.
Yeah, we did have quite a big gain as well this year.
And we've had like a 20% the previous 2 years, right? So, if we close down, even if we go a bit lower, close down at like around here, we get a 10% gain on the year. That's still a good year, right? I think so.
Yeah. Basically, statistical increase, we might not get in Christmas rally, and we are still going to be good for the year.
Exactly. So where would be here now? Where was 30th December? It's good enough. So where we are now, that'd be still 20%. So if we just sort of bang around in here as well, that's another 20% gain. Like, these are ridiculous returns for like the past 3 years. So no one can complain with that. I would say it's going to very much purely depend on whether we get the rate cut or not, and then possibly going into the actual rate cut day. So on the 10th, I think you could see the final 3 weeks of December. Obviously, a number of those days are also taken up by Christmas and New Year during the actual week, so typical trading days.
Yeah.
But we could see some degree of rally if they don't cut, but they do signal that they will look to cut coming into the new year. That's where they're leaning. So you could get some kind of potential thing like that, because the time between now and when we have the Fed meeting, the market could fully digest that probably we're not getting a rate cut. And if we just hang around here with no rate cut, if they signal that we're not doing it now, we're just going to wait till January, but most likely we will, then we could get that lift. Crypto, I think I'm less confident on, but quite similar. So the same way that we're looking at the NASDAQ here, I think we could get a slightly further downdraft, right? And consolidate a little bit lower, another 5% or something. Bitcoin, I think, would be pretty similar. And you come back down to like 70K, just being like higher beta type influence.
Yeah.
So between that 80, ideally, I'd want to see 80 to start buying around here. And then I think that's at a relative discount value that, larger players will consider buying back in. But yeah, I think it's purely dependent on the rate cut thing. I don't know, it's very hard to say right now. Like I said, I'm probably like a 20-80, 20% they cut, 80% they don't. But it's going to depend on what's coming up next. So, if we get from the market where we are now, what, the 30-odd%, that ends up coming back up to about 50-50, you're going to see NASDAQ, S&P, everything starting to rise higher from here. So.
Yeah, I'm still expecting, like we talked about it yesterday, like some downwards drop slightly on crypto before the continuation to the upside, to be honest with you. So my overview on this didn't change. Let's see if my microphone supports music.
I think that's normally the reason we can't have music when Anastasiia is around, guys.
You know what? I'm gonna get the new microphone and
Ruins her mic, all right?
I'm gonna get the new microphone until the next week's stream.
All right, wait, we'll try it. Right, talk.
Let's try. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that seems to be working.
Okay, should be okay.
It didn't seem to be at first, but now it seems alright. I don't know.
And I get the new one until next week, and we're gonna be totally fine.
Yeah. There we go. What do you think about next year's market predictions? I mean, what can we see in new variation? So I did actually have an idea. I was going to suggest this to Jonathan. I thought it could be really cool to get between everyone and all the hosts. We all do like a bingo card, like a personal bingo card, right? And you make it with quite a few squares. So like, I don't know, like a 4x4 or something.
Mm-hmm.
And you put in some of your market predictions for like, say, where's gold going to go? You know, because like this year was a very big thing. Like, is gold going to hit 4K? Right. So we can put stuff like that. You know, so gold price prediction, NASDAQ, stuff like that. Is it going to tank? Is it going to whatever?
I wish we did this gold.
Dollar yen.
Just 2 months ago when you were saying we're not going to get 4K until the end of the year.
What do you mean? We had this video. Come on. Where's Akram again? He needs to post the video, right? I said this back in, what was it, like March. 4K by the end of the year.
But then I'm pretty sure in August you said it's not going to hit 4K, we're going to go down.
I thought we'd take till the end of the year. Yes, I will say that. I didn't think we'd get there as soon as we did.
Anyway, continue with your thought. I like the idea. Okay, so
Yeah.
this is being a card.
But yeah, so I reckon we do a bingo card with that stuff. Your predictions, that kind of thing. We can put some of that kind of stuff, whether it's you know, an asset at a certain price like gold or the NASDAQ, or you know, are we gonna new highs, or are we gonna tank and crash? Euro, dollar yen, whatever it is, the dollar index, something like that. Plus some other tangential things. Maybe you can throw in like rate cuts, anything to do with like finance stuff. Then I was also thinking maybe you can put some personal achievements or goals as well. So like, do this, hit this target or something, or you know, if you know people have some kind of like personal thing they need to work on, like don't keep making whatever this mistake is, right? And you gotta, you know, do it for X amount of periods, something like that. I don't know. Throw some kind of combination of all this stuff and see who can get like a bingo. We'd have to do it where you put it into a randomizer and it randomizes all the bits into different positions, because otherwise people will stack it up so that something's easy to hit a bingo. But, I don't know. It was just a idea I thought might be fun.
Really cool.
And we can like check in, you know, as we go.
I think it's a really, really fun idea. Jonathan, if you are listening, I think we love this idea.
Yeah.
Right? I'm pretty sure he's listening. So let's listen.
Good. I'm glad you like it.
I love the idea. I think it's going to be quite cool, actually.
Definitely. Chat, just catching up on chat.
Someone was asking, did you do EUR pound? So while you are catching up on the chat, I'm gonna open the EUR pound chart here. So for the EUR pound, I don't usually trade this normally myself, but we look at it once in a while with you guys on the live stream. So if we are talking about the current situation, right, from a technical perspective too, I think it's going to be an interesting macro perspective from LJ's side. But normally we reached this accumulation zone right here, which, you know, previously we did get the rejection already upon it many times. So right now we are testing the point of control that was before lower than the price. We are now breaking through. Euro is normally, even if we look at the Euro USD, pound USD is now stronger based on the pound economy too. So currently, I would expect the continuation slightly to the upside. I don't think we are bearish in any case yet for the current moment. So from the current level, I would be expecting the continuation to the upside at least until the previous highs here, perhaps until 88,680. So I'd say that there are still a couple of like maybe 50, 60 pips upwards movement possible for the pound. For the euro pound, if we look at the volume distribution across the previous movement, we're going to see the same exact thing. So we are facing the point of control of this whole movement. So the majority of the volume is below. We did have some accumulation, and I would be considering it currently at this level bullish until we break through the previous lows around 87,900. So if we break through 87,900, I would start considering the bearish local trend. And then if we break through this, I would start considering more of a midterm swing reversal. Until we are above this zone here, so this zone, I'm considering it higher. So I would say that I would be looking for the continuation for approximately 50 pips more to the upside. So that would be my point of view on euro pound right now. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I agree. I was just gonna answer some of this stuff. Yeah, I think I fixed it now. I was playing around with some stuff in the background, so Henry says it's good now. So hopefully, I don't know what it is that causes the background thing because it goes in and out. I'm not sure,
I
but
don't know, but we had it before with the StreamYard. We didn't have this issue. I don't know why it started now.
yeah, it's only on EV Marks, right? But, yeah, so I don't know. Go figure. So yeah, Euro Pound was actually pretty decent last night and through here. So obviously the euro ended up getting smashed a bit more than the pound. Euro took the first leap last night. Euro dollar we're talking about.
Yeah.
And then pound dollar and Aussie dollar and all the other dollar crosses, the majors, sort of had like a delayed fuse and then dropped later on. So right now, it's hard to say because the thing with the euro pound is going to be the upcoming budget announcement, right? Now, I'm not entirely ready to call pound needs to reverse. I know a lot of people are saying that, but they seem pretty bent on the higher taxes, stuff like the 2% wealth tax for wealthy Britons above 10 mil.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people have this idea that wealthy people with above 10 mil plus, a lot of money, they're just raking in cash everywhere. A lot of it's from a business. A lot of this money is locked up. And a lot of it's revenue. It's not full, right? And then even with the stock portfolio, they've worked so hard to get so far along. They know their business. They operate in business. They built that kind of industry. They don't just go and take all their money and pump it into the stock market or into some kind of assets or real estate.
Definitely not in the UK.
Yeah, it's a side portion, right?
Yeah.
It's not the whole boat. So you try and tax these things. One, you can't tax it from the business. You can't tax it from stocks and real estate. It gets very confusing, that kind of stuff. What most of them do with excess cash that is realistically taxable actually goes into bonds. Now, if you tax it at 2%, plus they've got inflation at about 3% or so, and the bonds are running 4.5 to 5, and inflation jumps around, they're now not making any money. They're net losing money by investing in the bonds. Yeah. And I think if they actually do this, the market is going to cotton on to no one's going to be buying bonds. The whole problem is that the UK can't finance itself. It's having to continue to issue bonds to pay debt, to build up general services, all that kind of stuff, because they're giving out too much in concessions and not getting enough tax. So they want to raise the tax, but the people are getting all of this money from putting it into the bonds, which is actually funding the government, because the government only gets money from either tax or bonds. right, from debt issuance, which is bonds. So if they start doing that, all of that leaves. And then this is terrible. This is terrible. This sends bonds right to 6, 7, 8% for the gilts. And typically interest rates go up, you want to buy the currency, but they're going up for a bad reason. So this would sink the pound because they're going up because people are not buying the bonds. Therefore, the interest rate is going up. So you're getting capital flight. So yeah, I don't really like that. It's still not clear as to whether they're going to do it or not. I think if they do so, that's going to be very negative. It just doesn't work, quite frankly. We live in too much of a global world these days. You know, it's not like the 50s, 60s, 70s, where it's much harder to just go, okay, I'm going to go to this country. Right? You can't just pack up and leave quite as easily as you can these days. You know, you got everything online. Much easier to register or relocate your company in every asset, whether it's tax-wise. We have a high skepticism about, even though a lot of it has been telegraphed for the upcoming budget, we kind of know this stuff. Often you get a buy the rumor, sell the fact. I think it's buy the rumor, buy the rumor. Sorry, or buy the rumor, buy the fact, right? So in this case is sell the pound at this moment. So that's my only thing with that. In that case, I would be seeing euro pound going straight to the highs once again. And that's only 6 days away now. So
Yeah, I'm also expecting the continuation to the upside for now. I agree with you. I don't think we are yet, like, there is no solution for the situation with the pound currently. They aren't providing any solution for the bigger capital gainers neither. So there is situation, I think, is going to stay the same for a while.
yeah, I think I don't know. It's a very long path for them to come out of this, and currently no one in government from any party at all has the proper structure, proper ideas, that kind of stuff. I don't know if it's going to take some kind of melting point with all of this, that the society, the people get fed up with it, that it allows some kind of new incumbent to come in, whether they just a new entrant into an existing party or some kind of new party altogether. Rarely do you see new parties actually form government at all. The UK is a little bit different. You kind of have like 3 parties rather than the typical 2-on-2, or 1-on-1, I should say. Yeah, right now, I can't see any reason to move to the UK, stay in the UK, do anything in the UK. I know Will's going to get offended, but look.
Mike would also be offended if he would be here. Actually.
No, look, Mike's left. He already knows. So I think Mike actually wants to go back.
He wants to go back.
But part of the reason of not going back is because of what's going on. Yeah. So yeah, like I would like to go to the UK. I've got a couple of friends moving to the UK next year. I'm like,
why would you move to UK? Move to Spain.
Yeah, I know, that's right.
Move to Spain. Why would you move to UK?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Typically in Australia, it's because obviously Australia and UK, like you've got the citizenship, working visas, that kind of stuff, which is very easy to figure out. So it's always this weird thing where people from Australia go to the UK, like 80% of them, 90% of them come back. People that come from the UK to Australia, like 80% of them end up staying. Because they're like, it's way better here, getting out.
Normal.
So, yeah. Do you guys want to jump in? You're just talking in the background and Kat probably has no idea.
They're like, oh, not really. I'm good here. in the
We were
background.
so good just chilling in your ear and distracting you.
90K, you got the balloon today.
I've
Question
still got
is,
mine.
did you do that yourself, Rich?
I have a whole
or
thing for next week. This whole
what
wall
did
behind
Aki do
me,
it?
it's going to look awesome.
Wait, what? Have you got a whole like setup?
Yeah, I've got a whole thing I've got planned this weekend. The wife and I are going to make up some interesting backdrop things for the 90K.
Nice, nice, nice.
That's when he ends up having a power cut and can't come on for the entire week. Just a waste of it.
Why would you do that, mate? Like, now I have to go find salt to throw over my shoulder and I have to turn it.
Oh, that's funny.
Well,
Man.
damn. Well, at least you got power back now, so yeah, that's good.
Oh, mate.
That's
Substation burnt.
Dude,
Hey, that's
literally, for you-
South Africa things, right? You know that it just happens, right?
Rich had a power cut yesterday, and he texted me last night. He said, "Bro, we like I got a power cut." Like I was like, "Oh man, you know, it is what it is." About an hour ago, I had a power cut, and I was like, "No," I was like, "Typical." So, but no,
Welcome to South Africa, mate. Welcome.
No, literally, I knew how you felt. It was like 10 a.m. and then we had a power cut, and I was like, "This isn't funny. I'm streaming in an hour and a half. Like, this is not the time to
Yeah.
have a power cut."
Now somebody just needs to break into your car and steal your radio, and then you've experienced everything about South Africa.
Yeah, just not the hot.
Mate, we got to go back to like 2000 and the 90s for that. You know.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. They could
Anyway,
That's so
stop
funny
the
because
radio, it's
my,
just
my
like,
my Beamer still has one of those like codes where you have to put the code in to like
no way.
activate it, otherwise it just won't work, right? Yeah.
That's sick. No, that's
Anyway,
right.
Anastasia and LJ, how are you guys?
Yeah, good, good. Waiting for non-farm. Calm day
No
so
what?
far. Great week since the shutdown was finally lifted. Hallelujah, can trade again. And I'm happier than in the past month and a half.
Can
Yeah, I'm very happy as well. So
Why are you
like
happy?
Anastasiia is very like she's like we trade very similar, and then she does like I just probably do slightly more
That's a
macro
fair point,
fundamental,
actually.
and then Anastasiia is like a touch less, but we're very similar. So yeah, I've seen the exact same.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Since
You
the
guys
government
must have
opened.
hated the shutdown. Like,
Yeah, it was
you guys
terrible.
must have hated that. Like, me and Rich were loving it. It's basically a free-for-all for most traders doing technicals. But for fundamentalists, for anyone doing macro or fundamental trade moves, you must have absolutely detested the past 2-3 months.
Yeah.
Well, it's one of those things like you still just trade what you see, right? But the thing is, you know that it's at the same time like wrong,
Yeah.
right? And it's like pain.
It's
You're like,
not real.
this is not right. This is not right. I don't know.
But honestly,
Anastasiia is probably a little bit different, like, but
yeah, a little bit different. But from me, for the technical aspect, it was also really bad. Like, instead of just getting in a trade and it keeps going to my target, and getting in a trade and it comes back, getting in a trade and it comes back. You get in
Yeah.
a trade and it comes back and reverses completely. And it's like months and a half for me. Honestly, October was the most difficult in 2025, not gonna lie. But now since Thursday, I'm up more than 25% in just 1 week. Like, getting back everything that for the past months and a half
Let's go.
lost. There's been that's why now today I'm super careful. I'm like, I'm not giving it back.
yeah.
I was going to say, that, why are you here? I would have been gone. I was like, no, just not touching the market.
25%. Wow, that is well done, Anastasia.
Dude, that's like my yearly, that's like my annual gain.
No, but the
Really?
month was really difficult.
Yeah.
That's probably like my average annual gain, 20 to 30%. I'm pretty sure. I try to go for about 2% a month if I can,
Okay.
but like I'll get the odd 3% now and then. Like I'm at break even this month, but I'm $43 down this month.
Fair. That makes sense. Like you've got plenty of other income stream stuff as well.
Yes. No. Yeah.
So
Exactly.
you're very like I hate the word diversified because I feel like it's very loaded, especially in finance. Like, often diversification is actually diversification. But in terms of employment, that's actually like good as far as income.
Yeah.
Like, that's what you
Yeah. Exactly. Like the past couple of months have been really slow for me, obviously with accounts being in drawdown and a lot of ambiguity, and the current climate in the UK as well hasn't been great. So
Oh,
yeah,
now you're an idiot. In the background, you're like, nah, the UK, like, oh, it's great. Oh,
UK's
I
amazing.
look, I love the
Oh.
UK because I am from the UK. You know, I'm. It's not so much the UK I love. I detest the UK as Wales.
you're
I'm a
patriot.
Cymru boy, you know. I'm a Welsh boy
Yeah.
through and through. I love Wales. I'm patriotic about my country.
Yeah.
But the UK's screwed, man.
No, yeah. I mean,
It's to the dogs.
that's my trouble with the pound. Like, I can't see a way out.
No,
Yeah.
neither can I.
Like, there's honestly none, because there might have been if you guys hadn't done Brexit, because then you've got other trade channels that you could link up and that kind of stuff. But without that, I gotta say,
it's quite funny. I was coming
kind
back
of
from-
done.
Yeah,
Like,
no, what's done is
bad.
done. You know,
It's
we laid our
genuinely
bed.
bad.
It's time to lay in it.
Yeah.
You know, it was quite funny. We were coming back from Italy, and we were watching like all the Europeans going to like the Euro. Oh no, on the way to Italy. Sorry, watching all the Europeans go into the European section, and then me and Ewan were like, you know, we got to go into like what would the foreigner entry side of the airport. You know, like we've got to go into like the foreign people side, not the local side. And he was like, "Oh yeah." I was like, "Yeah, we can thank Brexit for that."
Which you guys voted for, by the way. You wanted this.
Dude, no one in the UK knows what they want, really.
I mean, fair.
I
We're the most
feel like they
indecisive.
thought, everyone in the UK thought like it was scrapping the current deal and we'll do another deal and do it better.
Yeah, no,
But they
we
didn't
just
realize
shot
it
the deal and
meant
left it.
there's no deal and then there's just nothing. Like, you're just out.
Yeah, literally that.
Everyone thought, oh, we'll come back and we'll do it again. It'll be better. We'll get more benefits, something like that. And it was like, oh,
And the thing
wait,
is, like,
hang on, damn.
so many people that I was talking to were like, "Oh yeah, no, we can put money into our own country and like less foreign aid and stuff like that." I'm like, "Hang on a minute, like the foreign aid money budget is still the same. Like, what do you think was gonna happen? You know, like we're still giving a lot of money abroad. Like we're not. I don't know.
Because most of the countries the British went into are outside of Europe.
Yeah,
That's why
really,
Europe is a thing, right? So the same money still goes over there because
Yeah,
they're like,
literally,
oh, we
yeah,
need to put our reparations over
I
here,
don't
right?
think anyone actually truly knew what Brexit was going to mean. I think
Yeah.
they liked the idea of it.
It was probably one of the weirdest, like, large meme,
Worthy.
Politico meme type things that popped off that caught
Yeah.
on. That
I was
no
in
one knew
college
what
at
was
the time
going
of
on.
Brexit. I was finishing
that
my
went
college stuff, and
Yeah.
one of my business, what do you call it? Like business dissertations, let's call it, was actually on Brexit, and
Yeah.
it was a hard paper to write just because like there was some ambiguity and it was such a mess. We were like, what the hell do we actually write? Like, how do we structure this? Like, what? But yeah, man, I got full marks on it, so that was
Dude, if you literally just, had one page and you just wrote "it's a mess" at the top, if I was your professor, I would have just given you like 4 marks. But,
yeah,
that's
fair.
top grade right there. Yeah.
Yeah, this guy deserves a distinction, like A-star.
Yeah. How you doing, Rich Wells?
How you doing? How you doing? I'm just listening to the Brexit talks, bringing back some horror stories that I remember in my
fair.
trading account as I attempted to trade Brexit. I think it was 5 years ago, and let's just say it was my biggest schooling lesson to date. So it was like a pantomime show. The amount of times price would rally, and then it was like, oh no, actually, sorry, no, and then it would just tank, and I'm like, how do you build a strategy on this? And just risk management out the window. I wasn't at that point in my trading journey. Yeah, one day it went and it went and it went. And I just remember reading this article, and it said, because you know when you're offside in a trade, and we've all done this, no exception. You are massively offside in a trade at some point in your trading career, and then you decide to go on the internet and try and figure out why. You're looking for some kind of information that may support your bias at this point in time. And I remember on Forex Factory, I was reading through the forums, and there was this article that said, because price had just rallied massively, like, I don't know, 300 pips. and it had just stopped and consolidated. And I was
Yeah.
sitting there going, oh man, I hope this comes back down. And I remember being offside in this, and I went and looked at the Forex Factory, and someone put, because they put, why has GU or the pound just stopped rallying? And the best comment I think I've ever read said, after you've just run a marathon, wouldn't you stop and have a cup of tea? And then it just absolutely
Wow.
yeeted up. And yeah, that was the end of me. And I was like, wow, okay, I really need to give this trading a bit more consideration. So that story kind of always stuck with me. All the ins and outs and the politics and kind of the nuances of it, to be fair, I was just trading the price action at that point. So I can tell you what price did, but much outside of that, no
I
idea.
was similar to that. I was learning about the politics of it. I was learning and studying the fundamentals. So I would have been like with LJ on this. I would have been like, had I have met you guys, especially like Anastasiia and LJ, like back then, I probably would have been a macro trader. You know, because I was studying the business side of it. I was speaking to my dad, who's very much a macro sort of guy. I was learning that side, but at heart I wanted to be a technical trader. And I remember sitting in the car one evening with my best mate, who was learning trading at the time. I think we had like a £400 personal account, and we were trading gold. And a bit like Rich, it was just going up, then down, then up, then down, and we made a fortune. Like, I mean, an absolute fortune buying, and then close, sell, close, buy, close, sell, close. We just traded that consolidation for hours, and then it just yeeted, and we just lost everything. Like, absolutely, we even blew the accounts. We got margin called. We blew the accounts. That was like you said, about 5.5, 6 years ago. Or have I been full time now? 3 years, 4 years. So I think I went. I don't know. I can't even remember how long I've been full time now. But either way, that was like a couple of years before I decided, I'm gonna go full time at this and go like foot to the floor and throttle.
Yeah. Dude, Rich, I will say, I remember at the same time, back then, I was swing trading, right? Had a bunch of money in an account, about 100 grand in a personal account, right? And I had shorted because I was looking at the sort of internet polls, that kind of stuff, and a bunch of stuff on dark web, all sorts of things like tangential stuff, which said, yes, Brexit would come through. Now, leading up to it, we'd gone back and forth, like you were saying. And then just before the vote, we started rallying as though it wasn't going to happen. And I had shorted about 151.80 on the pound. And then it was just when I had set out like a 250 point stop, because I knew this would be large, volatility, that kind of stuff. But we were pushing 154. So just a bit beyond that. And I kept dragging it up. And I dragged it up to 350. Now, at that point, I would have been near margin call.
Oh, no.
If we went to the full thing, it would have been 75k loss. And we're sitting up around 153.5 or so. And I'm sitting in about 55, 60k drawdown at the time. I'm like, I think this is wrong. I think we're going to get the thing. All right, we're going to, right? Seeing it, we did then come down and we smashed it through. I was like, yes, but I jumped out because of that. I jumped out at like 147. So I still, it was like 60 grand, 70 grand. Yeah. But then obviously we went right down to 130, which originally what I was trying to, clean up a good quarter to a half mil plus whatever, right?
It's cool to see how many.
Dude, after I was in that amount of, I was like, no, this is good. I'm out. It's too much.
Dude, the horror stories that came from COVID is absolutely, it's insane. No, not COVID, Brexit. I mean, I think if you want to
that was chaotic time, dude.
That was chaotic time as well.
Wild. Yeah. 500-700 points on the pound every week. Like, it was just ridiculous. Yeah.
LJ, did you get that moment where you're so offside in a trade, you started thinking, break even sounds about
yes, dude. Yeah. But fortunately, it was moving that quickly because I was looking even before that. I was like, all right, I'll just if we get back down to like 20k loss or something, I'm out. But then we started just obviously the way it was moving, you just punch through,
Yeah.
and hence we broke back below 150. And at the time, the sort of range prior to that, the weeks before, we've gone down to like I think it was I don't know, memory like 145 to 142. But then we sort of started consolidating, coming up to the thing between 147, like 153, 154, something like that.
Yeah.
So once we started pushing down there, I was like, okay, this is either the drop point and then we rip, or we collapse. But here I'm out. So yeah, dude. Oh, it was intense.
Yeah.
So,
Do you know
good time.
that moment when I swear thoughts in trading can't be trusted. Like some of the thoughts we have whilst we have open trades are just, I swear they're there to elude us. We can be, let's say for an example, we have a long trade on GU for an example, right? And we have a 20 pip stop loss. Price we expect to bounce around about our entry. Market moves 12, 15 pips against us. We're now anticipating, okay, I'm going to take a loss. I was just wrong on this. And then we get that thought, man, if price pulled back to break even, do you know what? I'd love to get out of break even. It'd feel like a massive win. But the problem is when price starts pulling back towards break even, we suddenly get this, maybe I should just hold this now. Price is now starting to rally. Then it goes like 5, 10 pips in profit. And then it's like, do you know what? No, I'm right about this. I'm going to hold this. And then it pulls back to break even and everything switches to, I should have got out. Why didn't I just? Now it goes back down into drawdown. And I think it's so important that as traders, we have an idea for a trade before we get in. And then we say, if this, then this. Because when we get in the trade, if this, then this just goes out the window. And all we have is the emotional, basically discipline and emotions. And they just fly apart at the seams, especially as we start to size up. So if you're feeling that kind of stuff when you're in trades, you're absolutely normal, chat. This is the kind of stuff that we all go through. Even seasoned traders with lots of experience will still get these thoughts of, maybe I should just do this. Now, the difference is, as you get a bit more experience, you build processes around it and you stop doing the impulsive stuff that keeps you typically in a losing circle or roundabout break even. That was the thing that changed for me over time and actually helped me become profitable because I had a profitable edge. I just couldn't execute on it. Been watching a bit of Gold Rush more recently, so there'll be a few analogies with that, but it's basically like jumping in an excavator and just being like, I know how to drive it, but I'm just grabbing these sticks and just pulling them back and forth and everything's grinding and not good. Got to basically be able to manage ourselves before, and I think consistency is the biggest focus here. But yeah, dude, your numbers, they dwarf the numbers I was using, but I put more in the account to avoid a margin.
I was using
Sorry?
a £400 account. Like, for me to blow a £400 account was like, it didn't care. I went up to about
I'm going to work next week. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, literally. I was like,
I don't need to eat this month. Don't worry.
I was like, I'll just chuck it back into an account. You know,
right, we're back to noodles and bread.
Back to super noodles and stale bread.
Yeah.
Just pick the mold off. It's fine.
Yeah.
Dude, Will, is that why you having ramen the other night?
I hit a stop loss.
Sleep under the bridges.
That's gonna happen tonight.
Yeah, Will sends me this voice note. He's like, "Hey, dude, we haven't caught up in a minute. Let's. I'm just cooking some ramen noodles while I leave you a voice note." And that you gave it away, mate. That's what it was, wasn't it?
My bad.
He only wants to talk to Rich when he's going through troubled times. Hey, Rich, how are you? I just want to complain. Life is hard.
Yeah. Oh man, literally. Oh, dude. That was quite fun.
Do you need to Anastasiia, do you need to go?
Yeah, I do have to.
Yeah, I figured.
I didn't want to jump into your conversation.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
You should have just said, guys, shut up, I need to go.
I'm too nice for this, but I should stop being so nice with you guys.
That's right. That's why I figured. I was like, I'm pretty sure you need to go. So
yeah, I definitely need to, guys. I'm super late. Okay.
Sorry.
Great.
Go, run, girl, run.
So yeah.
Shame,
What about
you mentioned that you needed to leave like almost 10 minutes ago already in the private chat.
I was going to say, I looked in the private chat and I was like, okay, let's wrap up the conversation and let her like find her way in to leave. And I was like, oh, hang on a minute, she's still here. I was like, never
Yeah.
mind. Yeah.
That's how I figured. I was like, oh, I should probably bring that up. Yeah, there you go.
What were you guys talking about
Anyway.
before? I'm just I was going to say, let's have a quick catch up with chat. See the guys. Welcome, Rich and Will. Thank you very much. Hello, guys. It's great to see you. By the way, another day, another dollar. Hope you're all doing well on this fantastic Thursday. We have got some awesome bombs to drop on you of value. Bombs of value. I probably should have said value bombs, not just bombs. I don't have thought of that. But guys, we got some awesome value bombs to drop on you on a fantastic Thursday, so stick around. Also, I'm pretty sure we got some big things coming in today, haven't we?
Yeah, we do. I mean, we mentioned a couple bits and pieces with that.
I'm not going to mention anything because I don't know what's happening, but I've been told that there's going to be some big things dropping at some point today. So guys, stick around for that. I don't 100% know what it is, but I know it's going to be insane. So who knows? LJ, move to Dubai to avoid taxes.
Yeah.
Actually,
Look,
LJ, what do you think about Dubai? Because I've had this conversation with Rich, and in fact, I'm pretty sure I've had this conversation with a couple of people with Rich as well. I think it's been like me, Rich, maybe Rich and Butler. There's been, like, we've had a couple of conversations about Dubai and potentially moving there and stuff like that. What do you think of Dubai?
I definitely would do it. I've had the exact same discussions, like, honestly. I've also been looking into how my partner could work over there for a bit because she's a solicitor, like a lawyer, right?
Oh, very nice.
So there is, like, obviously it's very hard if you practice law in one country to, if you go to like the UK and Australia, like it's very similar judicial system.
Yeah.
Going to other countries is a little bit different, right? So, but there are certain pathways that you can do that. So, have been looking at that for sure. Not gonna lie, Dubai looks just like a cool place. Honestly, looks like a lot of fun. Stuff's going on. People doing things. People are active and up and trying to build stuff, and it's like alive. Obviously,
true.
Very safe, ridiculously safe, all that kind of stuff. No one. There's so much money floating around, for instance, no one cares about it, right? So if you've gone out to a restaurant and whatever, and you're just going somewhere else, you just leave your Rolls Royce parked and you leave the keys in the car.
Yeah, exactly.
And no one touches it.
I don't know, man. I think
a week later, it's ridiculous. So
I think that's what attracted me to Dubai, is the safety. But like Rich Wells, I think hit the nail on the head. I'm a typical country bumpkin, I'm a typical country guy. The missus was talking about city, like city traffic, and she was like, "Oh, the traffic's so bad, blah 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 blah." It's like, really? It's not that bad here. She's like, "Babe, this isn't the countryside." And like, I was actually in the city with her driving through, and I was like, "Oh, this bloody traffic, man." And she was like, we're not in the country no more. And I was like, that's a fair point. Like, I love my country living. I love rolling hills. I love nature. I'm big into going out and trying to find that peace in sort of outside in nature. There you go, in the environment. Touch some grass, as Rich Butler says. But I love the idea of Dubai. Now, the only thing that bothers me with Dubai is it's very built up. It's very fast paced, which suits me quite well. But at the same time, I do like a bit of heritage. I do like a bit of history, whereas Dubai is all very new. So I don't know, man. But like I said, it's the safety for me. Like you said, you can go anywhere in Dubai and leave your Rolls Royce. I could take my M4 out there, leave the roof off, put 100 grand cash in the passenger seat, and no one would do anything. No one would touch a thing.
It's because it's not worth anything, mate.
Yeah, no, literally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you did, you'd be heavily, you're going to get reprimanded for that.
Yeah,
it's very
but
strict,
it's not. They don't have a resale market. Dubai doesn't have second-hand anything. So if you have a car, who's going to buy it? And if you want to steal it, the punishment is the corporal punishment that they have is severe.
Yeah, exactly. It's just not worth. It's not worth the risk.
It's just not worth it.
Yeah. But I do see what you mean as well. I'd probably do like a 6 months
Yeah,
type.
I think that's what I'd have to do. I'd do like 6 months in Dubai, I think, or like
Yeah.
6 months and 10 days in Dubai to make sure
1
that
day
I
or 10
qualify
days,
for the
yeah,
tax.
make sure. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And then once I've qualified for the tax, I'd probably go to like the French Alps or something, and go skiing or have that sort of that crossover between the sort of like summer to winter skiing season. So you can
That's what I
still
was
have
going to say. It's the seasons as well, right?
that.
So,
Yeah, exactly. Because Dubai's just
you know,
hot, and then even hotter, even hotter, even hotter. So
Yeah.
I think you'd have to go out there in like Dubai winter, have the nice warm hot weather, and then go somewhere where a bit more not a bit more culture, because I don't want to say that Dubai doesn't have culture, but a bit more heritage. Something a bit more naturist, picturesque, something a bit more of environment.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, yeah, they don't have jungle, they
Yeah,
don't have
exactly.
forests, that kind of stuff. It's just not the same geographical.
No, exactly. Well, it's a
demographic.
city in the desert, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. So that's fair.
But based on the fact, though, based on the side that I'm young, I love money. That's why we're traders. I love money. I love the idea of going out and speaking to like-minded people. I love the safety, and I love the fact that I wouldn't have to pay tax. So all those reasons, I'd love to go out to Dubai. But the fact that potential family in the future, I don't know if I'd want to raise a family in Dubai. I'd like them to be a little bit more, probably closer to home where I was brought up, because I think where I was brought up in Wales, again being a patriot, I'd want my kids to be the same. But I don't know. That I think that part would put me off. I don't think I could live there forever. I think I'd get very bored.
Yeah, I agree. I'd probably stay there for a bit. I'd always have a home base in Australia, to be fair. Just similar deal. Like, you can might be a bit harder these days, unless you've got a lot of deep pockets to get a huge backyard, all that kind of stuff in Australia, that kind of thing. But yeah, I would. That's how I was. Grew up. You run around, play soccer, play rugby in the backyard, climb trees, all that kind of thing. You're not going to quite have that in Dubai. But I'd definitely go there for a period. I feel like it'd be similar to any country I went to in Europe or something as well. I'd probably go there for a period, and that would be for me living. As far as when you have kids, that kind of stuff. Yeah, I'd probably come back to Australia. That kind of stuff. So,
well, it's like in January. Like in January, I'm off to Hong Kong. I'm off there. It's an awesome city. I've never been. My partner's from there. She, that's where she was born and bred. So we're going back to her home city. Going to go explore that for a bit. I've never been to that part of Asia, so I can't wait to go out there. But again, I don't know if I could live there forever. And she said this to me as well. She's like, I don't think you could live here forever, Will, because it's not a country. It's a very built up city, and everything's like shoebox size. The apartments are tiny, unless you're earning hundreds and hundreds of thousands a year. Then you can have some like skyline apartments, and then they are stunning. But unless you're on severe scale, which I'm not quite there yet, hopefully I will be. I can't see myself living in Hong Kong forever. However, going out there for a period of time, very much like Dubai, and to be fair, it's nearly tax-free out in Hong Kong. I think it's like 0% to 50k, but 50k plus is like 8% tax. So I mean, it's that you don't mind. It's when you get clobbered in places like Italy, 45% tax. You get places in UK, which is 40 to 45% tax. So when you're getting clobbered on tax like that, then you can see the appeal in moving country, especially when the safety isn't there, because people don't care about paying tax. I'd happily pay tax, maybe not 45%. That's extortion. I begrudgingly pay that. No one wants to pay that much. But if you had a safe country like Dubai, like if I could go out now and leave my watch in a cafe and think, oh no, I left my watch in a cafe, and I go back and it's still there, then you're like, that's what we're paying tax for. I'd happily pay that tax. But if I couldn't go to the bathroom and leave my watch on the side now and it be safe. So
instead of you pay tax and get the same thing, but you go 1 kilometer over the speed limit because you're going down a hill and you get hit pinged with like $800
literally.
fine, for something ridiculous. It's like, come on, that's not this is revenue raising rubbish. This is not
100%, and that's all it
not
is.
serving the people. It's ridiculous. So,
When they're like, "Oh yeah, this is for your own safety," it's like, no, it's not for your own safety. It's for your own ability to increase the pot.
yeah, it's for the government.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, Richard Wells, do you have a topic for us at all today?
I was saving it for the Discord call a little bit later on.
Yeah, well, we're going to ruin that.
You can save that for that. Do you have any side pieces then?
Side piece. I need to be careful what I say here.
Tell them
Side
it's
piece.
Tell them it's right.
Do you have anything to cover? So I see a question come up here. Let me just scroll up ever so slightly. It was asked a little while ago. It was talking about trade fatigue. Maybe we can just dive into this for a second. It was something that everyone's going to experience this at some point in their trading, where they reach this new equity high. So the comment comes in from DJ. How you doing? Says, hi team, just checking. Do you still experience mental fatigue and loosening discipline and overexposure when your equity curve reaches a new peak? So if we use that trade example that you were sharing a little while ago, LJ, when you had that money in your trading account, you were nearly wrong. The market then sold off in your favor and you ended up at a new equity high on the account. Talk us through what you experienced from that. Did you suddenly go to massively overconfidence? I'm going to drop my rules. I'm going to risk more on the next one because, surely I'm going to be right. What was sort of going through your mind with that?
So not from that, because obviously in that scenario, like I sort of jumped out early, really, because of the flux. I was saying, it was a bit too much, right? And I was sort of just trying to get out at a reasonable spot, even though I still believed in the positioning and the overall direction, but the degree that we were fluxing, that it's almost like one of those big short, GFC type things. You can be right, but time it wrong, and then you get blown out. So I still believe that to be correct, but then the flux, and that could have been to do with the sizing overall. It was just too much. So at those points, I won't get that. If it's from a string of win, you've just been crushing it, then yes, I do get fatigued from the point of putting in the work and actually doing well. And now I'm just like, God, I've been at this for so long. I've been hammering it. Yep, real good. But now I'm rinsed. Like, to be honest, at that point, I just want to walk away. So I don't do the thing of then over leveraging or adding in extra. I just want to quit and go away for 6 months, to be honest.
Yeah.
So then I have to rally myself back to go, okay, no, we're going to come back to the market tomorrow, even though I've been doing this end over end, and still put in the same level of discipline, hard work, tenacity, time, effort, curation, all that kind of thing. So, as we've spoken about in the past a number of times, I am a little bit anti-typical to how most people react to most things in general, right? Obviously, I still get the bouts of overconfidence or whatever when you're on a roll, that kind of thing. But it's just probably the minority versus what most people do, right? If that makes sense. So
yeah, that makes sense. So like if we think of trading like a scale, and we go through these fluctuations where sometimes we lean on one side and it's like that underconfidence, and then other times we go too much the other side and we go overconfident. Every time it's a battle within ourselves to bring ourselves back with that equilibrium where we say, look, just shut up and follow the process. This is what got you to new equity highs. It was your risk management, your discipline, your consistency. It wasn't sizing up or sizing down. But much like yourself, I have a risk averse issue that when I reach equity highs, I'm always trying to guess the next losing trade. So I size down and I'm like, I've had so many winners in a row. Like, surely the next trade is going to be a loser. And then I size down to try and like pain avoidance. But effectively, it's the exact same ingredients as trying to guess the next winner and sizing up when you're in a drawdown. I've had so many losses in a row. Surely the next trade is going to be a winner. And I remember early days of my trading, going through, like, I think it was like 3 challenge accounts in 6 weeks. I was down like 5% in one challenge account. I was like, this run has been terrible. The next one's going to be a winner. And when I get back to break even, wouldn't it be super cool if I had another challenge account that was suddenly up 5%? No, the drawdown continued. Now I had 2 accounts that were going against me. And I remember going, well, surely now it will turn around. And I was being greedy. I was trying to guess the bottom. I was trying to pick the next winning trade. And I guess the same is true when we're trying to pick the tops and trying to be fearful that actually maybe we're now about to get a pullback. And I guess Trading in the Zone is a wonderful book for this. It helped me really cement the idea that I can't pick winners. I can pick valid trades and I can follow a set of processes. And as a byproduct, I would hope to make a bit more than I lose over time. But I can't pick winners on a trade-by-trade basis. And in the early days, it used to infuriate me because I'm like, well, that's what profitable traders do. They know what a profitable trade looks like and they size up when they're right. And then you hear these glam stories of traders taking small money into massive money, and it compounds the fire. And it's like, well, if they can do it and they know how to pick a winner, then what's wrong with me? And it's like, Rich, there's nothing wrong with you. It's laws of probability, and you get runs of winners and runs of losers. I think I shared a story that I got funded at the very next trade was the start of a 27-hour drawdown. And I was like, are you kidding me? I was like, if we went back just 1 month, that was a 30-hour upswing. If I got funded a month earlier, that was a $30,000 month. And I was like, we can be lucky and we can be unlucky in timing. That's out of our control. We can also be silly when it comes to risk management. That's within our control. That's something that we need to take full accountability for. And every time that we're going outside of our plan by adjusting our risk or picking tops and sizing down or picking bottoms and sizing up, we're bringing in variance. And the market has so much variance in as it is that if we don't, if we stop adding our own variance in, we'll never figure out what works. So we've just got to say, I traded my edge like an absolute boss. I did it over 100 trades. I lost money. My edge isn't suitable for this market condition, or maybe we need a bigger sample or smaller sample, whatever the case. But what about, Richard, have you had a similar experience with that kind of stuff? I know you're quite disciplined when it comes to following your rules and your risk management, but before you hit that Zen-like state, did you have these moments where you would sort of find yourself wandering slightly on those risk management schemes?
Okay. Yeah, I have. Sorry. I think I've struggled the most with that, to be dead honest with you. Out of all of the things that I've ever struggled in my life, it was the idea of that imposterness, that you don't deserve this. And it usually comes around whenever you reach a new level of something, then you kind of like start questioning your own ability, you start questioning your own input into these things. And I've experienced that quite a few times when I had my personal accounts reach all-time highs, not so much with the prop accounts, but more with the personal accounts where there was that much that was put into it from the beginning. And then you reach a level and then you're like, oh, I don't know if I can handle this. This is too much. And then, yeah, I've made some mistakes when I've been in that mindset where I've definitely felt like, okay, you're starting to get back to old habits that basically led to you doubting yourself again. So I've worked on that the most out of all of the, let's call it the psychological backsteps that you can have. I think that's the thing that I've worked on the most, was that idea of like, even if it's a new equity high or it's like a new level that you haven't reached before, it's just yet again another step. That's all it is. It's just one more step in this journey. I don't try and blow it up as much as I used to. So I don't know. It's like one side where you can like almost look at it as if it is you're not appreciative of this level that you've reached, but at the same time, don't put it on a pedestal. Don't blow it up so that it becomes this thing that you're almost too afraid to touch it again or to try and adjust it. And I think that's the biggest thing that I've learned from that. But this is like a daily thing. Like every single day, even if you've reached like really deep drawdown, you kind of like your the first thoughts that go through your mind is like, oh man, I screwed up, or oh man, what am I going to do now that it's just part of the journey. Just accept that it is just one of those steps. It's something you have to go through, and then once you've gotten through it, and you look back at it, and you're like, that wasn't that bad. It was actually all right. And it's the same with the opposite side of it when you're on the like equity highs, like emotional highs. It's just kind of like bringing yourself down again. Not like bringing yourself down in that sense, but like kind of like regulating how you're blowing this thing up for yourself and just saying, okay, calm down. This is part of the process. Let's try again.
Yeah. It's like a can of fizzy where you just shake it and there's too much pressure in there, and you're like, look, right now I've got to let off some of this pressure because and we can feel it in our bodies as well. When we trade, we can feel that restlessness. We can feel that tension, that frustration. You can feel it in your jaw, your shoulders. It's a very physical feeling, and we want to try and keep ourselves between flat and overly kind of like overly excited, I guess, sort of bringing ourselves back to that equilibrium. A really powerful tool I found for doing that for myself, you think when somebody gets a title and becomes a performance coach, they don't have any of these issues. They've just figured it out. They've got the theory. You have the theory, you still have to practice it. And so bringing myself back to equilibrium, I still have to do this. As a trader of over 7 years, I have to recognize I'm way too highly charged to trade. And I see that Henry says in chat, it says, I think it's wise to reduce your size once you get a series of good wins. And if you fear that you might be getting overconfident and not want to give everything back. So in a perfect world, a trader would keep themselves in balance. They would be right in the middle of overconfident and fearful. They would be right in the middle. And they would just trade their edge with consistent risk management. Now, emotional intelligence gives us the opportunity to recognize when we're suddenly coming in like a bull in a china shop. I'm way too charged today. I'm way too aggressive. I'm way too overconfident, or I'm way too fearful. And I personally believe that a really good second place is to say, I need to get out of my own way. I can't be trusted today. I'm going to behave like a trader with not much experience. And it's on those days that it's better to say, I'm going to sit on my hands or massively reduce my personal exposure by reducing my size and just try and bring myself back to equilibrium. The last place, the worst place that I feel we can be is where we have no awareness of that and we turn up and we just throw stuff at the wall and we think, well, why isn't this working? And we get revengeful and then we get fearful and then we overtrade and then we skip trades that don't work. That's the kind of stuff that brings that noise into our trading journey where we just don't end up making that progress. Now, you can execute perfectly according to your plan and still not have a positive expectancy through that period. That's the hard thing about trading. You can turn up and say, I've done everything everyone says I need to do. I've managed my risks. I've executed on my plan. I've journaled my trades. I've done weekly reviews. I've marked my trades as red trades, green trades. And 73 trades later, are you kidding me? I'm down 2R. Like, how is this fair? And that's where, again, we're now becoming emotional. We're now making it personal. And so if you can trade your plan perfectly, the data becomes feedback. Sorry.
I think you hit the nail on the head there by saying, how is this fair? I think that's such a relatable question that every single trader asks. Because even I've done the same umpteen amount of times, is I've looked at myself and thought, how is this fair? I'm putting in all this work. How is this fair? And like you said, when you're putting in the processes, it's feedback and having that data to bring yourself into a reasoning of logic. That's the goal. And I think, again, Rich above me. I'm in a Rich sandwich again.
As always.
Rich above me, I think, hit the word of the day: regulate. I think you're not trying to control yourself. You're not trying to suppress yourself, and you're not trying to force yourself to do anything. You're trying to regulate yourself. And the two Riches just dropping absolute bombs here. So what I'm going to try and do is like pick out words and sentences of the day when these two would just go on absolute value grenades. But yeah, regulate your emotions, regulate what you're doing, follow your plan, and then you can hopefully stop asking yourself, how is this fair? Because what you're doing is giving yourself enough data to analyze and use logic. I just wanted to build on you guys. I feel like you guys were just talking a lot. So, guys, I want to say something cool.
Mate, you said something cool. Tell us this. How do you join Fiverr's Discord?
I can tell you that.
How do
indeed.
you do that? Good question.
I don't know. I got invited. I'm joking. I'm kidding. Guys, go get yourself over to the Fiverr's website. Hopefully you should have an account. If not, guys, get yourself a 100K account, because we all know that you're the best traders in the world. Get yourself an account, and in your hub there will be the Discord. So you can get yourself into the Discord through the hub, and then but you must have previously or currently have a Fiverr's account.
Hold on. Correct me if I'm wrong on this. I think you can sign up as a trader with the Fiverr's without purchasing an account. You will then get access to the dashboard, and in the dashboard you will see the Discord join.
There you go then. I stand corrected. So
correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think you need to have an account. You do just have to register with the Fiverr's, sign up with your email, then you get the hub. Then you get in the Discord. We've got, I think it's close to 10 calls a week within the Discord, where we cover a lot more stuff on a lot more of a personal basis. They're not recorded, so if you do want something a little bit more personal, or you've got some questions, it's a lot easier to get to that stuff. Today, in 3.5 hours, I've got a call in there. I think LJ's got a call in there shortly as well, right? Or is that tomorrow?
Tomorrow, isn't it? I was say
Friday. Sorry, I'm losing track of my days.
And then when you guys are at the hub and you're about to get yourself an account, why not wait 4 days? So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Start of Monday next week, we have the Black Week.
Big Black Friday.
For Black Friday. Guys, we have massive discounts on all of our evaluation accounts. You can get 15% off on all of the accounts except the 60K and the 100K high stakes account, which you will get a 5% off. Guys, we have got so many giveaways next week, every single day of the week. All you need to do is you just need to rock up here, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and then just participate. Every day is going to have a giveaway. Massive giveaways, guys. So for those of you who have been asking about the potential for the giveaways, as well as some sweet little discounts on the accounts, next week's your time.
It's not just one giveaway a day either. I'm 90% sure there's multiple giveaways in one day.
There's so much, but it's not just giveaways. It's not just giveaways, as in accounts or discounts. We've got something really cool planned for next week.
Yeah, we have to.
So if you guys want to see that, all you need to do is just rock up and be a part of it. Be a part of the chat.
On top of that as well, yeah. So next week we're going to have all the hosts here as well, running through their strategy next week to show you guys. Right. So each day through the week, next week, you guys will get all of our strategies, our approaches wrapped up into a little bit of a snippet for you guys to hopefully get some takeaways from that, adapt some of that to yourself. If it's something new that you've learned, something you want to explore, that kind of stuff, you can go take away those bits and pieces, back test it, apply it to your own, see how it integrates, that kind of stuff. So that plus the Black Friday week, pick up some accounts, apply that.
Dude, next week's just going to be insane. Yeah, next week's just going to be full of everything: discounts, deals, giveaways, strategies, hosts. It's just going to be awesome. So
I'll bring you guys some of the secret sauce next week.
Yeah.
There you go.
You're gonna get some of that Welsh
nice
sauce.
Personalized secret sauce, where you'll get to find out exactly how Richard Wells likes to trade, or William above him, or LJ above him, or Anastasiia, or Pedro, or Victor, or any of the other hosts. You will get to experience just
some of that Welsh seasoning, you know what I mean?
Just that for the sauce.
KFC secret, what is it? The
11 herbs and spices, and in our case, it's 9 hosts and strategies.
Oh, I love that. That was sick. That was so smooth.
Think Tank was working while you guys were discussing, and I was looking through my charts.
He asked ChatGPT for that, didn't he?
Dude, I was busy the whole time. Were you not paying attention?
Oh man,
dude, Henry, I agree. I don't know if I want any of that
That Welsh
Welsh
sauce.
rarebit.
sauce. I
You
don't
want
know
this
about
Welsh
that.
sauce, don't lie.
That
He
sounds
wants
a
his
bit.
Welsh rarebit.
From the
is what
mountain of the all the way come from the Preselles. You want this You want this
We'll
Welsh
get
mountain
food
sauce.
poisoning. You know. God.
Food
You're gonna
poisoning
get
with your
This-
lovely
this-
Welsh sauce.
This potent Welsh sauce, mate. Oh, dude, we got Tommy P in. The legends all together. Tommy
Yo!
P, what's good, man? I'll tell you what, Bosh. How can we not dab for Tommy P? Tommy, man, we missed you, bro. Rich, I feel like you deserve. Tommy deserves a dab. Rich, come on.
From me or Rich?
Really?
Yeah, from you.
From me?
Wait,
Yeah. Come on, Rich, give us a
There we
dab.
wait, let me move myself to the bottom so we can see everything.
There it is.
Before it gets a little bit away from us, something I just wanted to pull up quickly was a comment that was shared. I remember this conversation we had. Last month, I asked you how to deal with mindset, as I was not able to scale above 800K's worth of funding. With your help now, I'm above the 1 million mark for the first time in my life. Just want to say thanks. In all honesty, the credit for stuff like this goes down to the trader that's willing to put into practice the kind of conversations that we have here. All right, nothing we do is financial advice. We're not telling you exactly how to go and implement your strategy. But what we love to do is create a space. Discord calls are wonderful for this, where we just have a conversation and try and open up some suggestions and ideas about what's worked for us and what's not worked in the past. So massive hat off to you for hitting your first 7-figure mark. Again, it wouldn't have happened if you didn't take action on the stuff that we just have a chat about on the stream, but really, really, really appreciate the feedback on it. So big congratulations. And that success isn't just limited to that one trader. If you're willing to do the work, put in a little bit of time, do a little bit of reflection, as Richard was talking about earlier, getting to know yourself better, keeping that equilibrium and those scales balanced as well. Over time, the bad behavior patterns start to drop off. And that's that revenge trading and that FOMOing and all the kind of stuff that typically when you do it and lose, you feel sick to your stomach and you go, why did I do this again? I promised myself I would never do this again. Now, the crazy thing is when you do it and win, you think it's a good thing. So if you're still in that cycle where you're doing this random stuff within your trading, win or lose, you're just bringing in random variance. So again, I would really encourage every trader in here to identify one thing that just helps them move forward ever so slightly and just make a small commitment to it. It's like getting yourself into stage ready competition shape by going to the gym. It doesn't happen overnight. The hardest lift is getting your ass up off the sofa and going to the gym. So there's one small thing that you could do within your trading. It might be, do you know what? I'm going to journal just one sentence a day for the next week. Everyone waffles on about journaling and how it's super cool. I've never done it. I hate writing. I'm going to do one sentence a day. Or maybe you're going to pick one trade from the week that you knew you messed up on, and you're just going to spend 20 minutes stepping through it and realizing at what point did you emotionally allow yourself to act outside of your plan. These are the kind of things that we can suggest. We can create a space to bring your awareness to it, but ultimately nothing will change if you don't go and do the work. So just want to say massive congratulations for going and doing the work. That respect is all on you for that one. And it's fantastic feedback to hear that it's working.
On behalf of everyone in the Fivers, this is for you, my man.
I was wondering what was coming.
No, seriously though, man, that's a massive milestone and a big stepping stone forth in your career. Dude, we're all super proud of you.
Yeah, it's brilliant, dude. Hell yeah. If you're getting that far up, I would say, just keep chugging on. Numbers the same, 100%. Right? It's all...
Dude, road to 2 million next.
I always say go back to percentage base, right? Because then it doesn't matter what level you're at until you get up to 50 million plus. Then you've got liquidity issues, that kind of stuff, where your approach has to change. But as long as you're not near that kind of level, more capital is just more of the same. You're just doing it at a increased digit. There's just another zero.
Exactly.
Great.
Yeah.
Just keep repeating the same process, right? There's no reason to change or do something different. You've clearly done enough to get yourself to where you are now and actually build to that level. So just keep rolling on.
Oh man, that's the theory that makes it sound so easy. But then what happens is
It's
the number gets to a point where it challenges our view of ourselves. For an example, right? Will might say, I work for $100 an hour. When he takes a trade, that's his kind of number. So when he goes more than $100 in profit, all of a sudden it challenges, oh man, I can make more than $100 in less
my
than
work
an hour.
more. Yeah.
Like, so,
Yeah,
so we
I can see that, but what I would say to that is like, okay, obviously get your like your base needs satisfied. Like if you've got that, you've got enough to pay for, you know, your rent, your mortgage, whatever it is, your regular bills, that kind of stuff. That's the first level. Then you get some little bit of extras. Those first extras typically start with like, you can go to restaurants, you can go have a little bit, you can buy some fancier food at the grocery store. You know, brioche buns versus regular buns or something like that. You know, premium meat or steak or mince or something versus regular, right? Then you go to having a couple extras. Maybe you upgrade furniture around your house, your computer, your trading system, that kind of stuff. Maybe you get a watch. Maybe then you go to a car, you go to other stuff, whatever. Get all of that stuff satisfied. Put money away in the bank for extended living costs to afford that, right? And don't go extra. Don't keep adding on. You need this next thing. Get a few stable things, like things like a watch. That's a very common one in finance stuff, in trading, that kind of thing. I don't mind that as much as it's very much a luxury expense, but they do tend to hold value. So when you do spend money on these kind of things, try and do it in pieces that if at, worst to worst, you had to offload it, you could recoup something rather than just endless spending that just goes into the void, right?
I'm going to back this up big time as well, if you don't mind me, LJ. I bought my first luxury watch 2 months ago, and I love it because for that exact reason. It didn't feel like a dumb decision. It was an expensive watch, yeah, but it wasn't overly bank breaking. But it was my first luxury watch. I bought it. It was a smart decision. It's a luxury watch, of course. And it's a luxury item that I don't need. However, it did hold its value. The one purchase I regret, I feel like Rich can guess this. The one purchase I regret is buying my M4. Now, the reason I regret it is it was a very expensive car. Now,
did you buy it new?
Secondhand.
Yeah. Or like near new?
Yeah. And it's a very expensive car. Now, more importantly than it being valuable and expensive and one of my dream cars, other than that, I don't regret buying it for that, because at the end of the day, I bought my dream car. I can afford it comfortably. I'm traveling around a lot more now, and I probably drive my car 2-3 times a month, if that. So I spent a lot of money to have a car that I barely drive. Had I have not done that, I could have just bought myself still a nice car, because I'm a car guy. I love my cars. I'll always have a nice car. So, I would have bought myself a bit of a cheaper car, maybe not something as flashy, just something that could have run me from A to B, but still relatively nice. I could have put my my money elsewhere in a little bit more, maybe assets that hold money a bit better. So, haven't done a bad decision, but it's a decision that potentially I could have made better back at the time. But again, I bought myself on an impulse. I was younger. I wanted to do it. I was like, yeah, let's do it. I'm a profitable trader. I'm earning good money. So let's do it.
It's a milestone thing.
Yeah, right? That's why it was a milestone thing. I bought it for myself for my birthday as well, and I wanted to do it. However, my one piece of advice based on what I have learned from is very much what LJ said. Make sure when you are earning good money, there is such thing as back steps. So, and this is backing up what Rich said, what Richard Wells said. When we hold our value, let's say I hold my value at $100 an hour. I earn $100 an hour. If I earn money on a 100K account, once I get past $100, I'm thinking, I can earn more than this in an hour. So what am I truly worth? There is such thing as back steps. If you lose funding and then you're down to a 20, 30, 40, 50, 60K account, and you're struggling to make that $100 an hour, you're like, oh well, am I actually worth? You know, you got that roller coaster of emotions on what your genuine worth is. So just be very careful when going through that sort of process, because look, all traders have their moments of fantastic funding. Look, I'll be dead honest with you guys. I was over $1 million in funding beginning of the year. I'm no longer over $1 million. I've taken a back step. Luckily, I've still got funding, but I took a big back step due to my massive drawdown stage of 2 months, and I actually blew a couple of my accounts doing so. You know, I'm very open about that. However, had I have had so much of my value based on the funding that I had, it would have been very dangerous for me, because I would have gone down a very bad psychological downward spiral. Now, this is the importance of holding the value through percentages, not through financial value. You know, so $100 an hour, you gain more funding. Next minute, you're like, oh, I'm worth $500 an hour. You lose funding. You're like, oh, I'm only worth like $70 an hour now. You know. So be careful with how much value you put on your own self-worth. But again, it's super easy to preach about, and this is why when I'm preaching my experience, I want to be honest with you guys and say, yeah, guys, look, I was $1 million in funding. Now I'm not $1 million in funding. I've taken a back step in 2025, and this is why I can preach about understanding the percentages and understanding the differential between financial and percentage gains.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and because I mean I've done the same thing, and it's when you have other life events that you don't expect to come up, right?
Yeah,
So
exactly. That's the big thing.
You know, you're with a partner for a very long time. You think that's a thing. You split up. Stuff happens there. I've had that. You have health things. You need surgery, that kind of stuff. I mean, Richard Butler has talked about that in the past as well himself. These things can kind of pop out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden everything's turned upside down.
Yeah.
So the same thing, like what Will was talking about with the car, because these are often things that people want to scratch off the list, but just do it intelligently, right? Don't go for the newest, latest, greatest thing. You know, you can often get something slightly older that's still brilliant, like Will, exactly. E46 M3, like the same generation. They've gone up in value. I know for a fact they've doubled in value, because we've been looking for certain other versions, right? And so if you do, same with watches, that kind of stuff, you want to have those kind of luxury type items which feel like you're actually doing this, you've made a certain milestone, you know, because the numbers can just keep going. And sometimes having these pieces actually are like, okay, I did this, I got here, that's a level, and that can actually propel you. So I don't say that you shouldn't do it, because a lot of people, you get there and they actually get supercharged by doing that. And it encourages them, gives them that confidence to say, when you have a bigger account per the total account value, you're like, yo, I got to here, I bought that thing, I did this, I am that person, I'm doing it. And it like reframes your identity of self that, yes, I am this person doing this. So I think having those things are still good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Obviously, just do it intelligently. And yeah.
You are how you dress.
Yeah.
You know, think about it like that. They say clothes maketh a man. So what that means is, you know, if you're going to dress in a suit, or you're going to dress in some nice clothes that make you feel good, you're going to act good. You're going to be good. You're going to become the person you feel. So if, like, right now I'm in a Fivers hoodie, makes me feel great. I'm part of the Fivers. The Fivers and me are now one, because I'm wearing them. I'm part of the Fivers. So it makes me feel better. It makes me feel like, yes, I am part of the Fivers team when I'm trading. You know, I'm not just Will. I'm on the Fivers stream. I am part of the Fivers stream. You know, so that's why I kind of wear this hoodie. It's a representation. It makes me feel good. However, you know, when I'm in joggers and a hoodie and I'm a bit slumped, I'm like, oh, a bit lazy. I don't feel like streaming. I don't feel like trading. You know, however, when I go out and about and I'm having lunch, put some nice clothes on, drive my M4, I'm like, yes, I am the boy. I am him. Like, no one is as good as me. It gives me that positive, like that good ego, because it's ego outside of the office. It's that ego that makes you think, I feel good about myself. I'm going to come back to the office. I'm going to put in the best work possible, because it's motivating. You know, the motivation gets you there, the discipline keeps you there. So yeah, no, I 100% agree with that. You know, you've got to make sure that you're doing it for the right reason. And some people are very different to others. You know, me, I do like I like a stressful environment. I do. I'm a bit weird that way. My brother's the exact same. You know, he's a hyper intelligent kid, and he's the sort of person that would.
It's controlled chaos.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
I was literally about to say
it's controlled chaos. It's like
Yeah.
you need things going on, but you're managing and orchestrating all of that chaos, and that's the fun of it. That's the game. It keeps you engaged.
Like, Ewan would leave it right up until like a week before his major exams, and then a week before he'd start revising. He'd cram it all in within that week, and he'd go and get A stars. You're like, how do you even do that? I'd have to go like 2 years before to revise, and I'd just about get like a pass, you know. So you know, you've got to find what works for you as well. Take into, like what LJ said, take into consideration future events. I bought the M4 when I was single. I didn't care about anything. You know, I was like, yeah, I'm trading. I'm making money. This is me. I have no responsibilities, no efforts, no nothing. I don't have to care about anything. Bought myself a new flashy car. You know, my most expensive expenditure was a party once a month. You know, I'd go out clubbing or go out partying once a month. I'd travel up to London or something. You know, like I used to tell Rich, like I used to go out having a couple of parties now and then. I used to tell him about it. I was like, yeah, this is great fun. You know, now I'm not. You know, now I'm in a relationship. Yeah. I'm moving country. You know, so like that's a massive expenditure that I thought, well, that wasn't in my future planning for financial stuff. You know, so like things come up. You know, things come up. So always take into consideration that before you start making big expenditures. Yeah. But don't be afraid to make them. Yeah. That's the one thing on behalf of Will Davis as a person, to you guys as viewers, do not be afraid to make those expenditures. Money will come and go. As long as you're not going to put yourself on the streets, money will come and go. You go round once. You know, we only get one opportunity on this earth. Don't be a fool and don't go sort of hesitating through life. If you want something, work for it. Go get it. You know, give yourself credit. Go get it. Go work hard for it. Go enjoy it. You know, you deserve it. Go for it. As long as you can safely do it.
I will just quick side note, because I saw a number of you guys asking from a little while ago about NFP tonight. So yeah, there were quite a few of you guys asking, so I just wanted to cover that. So tonight for NFP, I do expect that the numbers will be pretty in line. So the thing is to remember, these numbers are from September, so they're quite a while back. So these numbers will definitely have less of an impact because we've come a long way since September. A lot has changed, a lot has gone on. Those numbers were collected just fine. And as far as the month of September, from all the other tangential data, that kind of thing, the jobs market looked very neutral, right? So we should actually get a pretty neutral point overall. So I would say you might actually have a larger impact from the tangential data, stuff like the week-on-week unemployment claims. As I was discovering earlier when Anastasiia was on, apparently those were actually leaked 2 days ago. So the current forecast is about 230. There was a leaked number that is apparently 232. So it looks as though everything should be roughly in line at the moment. So I would say NFP tonight, you might get a slight reaction purely for the fact that we haven't had any data at all, but most likely everything should come in line. It's probably would just confirm more of what we've already had, which means potentially you could see the dollar continue to strengthen. Where euro dollar is currently sitting right now, we're on the cusp of 115. So there's some lower levels into the 114s that if we just get the slight tilt purely from where we're positioned prior to the release, could actually break through there and we go down to 114.60, 114.40, 20, 114 flat, right? So that's pretty much what I'm looking at right now. This is not going to be the decider for the rate cuts going forward. There'll probably be a bit of a knee-jerk reaction since we haven't had anything going on. No one's really sure right now Obviously, Nvidia came out last night. That was more positive. We've got very much a mix of positive and negative news right now. So it's very up in the air. So I would just say trade the price action. So ideally, you want to see the NFP come out, trade the post price action. So either you wait for that to dump and then take a long, or we see a pop higher. You can look at the relative range that we've had today, potentially see resistance up around that 115.40. That's a clear point to short, right? For a dip back, come back into the range. That's probably how you want to play it. I wouldn't be trying to front run the number. There you go.
Nice. Very, very, very insightful. Thank you very much, LJ.
No worries.
I have nothing that I want to trade at the moment. We're just too close to news. So I have just been marking up a bunch of areas on GU, EU and whatnot, just to keep myself busy, to prevent myself from accidentally FOMOing into a trade.
I'm not gonna lie.
I would say very much the price action from today seems to suggest, regardless of the NFP coming out later, that euro dollar wants to crack down into that lower band, right? We've had that persistent downward pressure all day today.
I thought we would
dollar came up, Aussie dollar came up, dollar yen came down like, I don't know, it was like 65 points. Pound dollar's up about 40. Aussie dollar's up about 40 from the lows last night during New York. Euro dollar ended up making new lows today, and then it's just languished around there. So typically that's a very devilish sign. And if I just jump over to my chart very quick, like looking at this on the daily, I mean, this looks like it's a straight run to the 200 moving average at that 114. Right? This looks like death. Right? So after last night's news, we would have liked to see this to actually come up to yesterday's candle and potentially make any kind of positive action. We've seen none of that. We've got a slight blip up, right? The tiniest blip. There's been no willingness to push this higher during Asia, during London. Now we're going to New York. We're getting further pressed down, coming into late London. I would say most likely the next point of call is back into 114s, just from a purely technical standpoint, 114.70 or so, and then beyond that down to about 114.10. I think we'll make a slightly higher low than these lows here. So we won't get to full 114. It'll be about 114.20 or 114.10, which still keeps the overall uptrend intact. But for the meantime, it is a downdraft. You can see that technically, there's no clear direction as far as the fundamentals with the jobs report, that kind of thing. Even whatever we get, I think people are going to just kind of put it to the side. And right now, whatever's susceptible to the current technical structure will just go that way. That's very much what I'm saying. So my expectation is for euro dollar to crack through here and just sink. So yeah, that's my bit. There you go.
Some pretty strong lows there, and some pretty strong lows. I should imagine there's a lot of resting orders on them lows.
Yeah, well, it's just been a very weak pickup. Like you typically, especially euro dollar, a bit more active, a bit more liquid. We've seen the pound outpacing the euro right now, and we've seen that in euro pound as well. So I don't know, for whatever reason, no one wants to buy into the euro at all. I must say it did catch me. Not surprise is the wrong word, but I would have generally expected a bit more pickup from the euro out of any other asset, at least even just like intraday volatility. Like we could have ended up back here, but I would have thought there would have been some kind of interim activity that we might have, driven higher, come back, that kind of thing. Right now, there's no desire to pick up this asset. So yeah,
I have an idea. I'm going to go and chart it up. I think I'll share it in the Discord a little bit later on as to what I think will happen with EU. I think break retest pretty heavy, and the retest might not even come back to the lower base. Like it might drop and then give a shallow retest and then continue lower. Gents, it's been a pleasure. I'm going to have to fly. Due calls, so I will catch up with you all soon. Cheers for hanging out with us, chat, and I'll catch up with you guys soon.
no worries.
Cheers, Rich. Have a good one.
See you later, Rich. See you, bro.
Ciao, mate.
And then there were three.
Three musketeers.
The three amigos.
Yes.
The mullet Muppets.
The Muppets.
Well,
is it-
LJ, what the hell
Right.
were you on about the other day, by the way?
Is that what you said? Mullet Muppets?
Yeah.
Oh god, dude. My partner would crucify both me or you or anyone if we got a mullet. She hates it. She
Does she?
hates it, dude.
I don't know. My Cece didn't mind my mullet.
Yeah, the thing is, so typically here, a lot of the rugby league teams
Yeah, mullet and
have
mustache.
mullets, right? And it's typically associated with a bit more of like a bogan type thing. If you guys know do you guys know what bogan is in Australia?
What?
A bogan.
Bogan.
Bogan. Oh no,
Henry will know, but bogan is kind of like it's not quite redneck, but it's that more a bit degenerate, bit less
and
classy
ready
type of thing.
Yeah.
Mixed in with some other elements. So Australia's one is a little bit different. It's not quite like that. It's because they're kind of like still normal people, but they've just got like normal people plus that plus some other stuff, which I probably won't sound stream, but anyway. So, but yes, to be the good old mullet is the typical infrastructure right there.
Yeah.
But I will say, when I was watching the game the other night, dude, Wales, you guys have a lot of mullets.
I know.
On your union.
We've sort of
Everyone's
adopted
got
it from
mullets.
you guys.
I was like,
They thought that is what they needed in order to win a game, was some mullets.
Yeah, man,
Everyone's got mullets.
literally. So when I was playing rugby last season, the season before, it wasn't so bad. Not many people had mullets. I think one of the boys had mullets. Last season, so this season just gone, was like half the team had mullets, including myself. Like we all had mullets. And then, especially when we went up the line to play, like into like the valleys, into like mid Wales sort of way, it was just everyone had mullets. So we've sort of mullets now are very much. If you see a guy with a mullet, you're like, oh yeah, he's a rugby guy. So he's probably a rugby player. And like my brother especially, where he had the best mullet I've ever seen on anyone ever, and he had a mustache to go with it. Like we were on the doors at the time as well, so he either looked like, I don't know, like a 60s porn star, or he looked like an Australian rugby player.
yeah,
And it was just incredible. Honest to God, he had the best mullet ever. People would compliment him wherever he goes. The only issue is that none of them were women.
yeah, that's the thing.
All
None of
the
them are
guys
women.
would be like, bro, nice mullet.
There's probably like 5% of mullets that actually look good to women. They're like, okay, that looks good. That guy's hot, whatever. But it's normally because of all the other pieces, not because of the mullet. Like,
Yeah,
It's not the mullet itself.
right? It's not the right? But
Yeah.
The mullet is
they make
attached
it work, basically, right?
Yeah, it's
So, like,
usually like,
AFL
oh, that guy's so hot. Shame he's got a mullet. That's
so like
usually how it goes.
AFL here, is notorious for mullets, but typically they're high regarded in, by females. Are very attractive because, dude, they run so much, basically more than any other sport. They're very lean, very ripped, that kind of thing, yada yada. So it's the other stuff that then complements.
Yeah, like Rich said, it's what's
it's not the mullet. The mullet is So,
It's not the mullet that's the problem. It's what it's attached to is the problem.
yeah. The interesting thing was that
back this up as well to show you how much it wasn't the mullet. Like I've emphasized how fantastically in shape my brother is. We were at a festival about 4 years ago now, I think, maybe if not, about 4 years ago, 3-4 years ago, and he had just this insane mullet, this great mustache, and he was hench, like he was in shape. He was walking around with his top off, like making most guys insecure. So he'd walk up to this girl, and this girl turned around, took one look at his mustache, and goes, "Ew."
Yeah.
She straight up oohed him. The first thing he did, like we were there with like a group of girls as well. He goes up to one of the girls and goes, "Right, who's got a razor?" One of the girls was like, I got a razor. He dry shaved his mustache off because this girl turned around, didn't even look at him, and just said, "Ew." Just that goes to show, it's the mustache sort of mullet combo, or the compliments he got off the guys. Like everyone was like, "Bro, you look insane." Like, "Oh yes, what team do you play for?" Women, ew, get away from me. Who's that?
Yeah, look, I think the mustache thing, that's very similar as well. Like some guys can wear a mustache well, but you got to have everything else.
I think you got to be brave to rock a mustache.
Work, right? Otherwise, it's like the other portion with the your brother with the shirt off thing. I feel like that worked a couple of years ago. Nowadays, it's like
now not so much.
It was back in the very hype. Anyone that's Australian will know, like Ziz. Do you know who Ziz is? That kind of stuff.
No, no idea.
Do you know that, Rich? No. Okay,
no, I have no idea.
That kicked off the whole rave party, concert, dance, whatever culture, with ripped jack dudes with their shirt off at.
Oh, dude, I just keep thinking like Viking raver. That's all I'm thinking.
Oh yeah, no, dude, yeah. Oh, dude, that's a
raving.
classic video.
Yeah, it's that.
I did that one year about 10 years ago. The exact outfit and everything. Yeah, that was great. It was a great time. Yeah, it doesn't fly so much these days. I know after COVID, there was like a break in festivals in general, obviously, and then festival culture, and then the younger crew coming in. You also notice they don't have the same festival etiquette.
Oh yeah, well. It's the respect for it. It's the whole etiquette side of it.
Yeah.
Like, but
I don't know if you went to that many festivals.
Yeah, it's a completely different world going into a festival. It's that's not your typical civilized, place to be. You go there to be dirty. You go there to get shoved around and be in the mosh pit and stuff like that.
Yeah, where the mosh pit's gone, exactly. Where's the death wall?
I was literally about to say the last festival I went to was basically a music concert. The last festival I went to was just super chill. You just sit there. Everyone was very respectful, very etiquette. The first festival I went to, like, if you're not like, you'd walk out of the mosh pit with like black eyes, like a cut lip, and you're like, oh my god, these guys are savage.
Yeah, exactly. But now you're just walking through to get to a certain space, and you accidentally know someone. They're like, "Whoa, what was that?" It's like, dude, we're all cramped. What do you expect?
Don't be so shocked, man.
So, but yeah, Henry was saying before, so bogan is Australian New Zealand slang for a person considered unrefined or unsophisticated in their speech, clothing, behavior, or attitudes.
So like a UK chav.
Yeah, kind of like a chav, but we have another thing for
a chav, but cool.
Chavs.
Cool chav.
Yeah, it's kind of worse than that. Like they're almost more sophisticated.
Feral people.
Right. Yeah, it's weird. I'd have to explain
Open a
more
beer with your
trading
teeth
stuff.
sort of
We're
person.
going to get off the road of trading stuff right now, so I won't do it. But
Yeah, no, don't.
yeah, it's a very unique thing. But if
It's a lifestyle
we have
choice.
a meetup, I've got some stuff I can show you guys. Don't worry. So
Maybe show us tomorrow night
I'll
in the poker night.
yeah, that's a good point. Actually, yes, I can do that. 'Cause,
Yeah.
I got some.
We'll have a good laugh on poker night.
Yeah, there's some good songs and tracks as well. I
How
should do that.
cool would that be if we all actually got an opportunity to meet up in real life? I think the
100%
amount
we
of
will
fun
at some point.
we would
Oh,
have
no, yeah,
would
definitely.
be off the charts, mate. Off the charts.
Yeah, and I was going to say, like Henry said, so Chav's a little bit more like Eshe's. They hang around at train stations in like Nike fit
Yeah,
gear,
okay,
wear,
yeah,
like Nike
yeah.
DNs, that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
So we got they're different again. We got multiples, but dude, born in 2944, mate. I feel like I haven't seen you forever. You're back.
Yo,
Can you
what's
please
good?
tell us what gold is doing in
Gold is
29?
not doing a lot. I'm
Can we
literally
get the-
I'm on
can
gold
we get the
now.
prediction?
So this
I
is
hope
gold.
I hope you've been well, mate. So
I'm really not seeing much on gold at the moment. You know, I've got it here. I think like
30 minutes before news.
20 minutes.
yeah, I was
before
going to say euro dollar right now is actually starting to break lower.
it's breaking to the
again.
downside now, which is nice.
Yeah, if you want to check euro dollar, well,
So this is euro dollar. The thing is, it's breaking to the downside, but it's not. Oh, that's the 30. Let's have a look at the 15-minute.
Shuba, I'm asking how you are, by the way, mate.
Yo, what's good, man? I'm good, mate. I'm really good. I've had a giant can of Red Bull, and I've had one of the strongest coffees I've had in a while. So, dude, I'm bouncing off the walls. Like my brain's bouncing off my skull right now. So I'm trying my hardest to contain myself. I'm gonna go do a gym workout in a minute.
Maybe that's
try and
why you
burn-
didn't answer the question.
Yeah,
Okay.
how old are you, Will?
Not how are you? You're buzzing
old
out
are
of your mind right now.
Will's,
how old am I? I
Will's
thought it was like,
23.
how am I? Oh, how old am I? Dude,
23.
I'm 24. I had to think about that.
I'm
42? Turning 43. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, I'm turning 43. Yeah.
Old soul, old soul.
Dude, I am a very old soul. I'm a technophobe as well. I'm petrified of
How old
technology.
are you, Rich? If
I'm
if you want to
37.
say or not, I don't know. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm 37. My
37,
birthday's in
okay.
February.
Oh yeah. Cool.
Wowery.
When,
yeah, no,
when's your birthday? Will?
When's my
Sorry?
birthday?
You early or late?
Who, me? I'm October.
October.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
just passed. Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah. Right.
I'm 10th of
Remember.
October, I am.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
he's
an 01 baby.
he's recently had a birthday.
A birthday?
Birthday.
God, what do you mean? I
He had a
don't
bath
bath.
for the first time.
Huh?
He had a bath for the first time. You actually showered
Yes,
for
yes.
one.
I had a birthday.
Bath? What's
I don't
that?
do showers.
Shower? I've never eaten that.
What is that? Can you eat it? I don't know what that is.
Can you eat it? Yeah, fair. That's a valid question, actually. Can you eat it? I've probably not done it.
That's what
If
my
I
brother
can't
always
eat it
asks if he
or
doesn't know
trade it,
something.
I've not done it.
That's something my brother always asks. If he doesn't know what something is like, never heard of it. Can you eat it? Like, no, no, you can't. It's this. Oh, never heard of it.
If I can't eat it, play it, or trade it, then I haven't done it.
Fair.
You, LJ, you're like what, 30 something? You're in your early
30, 31, 32?
somewhere around there.
31.
You're 31.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna, yeah, I thought so. Yeah.
Birthday in March.
Oh, nice.
32 in March.
You and my wife, you're the same age.
Oh really? Oh, that's cool. Nice. When's her birthday?
February.
Feb.
Wow.
Okay,
The
March
end
27th.
of February.
Yeah. Fair. We're close then. We're close. We're very close. Dude,
Yeah.
the main thing is that, so I'm 22nd of March. Justin Bieber
Say what?
is 3 weeks older than me.
You're the 22nd of March.
Yeah, 22nd of March. Yeah.
She's the 22nd of Feb.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
there
Yeah,
you go.
you're 1 month apart. Literally.
Nice. That's cool.
I'm just looking at Euro now. We've whipped this low.
Maybe that's
have to
why
have
I
a-
like you.
Closed above.
Double
You know, you're-
birthday on stream.
Yeah. Will was just like, what?
Yeah, sorry. I was trying to figure out what the hell EU wants to do.
Henry,
probably-
1990, mate. You okay? Oh, so you're 35.
1990, baby.
Oh, we're close
I'm
as
an
well.
88 baby.
Right.
I think I still look good for 88. It's just some grey hairs.
Henry, where do you live?
That's only
I mean,
since
don't
streaming
say
as
it,
well, Rich.
but, where do you actually live? Send me a message on like Discord or something.
Can I put it on toast?
No, well, he lives near me, like in Queensland, in Brisbane.
Red Bull plus coffee. Christian, yeah, man. Red Bull plus coffee. I mean, it's sugar-free Red Bull, though, so sugar-free.
Yeah, it's the sheer amount of heart palpitations that I get from Red Bulls that prevent me from
Yeah,
wanting.
same as that,
to
man. Like,
Red Bulls.
I'm going to be doing the fastest gym session of my life. I'm just going to be sitting there, like, bicep curling, like
You know what's the
100
craziest thing for
100
me?
reps a second.
The craziest thing for me is if you go read the description on a Red Bull, it says there, warning, high blah 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 caffeine content, high sugar content, do not mix with alcohol. What do we go and do?
Yeah, literally. Vodka and
Do you
Red
know
Bull,
how much of their sales comes from Red Bull vodka? Because no one buys Red Bull by itself,
No.
right?
Yeah,
Everyone
no, I
buys,
know.
like,
What
Monster
lunatics
or
do that?
Celsius or something else or whatever, right? The amount of sales that comes from just, yes, like alcoholic venues, like clubs, bars, whatever, is insane. And yeah, again, it's all the sugar.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
do a good
like-
sugar-free. You know,
Like Wall Street Group said, Red Bull is horrendous for your health, diabetes. Dude, I don't have it often. This is the first time I've had a Red Bull since September when I was touring through France. I will admit I had like 2 or 3 Red Bulls then. But this is the first time I've had a Red Bull since. I don't often drink Red Bulls. I'll drink 1 coffee a day. I'll probably have 2 today if I'm feeling a little bit saucy. I've had 1 Red Bull, so yeah, fair. I've been quite naughty today. Been a bad boy.
If I have one Red Bull, I don't sleep for a week. I don't know what you're talking about.
I
Two
mean,
in a
fair.
day.
I can't. But this is why I have 1 coffee a day. I have a coffee at 11:30, and that's me done. Because if I have a coffee anytime after like 3-4ish, I'm sitting there staring at the wall like that till like 5 a.m.
I understand why you don't sleep at night, mate. I really understand now. I get a message from him. It's like 2-something:30 in the morning my time, and then he's rocking up 8 o'clock in the morning for the stream, and it's just like, dude, when do you sleep? It's like,
Dude, I'll go to bed at like 6 a.m. in the morning and wake up at 5:30.
Yeah, it's like, I
It's
really
like,
struggle
swear.
to sleep and whatnot, and it makes sense now. Red Bull, coffee.
I don't drink Red Bull. I had 1 as a treat.
look,
but
I
yeah,
probably
tonight-
had 1 to 2 energy drinks in general, right? Like typically it's Monster, every day for the past like 10 years. So
And look
No, I
what time
can't-
you're awake right now.
yeah, I know. Yeah,
hang on a minute.
I keep
Hang on.
going? That's the point,
LJ,
like,
we were literally playing
that's the
poker, and you
rule.
pulled an all-nighter. We're not surprised you don't sleep. We're not surprised you drink Monster on the daily. You know, that doesn't surprise us.
But no, stuff. It definitely affects people differently. Like my partner will be like, "Nah, I'm not drinking that." Like just like you were saying, Rich. Like I'll be up till forever, right? So for me, I take that. I still take like pre-workout as well.
Do you?
On top
So
of
that's
that.
I've stopped taking that now.
Stop
Yeah.
taking what?
I just go to bed.
Pre-workout.
Like, I just knock out whatever. It doesn't.
Nah, pre-workout, man. It used to overstimulate me in the gym. You know, like I don't know if you smoke or anything, but like I gave up smoking completely. But if I'm out having a couple of drinks, I may have the odd cigarette. And you know when you get a nicky rush, like a nicotine rush, you get like that nicotine high.
Yeah.
Like I'm there in the gym on like a half an hour to an hour, just pure pre-workout caffeine high, and I'm there like my hands are tingling. I'm just there like shaking trying to do like bicep curls, and it just overstimulates me completely. I'm just in some lost planet somewhere. I can't take pre-workout.
All right, guys. I think we have 25 minutes left before very high impact news. So first and foremost, guys, be very careful with the news. Just like LJ said, expect some strong movements. I'm going to say this again, guys. We have an amazing week coming next week. It is our Black Friday, Black Giveaway, Cyber Monday, whatever you want to call it, Black Week. It is our high value. High value, that's the word I was looking for. It is our high value week. We have discounts on all of the evaluation phases, ranging from 5% to 15%. We have giveaways every single day of the week. We have all of the hosts that are going to give you every single day. All 9 hosts are going to have a day where they're going to present you with some very specific and very personal, let's almost say, trading strategy advice. So please, guys, stick around the whole of next week. Rock up, be in the chat, drop us a like, drop us a subscribe. Bring everybody in that you would like to introduce to trading, and that is going to be the whole week next week, Monday through to Thursday, every single day. You're going to have massive value, massive giveaways. So and this is just to say thank you to everybody for bringing us over to 90K. Yes, it is going to be on YouTube, so everybody that is here, you need to be in the YouTube chat. You need to participate here for the giveaway. So, but the discounts is going to be discounted across the hub. So you have to be here for the giveaway specifically. So everybody, make sure that you drop us a like, a subscribe, and then just join us next week. Yeah,
absolutely. What an absolute gold drop. Also trading, your heart is screaming for help. Yeah, true.
Yeah. That's right. It's the lifeblood, caffeine.
William, you have a good collection of cigars. I do also have a good collection of cigars, and I do like whiskey.
But yeah, I will say, as far as the markets right now, we seem to be somewhat consolidating across the board. We've had a bit up, a bit down. Euro dollar is now trying to press that 115.10 low that we had earlier from Asia. We had a tap over that. We've now corrected a tiny bit. But across the board, it's very much wait until the payroll data coming out very soon. So 22 minutes from now. Hence, we've been chatting about bits and pieces along the way, because right now the market is not really doing anything. It's not sensible to make a move on that right now. As far as gold has basically just, retraced back up to relative. I mean, if you look at the ATR from today, we've just come up to one of the, like, if you've got a fib, it's about the 78% from the lows, right? So nothing crazy.
It's the waiting game right now.
Yeah, NASDAQ's basically the same. We had the small dip before. We're just under the highs made through Asia as well. Everyone is just waiting at this point to get that data through. Now, it's going to be very hard to say how the market actually digests that. It is old data, like we were saying before, and given the tangentials through that period, it should come out pretty much in line. So, the risk portions, if we think of it that way, would be that somehow we get a higher than typical number or lower than typical number, which we shouldn't do. Hence, it would be very odd, right? Because that data was collected, no problem, no issue, no nothing. So, if it did come out distinctly higher or lower, we now get into weird things of people calling, like, is this a, I don't know, fronting thing, conspiracy type thing? Why have we cancelled the October data? We're leaving out this, we're leaving out that, we're putting the other data in December till after the Fed, blah, blah, blah. So the headline number, I don't think any of that's going to happen. I'm not a theorist like that, I think we'll just come out in line. We're pretty by the by. So probably most likely just to continue the current trend we already have. And for the meantime, until we get further Fed speak, as long as that doesn't come out massively negative, we'll probably more US dollar strength, downside for euro dollar, downside for pound dollar, downside for stocks, downside for gold, downside for Aussie dollar overall. That should be the net outcome.
Fauzank, will it be available for one whole week? Yes, it will be the whole of next week, Monday the 24th until Thursday the 27th. We will have this whole week of discount and on-stream giveaways, as well as on-stream, well, not necessarily, yeah, it's going to be on-stream strategies from all of the hosts. So that's the whole of next week from Monday through to Thursday.
Wait.
Yeah, boy. All right, guys, I'm going to have to dip out. My partner's here, so I have to say bye.
Nice. Say hello
I will
to
see you guys tomorrow in the
me.
Discord. We'll wrap out whatever comes from the NFP. So I'll give my analysis, all that kind of stuff, everything going forward in the Discord tomorrow with Akram. So come check us out there. And for now, good luck, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Ciao.
Awesome stuff. Nice one. See you later.
Great evening, mate. All right.
Alrighty then. Let's bring in.
I think we've got two absolutely.
Rayan, I do not know and would not like to guess. He is the masked trader. He is the one. Please do not bring Pedro in first, Remy. Thank God for that. Can you imagine? Just like the intro for Victor, next minute Pedro just comes in. It's like, and then next, I didn't get a chance to finish the intro. We have got the Portuguese Pedro.
What's up, Pedro? He was standing like this.
What's good, guys? How are you doing?
It feels like the introduction before the wrestlers come to the fighting floor.
Well, that was kind of the intention, but then I sort of
it felt like that. So I think it was a success. Very well done, Will.
I sort of
now I'm all revved up for a fight. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's get ready to
bring up the apples.
Trade.
So, how's everyone watching us? You 2, 3, actually, I should say, Pedro included. Did you feel that same feeling, that same vibe, Pedro, as you were coming in, ready to, punch the air as you're going towards the ring?
Yep, I'm completely ready.
You're
90K,
putting
let's go.
your gloves together. Yeah, exactly. That's how it felt.
Fantastic, 90K. Thank you very much, guys. We are 90 already.
Right, I'm going to love you all and leave you. I'm going to go have a heart attack now. So I'll see you. I'll hopefully see you all tomorrow if I can get defib quick enough. All jokes aside, guys, thank you so much for joining. Thank you very much. Grateful for each and every one of you coming through. Make sure you absolutely smash the like button and subscribe for these two fantastic hosts, Pedro and Victor. And we shall see you all. No, I won't. Oh my God, guys, this is it. This is the weekend. It's a Thursday. I forgot. Well, if that's the case, then I shall see you all Monday. Have a fantastic weekend, everybody. Take some time. Go touch some grass. It is winter in the UK, so go touch some snow if it's snowing where you are. Or if you're in Europe, go touch some snow. But guys, go spend some family time. Take some time off the markets, go relax, go do some meditation, go do some stretching, go do some exercise, come back to the markets with a fresh new mindset, ready to smash out the markets on Monday. Guys, thank you very much. See you all on Monday.
Cheers, Will.
Thank you, William. I was gonna ask you a question, but you vanished before. Okay, don't worry. I'm not gonna come.
I'll stay for you, man. Yeah, you know that. What's up?
I was gonna ask. I haven't followed. To be frank about, I haven't followed the whole conversation, but I got while I was in the background for the last 15 minutes or so, I got a glimpse of what you guys were talking about, and it seems to be like you have some experience with stimulants, right? Red Bull and whatnot. Um, Wanted little advice. And as you just mentioned, um, you jokingly said heart attack, and of course your cardiovascular risk, from what I know, and I know you in person, are probably very, very low. However, I would advise. I actually wanted to ask you if you have your readings on your heart variability rate, because your heart, there are things you can do to measure, and they will give you a feedback of really how much stress your heart is taking. And it might be because you're using stimulants, right? You said Red Bull, and you're staying up all night and all of that. It's a good feedback loop to give an honest and objective reading as to how your heart is dealing with all of these wonderful routines you have.
I don't actually have a reading. No, I had an ECG monitor on me for a week, a couple of years ago. I do suffer with chest cramps every now and then. That's why I cut all Red Bulls out. That's why I cut all coffees out. That's why I cut all pre-workouts. You hit it. You hit it. Well, you're a junkie.
Drinking Red Bull? What's wrong with you?
No, I don't drink Red Bull anymore. Like I said, it's a treat. I do suffer my sleeping, but no, I don't know. It would be super interesting. Due to my cardiovascular fitness, I've got a very low heart rate, so I'm very fit. But as far as heart stress, I haven't done a reading for that. No, I know that I am very cardiovascular fit, and I have got a very low heart rate. But no, it'd be interesting.
No, nowadays with these smartwatches, many of them, just to, I'm not affiliated at all, but I mean, you have like Garmin's and Fitbit and Polar, and all of them have this HRV, which is your heart rate variability, and that is a pretty good indication of how your heart is dealing with lack of sleep, stress, and even stimulants and things like that. So it could be, and I didn't ever even know that little history you just publicly share with everyone listening in. But I think, I don't know, just a question, and maybe a suggestion. Maybe look into it and see. Very easy. You don't have to do anything. Just wear it. Just wear it, and it will give you some ideas. And since you're a gym goer as well, I'm pretty sure you're very interested in maximizing or optimizing your efforts. And if your cardiovascular system is under stress, and if you're not sleeping, that will diminish the returns from the time you spend in the gym. And the return, we're not talking about risk adjusted returns, but returns in terms of or maybe we are, but in terms of the returns you get, you're going to the gym for various reasons, and one of them is to have some muscle growth stimulants, right? So that's why we work out. That's why we do strength workout. So and all of that, missing, having suboptimal sleep patterns could affect that. And having these smartwatches that everyone has them, seemingly nowadays, so very easily accessible, you can get a reading and help you optimize for your other goals.
So I know my dad has a Garmin. I don't do smartwatches and stuff like that. I'll have to see if I can borrow his later on tonight when I see him. See if I can borrow his to do a reading. But yeah, that's why I've actually stopped going gym in the morning. Like, me and my brother used to go to gym at like 5-6 a.m. in the morning. I've stopped that now because until I can sort my sleeping out and get into bed early and then get up early. I've stopped going to the gym in the morning, so now I have a break in the afternoon of a couple of hours. So like now I'll probably leave it an hour and a half because I had a little bit of breakfast earlier, and then I'll jump into the gym and do my back session. I did the same yesterday with the chest session, and that would be super interesting. I know that when I don't sleep as much, my body is super weak, and I got to take it a little bit easier at gym, or I got to do like an evening session and maybe have like a bit of a chill out time to allow my body to recover properly. But this is the only thing that I take now is creatine. That's all I take. I don't even take excess protein. I just take natural proteins, and creatine is the only thing that I take as a supplement now.
Victor, were you a doctor in a previous life?
No comments.
He's still a doctor. What are you on about? He's the doctor of the science of the markets. Anyway, guys, I've got to leave you. Victor, thank you very much for that input, and I'll try and come back. No, I keep thinking tomorrow is a thing. I'll come back Monday, or I'll just message you if I do a read-in. Guys, yeah, the fake out, the William fake out. Absolutely, man. Well, this time is for the real deal. So, guys, thank you so much, and I shall see you all Monday. Stay fresh, stay healthy.
Take care, William.
Cheers, Will. I love that little segment that you just did now, Victor. It was pretty awesome. But guys, really hope that you guys have an amazing day, and I'll see you guys next week, Monday, for a lovely Black Week.
Black Week it is. It's going to be a lot of fun. I mean, everyone is waiting for these days to get, whatever it is on their wish list. And I'm sure on that list, for many traders, is some, bigger accounts. And now is your moment. The fivers, like any self-respecting, quality firm, does not give a lot of discounts. Not very often, right? And that says something about those who give a lot. But that's another theme. So we at the five, for a reason, right? When you have quality, and when you give quality, there's no necessity to recur to big discounts, because that is what happens when you have good quality. But now this is like one of the very only few times a year that we offer some kind of a discount, and now is your chance. This doesn't come every month, for sure, not even every quarter. So I think you can count on one hand the times of per year that discounts are given at the Fiverr. So if you have them on your list, and actually I'm making your farewell message much longer. Rich, thank you for today, and I hope you have a lovely a Black Weekend. Do you call it like that? Cyber Weekend?
Cyber Weekend, I think, is the more appropriate for me specifically. All right, Victor, Pedro,
indeed.
have a great weekend and week as well. I'll see you guys on Monday. I'm going to jump out, otherwise I might need to fill this on stream. So,
thank you, Richard. Thank you, man. Have a good weekend.
That would be interesting. All right, so Pedro, how are you doing? Are you a gym goer?
Going. Yeah, I do workouts regularly. Actually, I'm following an app. After a long time, I finally kind of following an app which basically prepares the workouts that I'm doing on a weekly basis. Weekly basis. I work out around 5 times per week. That's kind of what I'm trying to do.
Good.
Sometimes four, if not 5. It's because one of those days I'm doing some kind of cardio as well. It's been, I got the app back in February. It has been 41 weeks in a row. This week's going to be the 42. At least 3 workouts per week to count as a week completion. But the average is around 4 to 5 workouts per week, which is nice. Which is quite nice, to be honest. Including some running in the mix.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Have you noticed? Go ahead.
No, ask the question, then I can reply.
No, I was gonna make the transition to. Have you noticed a difference in your trading performance before and after training regularly? I don't know if you had some period before that you weren't training or doing some kind of workout or play some sport, but have you noticed any difference before and after, because I think that's the relevant part for, it's nice for people to know that you work out and how often you do that, which is great. It's just good example and, a public service in some kind and some shape. But I mean, making it, very relevant for the traders out there. Did you notice any difference?
Kind of, yes. In terms of even the confidence that you feel with yourself, feeling okay, feeling more energized. I think that also ends up helping, and it kind of helped a little bit with trading as well. So feeling more ability to stay more focused, also to release the stress. It was also a big shift. Actually the reason for me to get into an app, and this may be one of just a comment in terms of the importance sometimes of coaches or mentors, that sometimes we are a little bit kind of against, kind of sometimes in investing in having a coach or a mentor. But even if it's kind of just in an online app, the reality, that was actually one of the biggest differences that I felt, because I was spending a lot of time while I was kind of working out just by myself. I was repeating the same exercises also constantly, and because because then I was not doing as much research maybe I could do to try to diversify a little bit the workouts I'm doing or the things I do. I was kind of repeating myself and getting lost on socials and whatever while I was working out. With the app, which kind of is more structured, the guy actually set up every week the workouts for the week ahead. And it's more structured because there's a timing rest that I should do. Kind of it goes from almost working out for 1 hour and 10 or 1 hour to goes to more 40 minutes, but it's an intense 40 minutes workout that I do. So it creates more structure, which also helped me as well then to even spend less time doing that and more focus on the things that I need to do. And trading also can saw a little bit of an improvement in there in terms of more organization. But that was one of the main differences. Getting more structure, having someone kind of on my shoulder, even to push me. Now I know that I'm in this run, so I actually need to work out at least 3 times per week to count as a week that I work out. So it's also that peer pressure, kind of pressure that I have, which is quite nice as well. And what else? Then the biggest difference was that actually I started working out a bit more in the evening. Before I was kind of more midday or something like that, kind of lunchtime. It was taking way too long between workout, showers and everything, and then come back to, instead of 1 hour, it would take a long time. So even in terms of organizing my own time for workout, there's a period I was working out way in the morning, like 6:30 a.m. I was going and starting to work out and whatnot. But that I was doing more cardio back then. Carrying the weights, I prefer to do it in the evening. I cannot really do it as soon as I wake up, start carrying, like lifting a lot of weights. But that's a little bit of what I saw. And even in terms then, because we started talking about devices, I wear a Whoop, which is something that also tracks. The reason I'm wearing a Whoop and not a smartphone is because I hate notifications. Even my phone is always on focus mode. Like I don't like notifications. It distracts me. It creates anxiety for me anytime my phone starts ringing. So I solve the time. No, the not disturb mode, so it doesn't even vibrate on anything. And I'll be super anxious and stressed if I had my wrist vibrating every single time. It would be quite stressful. This tracks exactly that. It tracks your heart rate, your resting, my sleep, your efficiency. It was actually a good realization, trying to track my sleep and everything, to see actually how many hours I'm sleeping, or the efficiency of my sleep, and everything else. And that helps. So also helped with trading, with my performance overall in the end. At least even in terms of becoming more self-aware of all those things.
Talking about focus mode, we have in 25 minutes the NFP coming out. Let's focus on that while we talk about your Whoop device right there and the effect it has had in your on your life. Because some people may say, well, great, I never thought about this. It's a good advice, or it's a good thing.
Just 1 second. Just 1 second, Peter. We are like 5 seconds away, like 2 seconds away from NFP, which is right now. So let's just see the reaction on the dollar and everything. Okay, dollar moved down. Dollar is moving up.
Your EU moving down just a tiny bit. actually more now so than before. Maybe I'll switch to mine very
can.
quickly. Here you are.
Yeah, it was high. It was 119K, so it was much higher than expected. Most likely what this says is that the Fed will not cut rates. Basically, I think with this type of data, which shows strength on the labor data, I think the Fed's not going to cut rates in December. Which in theory can look quite good, but can also look bad because the market wanted the Fed to cut rates. I will not talk about the indices. So we'll see. Initial reaction is positive for the dollar in theory. But US indices, I think because everyone wanted the Fed to continue to cut rates and all of a sudden they may stop. Yeah, we'll see. Sorry, Victor, continue.
No, go ahead. Tell the viewers why would it be good and why would it be perceived bad if the Fed is not going to be cutting rates, or more likely not to be cutting rates after these numbers that came out.
Yeah, sorry.
No. Put it into context, if you can, if you will. You mentioned now we see the EU moving up after initially, having a little bit of a, initial like 10 pips or so, move to lower levels. But you mentioned something. You said based on the numbers, you think the chances of rate cut has diminished. Why is that good, or why is that bad for the dollar?
Just 1 second. So if I bring here my chart, actually there was a big difference already yesterday. Maybe this was already anticipation. We have seen that 1 month ago it was 90%, basically 98% guarantee that we would have a rate cut. Last week it was 50-50. Yesterday it was still actually 50-50. This may be just at least during the day, but all of a sudden there was now a big shift again, where 72% is to keep the rates unchanged. Okay, so basically there was a shift from 98% a guaranteed rate cut to now 72% that is guaranteed kind of no rate whatsoever in December. We're talking about the December meeting on the 10th of December. Basically, what would affect this is if the labor market was still negative, kind of low. For example, today the expectation was around 50,000 new jobs. So if it was maybe below this number, that could be a problem. But to show maybe there was still kind of weakness, but it was actually twice as much. It was higher, right? It's 119. That shows also strengthened into that the labor market is not as bad as maybe it would look like. Even yesterday as well with the FOMC minutes, it's also kind of mentioned that the Fed or many of the Fed members may not be expecting a real increase in inflation because of the tariffs, which means that there is maybe no risk of inflation as well. But above all, I think one of the main reasons for the Fed to cut rates, it will be the problem with the economy, in this case the labor market. That if it continues to increase the unemployment rate, then they'll just keep cutting rates to boost the economy, basically. But since the labor market is actually okay, I think we start to notice that shift. We start noticing the shift that the market participant is already anticipating a no rate in December, and that's why one of the reasons why the US indices were dropping so much for the last few weeks. It was exactly because of that. Kind of it started when we start having that shift, a perception that we're not going to have any rate cuts in December, and today kind of news is there is a mix. Okay, because yes, a strong labor market is positive for the economy. However, it keeps delaying these rate cuts, which is something that the market really wants to happen. The market wants the Fed to start cutting those rates because they are considered to be quite high. Even Trump, as we know, is pushing for a long time for the Fed to cut rates, and as long as it continues to be quite high, it can be a little bit of a problem. It can continue to create some issues into the economy. But apparently, we're going to have a delay in there. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what will happen.
You were mentioning the 10th of December as the next opportunity, which now is has changed quite a lot in the expectation of a rate cut. How is the expectation going forward? Like after December, do we have some numbers, some graphs we can?
Yeah, so
has that
yeah, we can look
changed?
at the January. Even 1 second. Is this okay? So in January, at this point, is at around 50% for one rate cut. Okay, and you can see that before that, as you can see, it was already going to 3.5. So at this point, you are at 4%. Okay, so in January, as you can see, around 50% to be one rate, and 14% to be at 50. So basically, 1 month ago, the discussion to be, are you going to be at 350 or 375? Now it's going to be, you are going to be at 4 or 375. So it's kind of a delay of a rate cut so far, and then you can continue all the way through to March and so on. Okay, so basically, of course, all this is going to be updated. All this can change quite quickly, as you just realized in December. Okay, so this can change quite quickly. And one thing that is still important is that until this meeting in December, we are still going to have at least one more NFP. Okay, so we are going to have still the December's NFP being announced, which again, if by the chance is really low, it may still shift some of this probability what the Fed is going to do. So that's why the Fed is always data dependent, or has been data dependent during all this period. Always in every Fed meeting, FOMC, press conference, they always say you are dependent on the data that you receive on a monthly basis to come up with decisions on what to do in the next meeting, and they're constantly doing that. So again, today's number is important. It's the first one that we have received for the last 2 months because of the government shutdown. We haven't received any NFP for a while, but the reality is that we are going to still have, on the first week of December, we're still going to have a new NFP, which can still influence eventually the data. But now we can see a complete shift. As you can see, again, it was less than 1% for the rates to stay the same, and now it's at 72, and this was 1 month ago. Yeah, but things can change. Things can definitely change.
So, but they have the other thing is the inflation, right? You were talking about labor, the labor market being strong. The dual mandate, right? The other mandate that the Fed has is the inflation. And the headline just actually right there, you mentioned that the tariff inflation isn't actually measurable, or it's not having its effect yet. It's not impressive. It's not impacting it yet. How long can we still expect, do you think, the effect of tariff? Like, I know there's going to be some kind of delay, right? Because a trickle down effect you will have on the tariffs. But how long after is that still a factor? Like, if after 6 months, after a year, at a certain moment you can say, well, we absorbed whatever effect it was going to be, and there is none to be expected. How long do we still need to, do you think, wait or expect some kind of a inflation, tariff inflation effect?
Yeah, it's a good question. To be honest, I'm not really sure. That's why I think the Fed has been always anticipating, kind of a little bit delaying, and with fear that eventually that impact of the tariffs would have in inflation. But the reality is that so far it hasn't really been seen anything really impactful into the inflation, which is a good thing. Okay, it's actually a good thing, and actually that kind of reinforces a little bit of the work that Trump has done, because again, one of the main issues was, okay, all these tariffs that Trump is adopting and would eventually have some kind of impact in overall inflation. But so far we haven't really seen it. I think that's one of the reasons why the Fed has been delaying so much the rate cuts. Since that is kind of still steady, now I think the Fed can focus on the unemployment. The unemployment was starting to be a bit low, so they kind of cut rates. Now the unemployment is kind of steady, so they can maybe kind of stabilize it a little bit and keep it as it is. So yeah, we'll see. I don't. To be honest, I don't really know. I don't think we have anyone actually knows exactly for how many months we are going to be waiting to eventually get this impact of the tariffs into the inflation. There should be already some kind of resistance in it, because it has been like since April, May, whatever. There's been already a few months since we have them. But so far so good. That's kind of it goes into a good job, Trump. At least it's not whatever he did. It's not really being reflected so far in reality into the CPI data.
And the other thing is that a lot of the effect we would be measuring now would be not only the actual tariffs, but the expectation of tariffs, because a lot of the tariffs haven't most of them have been delayed, and it's the reaction and the anticipation of whatever is going to come that brings uncertainty for the industries and for the consumer and things like that. Right, because many of these deals are still being negotiated right now, and they are not. No, there is no rate agreed upon, at least not yet.
Yep. So yeah, okay. I'm just reading. This was a trade that we took with the Portuguese channel yesterday. We were long on the NASDAQ. Where is NASDAQ now? Maybe it reached the target. Did it reach a target? I'm not really sure if it reached a target. I need to check the account.
Is that the democratic signal you guys are doing?
Yeah, exactly. We got long in here exactly at this point. Actually, this was my entry. They wanted to enter at market somewhere around here. I just placed the trade kind of a little bit lower. And now I went to this kind of a left shoulder. So we were lucky. We got really tagged in here. On my account, actually, I missed my trade. For some reason, I had my entry.
That's a beautiful entry, though.
Yeah, but I missed mine, though, on my account. So, yeah, the fibers got it, but I missed mine. Mine was here. For some reason, for a pip or whatever, I don't even know. Never got filled. I thought I got filled initially. But I missed it. But this was a good one.
I think your volume was way too high. Couldn't get filled.
Yeah, maybe. No, it was like for a point or so. But this was a trade, I think 3-1. So yeah, it should have got filled now. Because my question was, since price kind of missed the target, I was asking the guys, should we close it? Should we move stop loss break even? What you guys want to do just before the news? And maybe the trade was now TP. So hopefully it was. On my personal, I am actually on the DAX. What chart is this? Why so many gaps in here? This chart is quite creepy. Okay, this is better. Yeah, that was.
It's
weird.
a Halloween chart.
Yeah, that was 1 second. Yeah, I don't know.
Ooh, that's very creepy to me too.
Yeah, there's so many gaps in here. Yeah, but my entry on my account in here was, I entered actually in here. I actually got a greater entry as well. So I had this demand zone that I was looking for. I got filled, already took some partials, and now the rest is hopefully to just continue. The reason for that is we are kind of retesting this structure here at around these levels. Already took these lows, and the way price was starting to move, and then we took this stop as well. So I end up I placed a buy limit. This time I got filled gladly, because I actually placed both buy limits at the same time on the DAX and on the NASDAQ. But the other one I didn't get filled. This one at least I got filled in here. Yeah, that was a nice entry. It's also basically at the bottom. So this was the structure I wanted to trade from, this demand zone. And we'll see. Maybe I can grab it. Since I missed the short, actually missed the short like 1 week ago or something like that. I think I already covered it. Hopefully now I can let it. I think my final target's around this level. It's around this structure around here, exactly. So I'm not going to rally out of it. I'm not really sure if we're going to go all the way, but I think we could maybe try to retest something around here before potentially moving down. That's a trade. That's a trade. I mean, yeah, this one. Well, good for the account, the Portuguese account. We are kind of in a drawdown with this one. I think we go positive in the account.
Nice. And that is the actual risk reward ratio as well?
We always take a 3-to-1, so whatever 3-to-1 is, that's going to be the target. So I don't know if exactly already reached it or not. I need to open it. I usually don't have that open. I have to wait too many.
How much are you risking?
We are risking 0.5%. So it's a 5K account. We are risking around $25 because that's 0.5%. So it's 0. We are risking 0.5. Target to reward 3-to-1 always. We open maximum of 2 trades per day. Sometimes you don't open any, but it's maximum of 2 trades per day. We don't move stop loss break even. That's why I kind of ask an exception, just because we are just before the news. But usually we don't manage a trade, so it's either stop loss or break even. There's no moving stop loss or target. There's no moving to break even. There's nothing whatsoever. And, again, one of we work almost 4% up, and all of a sudden we went into a losing streak of 11 trades or 12 trades. Actually, I think so. So it was 12 trades in a row I was losing. We lost to 4%. We came all the way down to minus, I don't know, maybe minus 2%, and now we are dancing around the break even period. Sometimes the times of the trade, again, we execute these trades around 5 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. So it's maybe not the best time. We pay a lot of swaps, so every time we pay swaps because the trade stays open every single time overnight, usually. So we pay swaps in every single trade that we take, basically. It's interesting. I think we are going to eventually try to. I think we are going to pass the challenge. We'll see.
So, and what will you do with the payout? Will you?
We'll see. That's with the community. I'm going to vote as well. They decide whatever they're going to do, we'll do it. That's for them to decide. They are deciding everything.
They're gonna open a mailing list, a registration for everyone who has had some kind of input, so you can divide the payout into everyone in a very democratic way, a very fair way.
I think so. Something like that. Something like that. What about you? What is your? Go ahead. Sorry.
No. I'm gonna. I'm gonna, switch off for just a few minutes, and I'll be right back.
Okay. Guys, let us know. Did you trade the NFP? What are you guys looking at today with the news? Do you like to trade the news? Are you in any trades? Are you not in any trade? Are you looking for any trade? Let us know what you guys are looking at on the charts. Now we are going to finally focus a bit more on the charts. So let us know what is your bias, either for the NASDAQ, for gold, for the dollar. In my opinion, as you guys know, I shared this also last Tuesday when I was here with LJ. And even the week before, in my opinion, I think the dollar was still bullish. I think when we did manage to break, when this top broke that top, in my opinion, I think the dollar showed the signals or the signs that it still wanted to go and move to the upside. It was just a matter of eventually retracing, and as long as basically price stayed above these levels in here, I think that would be my expectation, at least for price to retest this top in here, if not even breaking it. And actually, I'm still expecting eventually for it to break, which then will push the euro dollar as well, maybe a little bit closer to this 114 something. So of course, on euro dollar, I'm still paying attention at this level, actually, where price reacted with the news. It's actually a good level. There is a little bit of a fair value gap in here at this extreme. So if the dollar actually wants to go higher from here, then this will be, in my opinion, one of the best places to go at these lows. Overall, I still think that eventually the euro dollar could continue to move lower because in the bigger picture, we did respect it quite nicely, these previous structures, and I think the euro dollar hasn't really reached the final level from this bearish move. But for now, if there was a reaction, if there was a level that I'll be interested in trying to look for longs, it would be kind of where price end up reacting right now. And now I'll be trying to see if the euro dollar actually manage to sustain and move to the upside, of this is just a quick fake out, and eventually price will continue to move to the downside at around this level. 1 second, Tim. You have here Muscat saying, I'm not in a trade but looking for GPU short. From where? Do you want to share with us? Where are you looking for? Santos asking Victor, can I have a look at Aussie dollar? It's going to come back to, okay, can have a quick look at Aussie dollar. is going to come back to 0.64646. Jesus, that's a 0. So do you want to try to go long from this level? Is that what you want? You want to try to look for a long from around here? And because price already kind of moved away a little bit, you're having a little bit of FOMO. Is that the situation, or do you have actually your confirmation that now you are looking for longs because the Aussie dollar actually give you the trigger that it wants to look for longs? Maybe because it broke this, structure, or something like that. What is the reason you are looking for longs in there? Victor, we should do this on Discord. The trades, yeah, that would be a good idea. Hi, bro. I'm following from Uzbekistan. Welcome. First of all, don't forget to subscribe if it is the first time that you are here or not. We do have people watching us from all over the world, so you are more than welcome to join us. Ask your questions if you do have any. If you are in any trade, feel free to also let us know, and you can maybe take a quick look at that trade. Looking for rejection on GBP USD at 1.3. You're looking for longs, correct? Looking for shorts. GBP USD 131.05, 131.045. Okay, so we are looking for potential shorts on the pound from around this level. Yeah, potentially can be. I'm a bit more bearish on the euro for some reason comparing with the pound. The pound could have definitely still continue to move a little bit more to the downside. But at this point, the pound is reacting nicely from these lows. So maybe we can find a little bit of buying pressure. So yeah, we'll see. If there is a level to go short, maybe it's from here or then from a little bit higher. So if you do find some kind of opportunity, I don't really like the factor that we actually respect this. Vitor may say now that this is actually a Quasimodo. Look at the level where price reacted. Now, Vitor definitely is going to say the magic words of, look at this beauty. Where is it? For sure. For sure, Vitor is going to say something like, look at this beauty. Look at where price reacted in here. We have this beautiful Quasimodo. We are on the 5 minutes. On the 15 minutes, it's also visible. I'm going to actually bring it here to see the precision of the look at that, like to the pipette, right? To the look at it. Look at this. Unbelievable. And you guys don't like Quasimodos. Incredible. Look at that. No, I don't know go ahead.
Yeah, I do like your impersonation of myself. That's great. What pair is that? That's pound. Okay.
Dollar.
Pound dollar impersonation of me. All right. So, let me double check. You are in the lower time frames. Sure. Let me switch to my. That was a Muskan Bartaula. That's a mouthful, but we try. So this is the higher time frame, just for us to get an idea. We left a monthly structure, and below us there's nothing else but a weekly structure way later. Not only that, but we are currently below the weekly structure. We are currently retesting. Not a surprise that that weekly structure is failing, because of course we have the monthly that is propelling this move, so to speak. So expecting the weekly to not hold, coming from a monthly that is a reasonable, a probable thing to happen, or a thing to happen, to occur. So we haven't closed below that weekly structure yet, but you can clearly see that the effect of this order block it has had on the market is minimal, at least ineffective in holding price above the lowest border of its price range. So probably, unless something changes this week, we will see the invalidation of that weekly structure. And now we go quickly to the daily time frame. And yesterday, actually, we already got a little taste of what's most likely to come, because we broke the only bullish structure we had after we broke this on the daily time frame, after we broke that level, that weekly level that I just talked about, we started mounting a. Let me make this with some straight lines. That is visually more appealing. We started this, beginnings, genesis of a uptrend, right? And where does that uptrend or that impulsive or that move, where does it get invalidated? It's at this order block right here. And yesterday we broke it. Now the market plays around, fakes out all kinds of things, so anything can happen. It can, because this is high impact news. It wouldn't surprise for the market to retake and create another one today. But as long as we stay weak, and in alignment with what happened yesterday, which is breaking of that structure, I expect price to be going lower in the near future. And by near future, I mean the next couple of days, most likely. But we'll have to see if we can reclaim this broken level, and more importantly, even if we go up, but more slower, that's not a word, slower than the impulse we had down. To me, that is just a retrace. If we happen to this, even if we reclaim later on this line, which was the line that was broken, even if we reclaim it, if we do that slowly, the slower we do it, the lower the probabilities are that we will have a continuation, right? So depending on at the speed at which we reclaim that level, if we indeed reclaim it, we can have an idea of, okay, this is just a retrace for prices going actually much lower into the weekly structure we have below us, right? Even if this were to happen, we reclaim it slowly, as I said, I would definitely see it as something, just another opportunity to short this, because we don't have future data. We'll have to see if it really starts creating structures on top of each other. So that is the backdrop of what we're going to be seeing on the daily time frame. So if we go deeper in, what have we seen? We did have previously we did have a quasi, or the quasi is still there. This is the quasi, the bigger quasi, the 4 hour quasi right there. And we did have a structure here, which was not respected at all. So basically, this whole pattern only comes into play when we reach much lower level for a possible pop. But currently, we don't have anything. There is actually, it's 2 minutes from the close for this H4 order block, which is is it a outside bar? Yes, it is. So that's going to be as fresh as you can get it, and actually that's where the level is. That's going to be an H4 order block. That looks promising. That looks promising for a push much higher, even though it did not follow it didn't respect the order block right here, the entry that I had here, right? That's the close that invalidates this level. I was looking to trade that, but the market just didn't respect it, and that means that I will, in such cases, I will not be entering the trade at all. Period. I can trade along from this level when we come back to retest it after 1 minute and 18 seconds, at least on my end. But that is delayed, of course. By the time you see it, it will be something else. So coming on the lower time frames, I did have a reason, right, to look for the short. I mean, for the long, based on the quasi that I just indicated. But that reason was gone by the time the market actually started to turn around. But if we want to ask, which was, I think, what you wanted to do, Pedro, ask if we do have a quasi there, and I'm quite sure I can find one on the 30-minute. That's not a time frame that I consider to be a setup time frame. My lowest setup time frame is the 1 hour, but that would be the neckline on that move. This will be the head, the left shoulder. And let's measure if I were to apply my ideas or my way of trading on this chart, on this pair. Let's see if we would have gotten a trade. That's one. not okay. So that's the other one. So we only have two structures, which are not great because they're quite wide. But hey, it is what it is. Let me mark that as well as a 30 minutes, so we know what it is. And that's exactly where I would be looking, right? This would be the area, and that's a beauty. Look at that beauty. Look at that beauty. Look at that thing. Oh, that reaction. I wouldn't be able to trade it because well, I would be able to scalp it, but it's two candles before the news. I'm not going to be getting in before that because my stops are going to be on the lower time frames, much, much tighter. And as you can see, rightfully so, because look at that wick that was caused by that high impact news, which we can measure actually is around, we had like a 7.4, which isn't a lot. But we all know getting in with tight stops before news, that's asking for trouble. So actually, this is the view that you're talking about. Now I see it. Oh yes, it's on the 30 minute. It's on the 30 minute, not on the hourly. So I wouldn't have even seen it, to be fair. But it's on the 30 minute there. That's the actually the proper application of the rules that I apply is you want to, if within the same candle it touches a second another structure entry order block to get in, it's the one further away that you need to be targeting. So that means that I would have given I get an entry, I would put my stop. If this were to be my execution time frame, which it isn't, I would put my stop on the other side of that structure, and then take it away. But that's easy talking because the actual way to get in would be with a proper lower time frame entry, which I don't think there would be here. Let me double check. 1, 2, 3. Maybe there is. I wouldn't have traded anyways because no, I wouldn't have traded at all because there's way too many structures in there. But you can see I wouldn't be by many accounts. I wouldn't have been trading that area. But I do like the reaction, right? There's to me it's so evident. Maybe I sound like a preacher, trying to convince people, but just you don't have to have faith to see this. You just watch it. You just measure it objectively with your eyes. I'm not making this up, right? If you go this is the reaction we had on the 30-minute quasi, but look at this on EU on the hourly. This is so technical, and that's why I love trading these order blocks because the market respects them not all the time, but so often enough to be profitable and if you're really really good at it, very profitable at it just by using order blocks, even without the quasis, which further enhances anyone's performance. But look at this. We had from the left we had an H2 order block. I talked about this on Discord, this order block, this setup area, but it wasn't respected. Price went through it, never had a proper reversal from, and that's a lot of weakness. That's after we went through the daily right here, and we talked about that if we were to close below that daily, then actually the whole thing would start crumbling down, the whole setup, and that happened as well. But look at what happened. Let me see. Was it on the? Let me double check this. Yes. So what we have is the market breaks the daily order block. I left it there because these order blocks, these structures are seen by a lot of people, and they flip just like trend lines flip and support and resistance flip. So it breaks, right? The daily breaks. The 4-hour as well, and there was the entry where we were looking to get an entry from, didn't trigger. It went through it, telling us that the market is weak and is likely to be looking for lower prices. But before it does so, it goes all the way and retests that lower border of that daily order block, which is by then was already invalidated, and then goes to, look at this, it goes precisely to the next order block that we had in, which was a H2 order block, goes there, touches it, and moves away. And where does it go? It goes to the another broken area, broken order block. It's like a ping pong. It's right there from this point to that, perfect reaction, goes to this one, perfect reaction, comes back down. Now is the news, and it goes up again to another order block right there. Before, it's by the direction so far, right? The effect the news has on the market is, we start creating bullish structures again. So as long as that is the case, we're likely to have some form of recovery, if you could call that, because with EU has been going down quite impulsively, and we have this positive reaction or this positive influx, at least currently, and eventually it might break this, but in the meantime, you can see how it reacts beautifully to these structures. I mean, it's almost impossible not to see how it reacts to that order block. That's H2 order block. It gets there, reacts, comes back, reacts again within a pipette, if I'm not mistaken, from it. Let's look at the high of this. The highest, can look at the left upper corner. The high is 26.5, and the lower border of this. Actually, that's not the candle. The high is 38.5, and the lower border of that order block is 38.6. 1 pipette difference. I mean, that's not coincidence. That's the order block at work. So once you see these things, these phenomena happening, even though it's not a strategy, I'm not telling you what to do with it, just understanding that the market reacts very precisely to the pipette sometimes, to these structures, opens a door of possibilities, because you can, when they get broken, you can use them for the retest, and if they get reacted, you can trade off those reactions and so on. And there's so many things you can do with these order blocks. I'm not even talking about the quasis yet. So, but anyways, I get excited when I start talking about the charts. This week on Monday, we're gonna have plenty of good stuff being thrown at you. Thrown may not be the right person. Being offered for you to consume good stuff, good ideas, strategies that you can elevate your trading skills with. And I hope you're going to be part of it, because we are celebrating 90,000 subscribers, and it's going to be a big event. Big event. If you were thinking about shopping, then you want to consider shopping and getting your wish list ready for the Fivers as well. Pedro.
Yes.
Are you in any trade? I'm not. I didn't get triggered on GU and EU. I did trade while you were talking. I did take a few scalps, but as the news was coming out, and after it, but no, not my actual main signal.
I'm on that DAX still. I think the DAX is still alive, and that's basically it. I'm looking at the dollar yen for potential shorts. I think the dollar yen just approached now an interesting. Where am I? An interesting top. So even on Tuesday, I was mentioning, I was talking about 157. All of a sudden, yesterday there was a massive bullish candle, and it went all the way from 155 all the way now to reach that level. And so basically, we filled all this structuring here, and now we are basically reacting from this. Maybe for you it would be also an interesting zone or not. We did this order block in here, this supply level, and price is already reacting a little bit to it. Of course, you can go into the lower time frame to make it a bit more precise if you want. But overall, price is already showing a little bit of a reaction, even with the spike as well. Again, this spike, it was again precisely into a really beautiful level on the lower time frame. I don't know if I can go there under 15 minutes in here. Let's see if I can. No, I cannot go. Yeah, whatever. But it's a good level. So I'm trying to see if we do have a confirmation of proper break-off structure from here or not, to potentially look into some sells. Now the dollar is starting to show a little bit of weakness, but now kind of the dollar needs to drop as well. So if the dollar just wants to continue to go higher, then of course dollar is going to go higher. And the yen index as well continues to look still weak. Yen index also just made this basically filling out this space, getting all the way back into basically close to this level. Maybe for it is also kind of a order block. It's basically all the way back into these lows. So I'm curious to see how eventually yen index is going to react, if it's going to react from here or not. Maybe we can even have just a move towards this level and potentially go down. But so far also still quite weak. So it's again, just continue to stay patient on the end pairs and to track them, to eventually try to find an opportunity, not just on dollar yen, but also on the euro yen, on pound yen, on Aussie yen. So basically all the yen pairs, I'm tracking them to try to see eventually when they have a turret.
Any indication of possible inflection point in the yen pairs? Because they've been so weak, it's not even funny.
Yeah, so again, around this level back in July 2024, it was a level where the BOG found the necessity to intervene. So they had intervened before in April when price got around this level, and then they intervened again around this level, which then if you translate into the dollar yen, it was around this level in April as well, but it was around 160, and then the final intervention was at around 161. Now in the past, intervened at lower levels at around 152 and stuff like that. I think if we do by any chance continue to just keep on going up, I think more news are going to come up from the BOG of the need of doing something about the currency, because I don't think they're going to want to continue to just see the dollar yen keep on rising, because that starts actually affecting their economy. Now there is a little bit of a divergence between what the new prime minister of Japan wants to do versus maybe what the governor of the Bank of Japan wants to do, and that's where the conflict is at this point. One wants to potentially increase rates so the yen could start moving down. The prime minister just wants to continue to go with stimulus and to revamp the economy, which can continue to keep this dollar yen rally going. So we'll see. It's going to be an interesting point. It needs patience with this, because if you're just thinking that price is so high that it cannot go higher, it's not like that, because the yen can trend. It can trend a lot. So it needs patience to actually look for confirmations and stuff like that. So yeah, we'll see what will happen on the yen pairs. But it's another one that I'm just keep on tracking. And New Zealand as well. New Zealand is a pair that I'm buying it. This is dollar cut. Sorry. New Zealand. I've been looking for potential longs as price keeps on going down and getting closer to these levels. I think now we are actually reacting into this demand zone. So we basically close a little bit this fair value gap that was in here, approaching this demand, and they're starting to see some reaction as price actually starts to go higher. So it already reacted as well one more time from here with the news. So I was talking with Santo. Yeah, maybe you can pronounce his name, maybe Victor, maybe that's easier. But I was talking with him.
Santosh Kumar King.
Exactly. I just love the way you pronounce their names. So yeah, he was looking for a potential long on the Aussie, and I was kind of looking at potential long on New Zealand. So for him, I think he still wants to see this low from the news being swiped before potentially trying to look for a long, and hopefully that can happen as well on New Zealand, and maybe price can make a little bit more of a new low before trying to go higher. So that's one trade that eventually I'm going to keep tracking which can also be, it's more of a higher time frame potential trade. Just even if price comes by any chance makes any kind of move towards here, it's already a potential good setup to look for. Yeah.
Someone
patience.
asked. Yeah, someone
Yeah,
asked what is the yen index ticker you're using?
Yeah, the yen index is the same thing as the dollar index, or the euro index is just a conglomerate of several yen pairs. It's something
No,
that I use.
I think it's what
The
label
ticker.
the ticker, yeah.
Okay. I just write GPYX, and this one from Pepperstone.
Awesome. Because
so
lately yen pairs have been moving a lot, and this is a great way to get a feeling of, you know, how is the yen doing, not one specific pair, but the yens, you know, as a currency against all the other, the same way we use the dollar index.
exactly.
They are less known baskets of each currency, yen, euro index, you know, same way as we know the Dixie.
Yeah, and a good thing, right? Again, the movement is the opposite. So you see the yen index moving down, and you see the dollar yen, euro yen, Aussie yen, and so on moving upwards. So it's the reverse type of a move. But the good thing personally that I like is that it tends to respect the structures that I look for, either support, resistance, supply demands. These indexes, they tend to respect it quite nicely. So if there's maybe some manipulation that sometimes you see on the individual currency pairs, on the indices, they kind of respect quite nicely the levels. So when you do see actually, for example, approaching an interesting demand, not exactly now because literally now is in a complete bearish trend, but if you had gone, or if you were looking for trades within these previous structures, or when it breaks a low, then it kind of shows where it wants to go. You can definitely try to look for the opportunity to trade those yen pairs, and then you can combine across the dollar or the euro, for example, to see maybe which one of the yen pairs you want to capitalize. Okay, so then it's an interesting way to look for opportunities in the market.
We have one question here, which is kind of specific. Says Bobby Fierce is asking ICTs. I don't know who ICT is, but whoever that person might be, ICT says time is very important, as if it's Moses coming with the 10 Commandments. But that's a different thing. I have a question. Why the daily candle doesn't open at midnight exactly? What GMT or what time is the Forex using? Well, the Forex market is Bobby Fischer. The Forex market is decentralized to begin with. It's not centralized as you have one session like a New York session, the equities market where there's one time basically where everything opens, and then there's an actual closing time. It's around the clock, as we know. But if I understand your question correctly, why it isn't exactly to the minute, I don't know. But it makes sense that the daily candle opens at around midnight for London specifically. Why? Because in the currency market, London is what New York is for the equities, right? So London has traditionally and still is the major hub for currency transactions, and that's why it makes sense that you want your day to start at midnight, which is sort of the lowest point of volume for that particular time zone. Why it is, you can see on price feeds, some use +1, +2, depending on the server. They may have their own reasons to do so. I don't know that because I think it gets a little bit technical, but it makes sense that it needs to be around midnight because of the volume and the importance of London is as a financial center of the currency market, the Forex market, basically. And I know ICT is highly revered, so don't want to step onto any toes. Just kidding around, my friend.
All
no
right.
problem. No problem. Let's see. Let me take a look.
Yeah, I'm looking at a few questions as well. Do you want to take a look at gold? Maybe many people like to trade gold. Do you have any idea on gold? What you are expecting? What is gold, by the way? Gold is here. What is your take? What are you expecting on gold?
Sure, I can. Let's take a look at gold. I haven't, to be fair, I haven't looked at it today, so it's going to be a fresh, fresh analysis. But that's only makes it perhaps even better, right? So on the fairly high, not fairly, the higher time frames, there isn't anything to see other than there's no structure, any fresh, any quasi or fresh order block. So that's going to be easy. On the weekly, we just had a week ago, or actually last Friday, we created the first bullish fresh order block on the weekly time frame. And that's important. Why is that, you would ask yourself? Now we have price has been on a consolidation before and had a major breakout, right? If you have missed it, then you probably went on a cruise ship with no internet connection for, a cruise ship that was at sea for, since last year. But we had another one, consolidation, breakout, and a very impulsive move all the way to these levels, which are, all-time highs, and still are 4,300 and some. And, after having that that run, the next thing that you're going to be expecting is some kind of consolidation, at least before we continue, or we have reached some kind of a temporary top, and we're going to be seeing lower prices. So what are your indications? What are our indications to see which of the two you're going to get? Is this a actual top, or are we just a consolidation, maybe going a slightly lower, but then start creating that momentum again to continue pushing forward and making higher prices? And one of the very easy ideas to do that is by keeping track of the creation and invalidation of the structures it creates, right? So in this case, we had on the weekly, right? So if we only look at the weekly, we have nothing that was created so far, nothing bearish, only one bullish one. Now it's still early, very, very early. So it might not be, the final judgment on whether we're going to go up or down yet, even though everyone, well, not everyone, most people are bullish and are expecting gold to be continuing pushing higher eventually. But this is the first indication, right? So as long as it doesn't change in the future by creating bearish structures and invalidating this one, I would go with the sign, the first one, the indication, price is going higher. And actually, you can see how lovely it retested that order block, right? On the weekly time frame, freshly ordered, it created, went down and touched it and came up. Very easy, very, very easy, right? If you just create and mark these order blocks, just wait for market to come to these levels, these areas, and then apply whatever strategy you have to go long. In this case, long, you'd be getting in at the probably the very best place to get in. So anyways, that's the weekly. On the daily time frame, what do we have? We don't have a quasi. We did have a fresh order block here. And that was the end quite some time ago. We went back to retest it, move away from it, and had the impulsive move which retested that lower border of that order block nicely. Look at that. Look at that. It goes there. Where does it stop? At the opposing structure, or the structure in the same time frame in the opposing time frame, opposing direction, I mean, until it then breaks, goes same thing as I was talking with the EU. Was it EU? Yes, it was EU, where the market is going from one level to the other, like, how do you say that? Graciously moving from, it's like a dancer making, a gracious moves. It's just beautiful to see. That's how I see these price action develop. So price goes there, touches, and goes the other way. And you see how it touches the weekly again and goes the other way. Isn't that beauty? Isn't that beauty? I do like it. I do think it is. But anyways, that's my taste. So we have price. I don't have the weekly here, and if you don't have the weekly, you would wonder, why did price react there? But now you know. Just look at the weekly. So what else do we have? Do we have a we do have a quasi here on the H4, but was this a valid entry? 1, 2, 3. Actually, I think it was. Too bad I don't trade this. Let me double check this. So we have one here, which is the one here, there. This is way too big for me to trade, but it was valid from this area. This is the first order block, and actually it goes all the way. That's a huge order block. Not useful at all. That's how wide it is. That's the entry order block. That's the first of this quasi. And the second one might be the entry. Let me take a look at it. Right. So you have one order block, which is this. Not useful. Too big of an order block. And this is the second one. Right. So you look for everything that's beyond the 50% retracement, and you only have one below us and this one. And bingo, that's the one that was used. So, and that's the better one, the smaller, tighter area to be using. I did not trade this, as I said. I did not trade this. This is a fresh analysis or update on the analysis. So price comes back to one of the two order blocks that is in there, and reverses. So basically, on this pattern, the target is going to be the height of the target. The pattern. That's going to be right there. Didn't mark, so I'm going to mark it again. There you go. That's going to be the target of this reversal pattern. So, all right. So that's the 4-hour. And in here, there isn't a quasi. There is not a quasi in here, at least not according to me. What else do we have? This is gone. This is no longer present. All right. That's a beautiful reaction right there. I'm still looking. All right, from this level, from this point, I don't see anything popping here. The reason why, but from this point, we started. Selling has been accelerating quite some. You can see there's an outside bar here on the H4 and an almost outside bar again, back to back, after it reached and retested that order block. So that's the next hurdle. Look at that. Look at that reaction on that order block, right? So it creates it, goes back, and by creating it, or as it is creating it, it's the outside bar that created, comes back, touches it, and moves away, and it keeps having follow through. So my question is, I want to see this close before. This is on the 4-hour. I want to see this close as first, and then see price coming back perhaps into this level to then take the long out of this quasi, right? So you want to be taking. There wasn't anything. Actually, there was. Let me mark this. It's not nice. It's not nice at all. But it was fresh when it was retested for the first time. That is 4, so that's perfectly fine. Never was invalidated. So actually, this is the order block it reacted upon. Although you can clearly see that it was doing a very lousy job at holding price. But still, that could give you enough reasons to start looking for a possible. But there are, so far, I don't see anything that would have triggered anyone into a trade. No, there wasn't any trade, I think, in my opinion. So perhaps the idea is to look for an entry from the new to be formed. This is not an order block yet, but quite likely will be in about 30 minutes. We'll have to wait for the definitive answer for that. But then you could be looking for something like this on the H2, which refines it quite nicely into a tradable area where this would be a great area to be fishing for your possible entry long. Let me mark it as such. It's a decent area. It's 12. It's not too tight, but 12. I can live with that. $12. Bear in mind, it's not. Wait for the close, right? Wait for the close first. First, the close on the H4, which will be obviously the close on the 2 minutes as well, and then you can start looking to begin with a quasi that goes all the way on the 5 minutes. See if that makes sense. There's one here. All right, so you start mapping your areas where you're interested in getting into the action. Let's double check if there's anything else in here. There isn't. There is only one, at least on this time frame, only one area that I'm interested in. If it gets there, if it doesn't, then I won't do anything. All of that is after the close, right? Remember, after the close, you can take this, not before. And even then, I wouldn't take it just because some guy named Victor on YouTube said you should, and I don't say you should. But this is what I would be doing. Let me take a look. That one is still valid, is it? Yes, it is still valid. The low on this is 53.11. The close is 53.04. So it is not valid. Okay, so we can take that away. And this is actually all right. Anyways, I can see at least a couple of structures here. One. So there's 1, 2, and 3, and that's it. This is on the 3 minute. So I would be taking any of these structures and targeting the same target that I just indicated just now. There, right? So each one in their own time frame, and yeah, that's about it. So I will be looking for this structure on the 5 and these on the 3 minute, and I keep doing that for all the time frames that I trade. But everything is after the close, so I know for sure that these structures are indeed definitively constructed. Otherwise, there isn't anything to trade. So that's gold. I hope that's helpful for anyone who's wanting to trade this. Actually, we do have a bigger quasi on the 50 minute. I mean, if you really want to, this is the quasi line. Actually, it's this one. Doesn't really matter. You come to the same conclusion that we do have a structure here. This does not really help you since it's going to be, this is the entry order block. I mean, you can still trade this. I mean, that's a decent area. You get in, I mean, wait for your target, for your signal, put your stop below the whole area and target on the higher time frame, which is the, you can target the daily, and there for the, probably this would be something for an overnight. Let me mark how much that is. That's about 81 pips, or not pips, dollars in this case, and 95 is the ATR. So it's totally within reach for today, but who knows? Maybe it's going to take a day or two before reaching that, if it's going to keep on going higher. So I would do something like that, waiting for price to come in. Even if you have a wide area, as you can see, it still pays a lot. That's 6 to 1. That's to me, that's quite wide. But as you can see, it offers a great risk reward right there. And I see TP being hit on a trade that I have on EU.
It's always good.
Let me double check.
Ooh, EU is
It's always-
exploding.
Yep. Okay.
Moving.
Let me close that. It is moving. It is breaking out. Beautiful TP being hit. Let me close that. Not close that, but
Cha-ching,
take
cha-ching.
the notification out. We don't have a sound effect for that, do we?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. There are some trading platforms that they do have it when the target is hit or when the order is filled. MT5 doesn't really have anything.
All right. Apparently, this is doesn't want to be taken off.
Yeah, New Zealand is going as well.
All right. What do we have on the front of the questions?
There was one question for you. 1 second. What was the question? This one. Did you check this one about the Fibonacci that you have on gold?
Sure, no problem. Harsh Patel, 5280. Thank you for your question, Patel, Mr. Patel. Let's take a look at gold. The fib. The fib is basically, we know, since you ask fib extension, these are not fib extension. These are just a retracement tool on the fib. You mean the extension I have on the higher time frame? Yes. This is what you mean. Yes. Well, this is based on the higher time frames being that if you use the same, let me see where it is before I start saying something that is not what I meant to say. Okay, so yes. So if you see the pattern, right? Traders being pattern recognizers, we have the impulsive move, and we have the from the start, we have the consolidation, right? So the market we're consolidating here on the higher time frame. This is right, and you have that leg, that impulsive move that is predominantly bullish candles, and the red ones were, the bearish ones were much smaller, indicating who is in control. Then you have another consolidation, impulsive consolidation, and impulsive, right? So you can see that there is a sequence. There is a sort of a periodicity, right? There's a period or a cycle of each, and you can use that with the extension tool. In this case, you can, if you have something that is repeatable, you can use the extension of, let's say, either you take it from the point where the apex of the consolidation, in this case, there is an apex, from the breakout you could take, or from the lower part of the consolidation, which is the lowest point from which it started that leg, and you take the same kind of you're using the key points, meaning from the consolidation to the end of the end of the leg, the impulsive move, and then again to the third point would be the end of the consolidation where it broke from, right? So when you have a breakout like that, you can say, okay, if it's going to do the same kind of movement from it did before, and it may not do it exactly, but it gives you some kind of idea, and by reading price action and the momentum, you can, even though we can't predict the future, we don't know if it's going to do exactly the same or not, but you can at least say something like, okay, this is 100%. If it's going to be the same, if it's going to do the same movement, the same impulsive movement, this would be 100%, right? And this is when it's breaking out. So this at this level, 4,083, actually I had as a TP based on the same analysis. So you can say, if it is going to be this equal, right, the equal impulsiveness and equal momentum, then it should reach, within all reasonability, should reach equal levels, right? As the extension, 100% extension of what it previously did. And But that's just one point, one prediction point, but one projection point, I should say. But the other thing is, as the market is moving, you can get other readings that will give you an idea if it's going to overshoot or not reach, right? If it is going, you can count perhaps, the ranges. You can count the combination of bullish and bearish, right? How many bearish, how many bullish in an uptrend. That ratio will give you an idea of how one-sided the market is. And that can give you a reading as to the likelihood of it overshooting or not. If, let's say, you had a market going in, breaking out and doing a, let's say, 3-to-1 ratio, meaning for every 3 bullish, you only had, for every 3 you had 1 bearish candle, every 3 bullish, 1 bearish candle. And you can see here that it has basically it doesn't have a ratio. It doesn't have any bearish candle. Which of the two is more bullish? Has more momentum? The first one that has 2, or the second one that has none, right? And that means, I gotta pause right there.
Bless you, Victor, bless you. That gives time for him to answer the question that you're asking as well.
All right. So if we had that reading, and you can make all these kind of readings by EMAs, by the ratio of bullish and bearish bars, by the rate of the slope of the degrees of the slope, right? How steep the slope is, the rate of climb, and other things. It doesn't really matter. You have to do something that is easy to you and makes sense to you. But if you have readings, if you have indications that tell you that the market is more bullish than before, then the likelihood that it will overshoot then becomes bigger than 50%, right? Because the 100% is if nothing changes. But if it is more bullish, then it's likely to overshoot. So based on that, you can get an idea, if the market, it has some conditions, if the market is going to continue on this cycle, which you never know for sure, but you can bet that it will continue for some time. I mean, that's the same thing as following a trend. If it is more bullish, then you can target something. You can be a bit more confident in targeting over 100%, or maybe just put it at 100 and have more confidence that it will hit it. And if it is less, then perhaps the chances are it will not hit 100%, but then it will be, your skills in reading those indicators as to whether you're going to be targeting, 618, are you targeting 786 or whatever, or just a 50%, which is perfectly fine as well as an extension, right? Because, but anyways, I suppose that is, I hope that helps the question. Who was it?
It was...
I want to say thanks to that person.
It was our friend. Where was he?
Somewhere in the chat.
Yes.
Well, thank you anyway.
Yeah, this one was Harsh.
Okay. Harsh Patel. Yes, Mr. Patel. Thank you for that, our good friend Patel. Let's take a look at some other pairs. Maybe you can take a pair while I do a throat pit stop.
I can indeed. So, yeah, guys, just let us know what you want to pay attention to, basically. So let me just bring my my chart in here. So, yeah, but maybe we can look at the US indices. What are they doing? From this level, should be expecting or not the US indices to start recovering? So we had this massive move that happened from since beginning of November, that we have been in a bearish trend on us and the S&P, and we reach basically a really important level of structure at around these lows, this support level that price has been respecting also in the past at around these 24,300s. So this was a good reaction. We start noticing, what did we start noticing actually as price was approaching this level? Like we start noticing first time that some buyers were willing to push price higher. Second time that price was willing to push price higher, even maybe potential break of some structure in there. And then price indeed came one more time, a little bit deeper, now finally to react from the demand zone. And it's accumulated a little bit more orders in here, and then you had a nice move to downside and to the upside, sorry, with a good clear break of structure that happened yesterday from this level, which was actually the trigger for me to actually start looking for longs. But even on the lower time frame, if you go a little bit more into detail, maybe could have already seen this nice range that price was creating around here, that we manipulated these lows and then we also broke it. So actually, this could already have been a trigger to start looking for longs after price starts reacting from that beautiful demand zone at that level that we saw on the left side. So there you go. Depending on the structure, on the scale that you could anticipate in here, this could have happened. Yes, this was actually when it did. Then we also had this beautiful manipulation happening at around this level. This was 6 a.m. in the morning, 5 a.m. in the morning, UK time. So this could have been so potential long somewhere around here. It was too early for me. That's why then I placed the order somewhere around here. Unfortunately, I did miss the entry. So there you go. We are going higher. The target that actually then we'll be looking, it will be to go all the way to potentially take this week high. Let's see if we're going to do it or not, but at least going all the way to test this structure, I think it was quite reasonable on the NASH. So on NASDAQ. So now what I want to see is are we going to end up actually breaking this top or not to potentially start going higher, or is price going to find sell orders and selling pressure around here, not really managing to break it and potentially push price down again? So I think this can be quite an interesting level of structure that either push price down or eventually we can break and potentially aim to go potentially towards this level. Even if you kind of take this top, go down, then I think it opens the door for price to go a little bit more to the upside. We look at the Dow. Dow is already kind of going all the way. Nice move on the Dow. For example, I was waiting for price to go actually a little bit lower, basically following this drawing. Unfortunately, prices respected this double bottom in here and it moved. So it never really took the liquidity of this low. It stayed basically within this fair value gap. Maybe not even took that fair value gap. Who knows? I was looking for price to get a little bit deeper into somewhere around here to then look for the long. Unfortunately, never happened. And yeah, because actually, as you can see, this is where I have my alert. Never activated my alert, so I never even looked at it. However, there was a clear target that once price basically breaks this compression that price was creating, price is making this type of a move, up, down, up, down, up, down, cleaning every single demand supply level that was being created. Once that will be broken, I think that was kind of a natural move for price to fill this price. So maybe some of you caught this trade. If you did, perfect to the upside. It's not exactly a trade that or level that I usually look for trades, but if you did, amazing. Now let's see how price may react around this level. And even S&P is more similar to NASDAQ at this point, also reacting really nicely from this level. Basically, if you compare the indices, we could see that Dow stayed above these lows, and S&P and NASDAQ, they managed to come all the way back into this fair value gap, and not only the fair value gap, but also reacting from the demand zone. S&P stayed a little bit higher, NASDAQ went a little bit deeper into the level. So you can actually compare all of them in here, which is interesting, where each one of them reacted. So S&P also now, let's see how price may react from here, if it's going to take this week's high or not, or it's going to find some selling pressure. Otherwise, we can start looking maybe for price to go into that zone. For me personally, it's more of a waiting see, and the opportunities were at these lows for me to try to participate. Now I'm waiting to see what eventually can happen on the indices. Maybe just to finalize in here on the DAX, which is basically the same. So DAX managed to cut the trade, as I mentioned. Also price reacting from these lows at around this level. Maybe it's even a quasi model from this perspective. If you look at these lows in here, maybe it actually is. If you consider this move in here, these lows is actually kind of a quasi model within the structure on the right side. And there you go, price reacting, and I'm looking for price to go a little bit higher. Yeah, that's my take on US indices and DAX. Maybe guys can share your opinion as well. If you agree, if you don't agree, feel free to let me know.
Pedro knows how to get my attention. I'm focused on my chart. I'm looking for my setups while he's explaining his. So I'm looking at my chart, and Pedro knows exactly how to capture my attention. And instinctively, I move my head towards towards Pedro's screen. Pedro knows me. We have plenty of questions. Very good one, I have to say. Very good one. I like that. I really like.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
We have a couple of questions which I truly appreciate. How people are looking for good questions to ask. Santos, one. Yes. Let me check one. This one, you mean? Santosh Kumar King is asking. Let me see. Asking, apart from the analysis, what mental skill it takes to wait for setup with patience. Mental skill.
That's a great question, by the way.
It is. Because it's not just one thing that makes you patient. It's a lot more than just one thing. But I'm thinking of what are the things that I do mentally that allows me to be patient, or that allows me to be patient. Well, a couple of things. One is the conviction, and this is based not on affirmations or mantras or any of that, without passing a judgment on those. I think they can be very useful, but this conviction that I have based on experience. And what is experience? That's past data in the past, experiences you have, that you assume, you conclude, okay, this means one thing, but without going straight to the point, the conviction of what happens when, or the knowledge, I should say, what happens when I trade impulsively. That is what keeps, for a big part, keeps me patient. Because I've done the other way, I've been impulsive. It is in my nature to be impulsive, but I've seen before that I'm not profitable at all being that. Maybe that's something for some other trader. It's a good thing, being impulsive, being quick, being not thinking it over. Maybe it is for someone, but for me, and that's all it matters to me, it hasn't worked for me in the past. Being impulsive, being thinking that, being very reactive constantly at what the market does helps, but it doesn't. I didn't find consistency there. I didn't find profitability there. And knowing this, having that knowledge firsthand, not secondhand, firsthand, it automatically discourages me from being that, because I don't want to be unprofitable. So I know what it is doing it. It means unprofitability. And I know if I follow my plan, and my plan says you have to wait for everything to line up, then you take the trade. So I have that very clear contrast of what happens if I do one thing and what happens if I do the other, which is not following the plan, being impulsive, deviating from the plan, and just look for excuses to get into the market, because I'm impulsive and I want to give in to that desire or to that impulse. And even though it feels great being impulsive, right? It feels amazing. In the end, I'm not doing this for the feeling. I'm doing it for the end result. I want to be profitable. I want to keep profitability. And I know very clear from firsthand experience what I need to do. And that is being patient. So the minute, the second, the fraction of a second that I have that urge to trade, and I have them all the time, I have that reality check right away and says, hey, if you do this, you know what this means. You're going to go into the realm of unprofitability. Do you really want to do that? Of course not. And I call myself into order again, right? I don't actually have that dialogue, although sometimes I will. It goes very, very quickly, very naturally, like, oh, but I'm not going to do that. That's one thing. I don't know if you call that a skill, having that knowledge, but it is. I don't know. It's a tool. I guess I'm drawing from experience, and I took my lessons from it. That's one thing. And the other thing, which is, I wouldn't call a skill, but it is certainly something that helps me a lot. Once you have, at least that's how I see it. And some psychologists might have fancy terms how to denominate this, and it might be a I don't know how they would categorize this, but this is what I do. I have convinced myself, and I know it's sort of a persona, right? So it's something we tell ourselves, like, what kind of person are you? Okay, let's say you start at the beginning. At the beginning of your day, and you get out of bed or you get out of the house, and you say, I'm a good person. I'm gonna be doing good things. For example, just a silly, simple question. And you see, for example, I don't know, you see something that is not right in the surrounding, and you can do something about it without any risk for you, right? Instinctively, I want to do good, right? So if I can, very simple, and maybe but let's say someone who is the elderly trying to cross the road, for example, and you see there is no one there, or perhaps someone is losing their balance, someone elderly losing their balance, and you're nearby. Automatically you want to help, right? You want to be good, because that's the kind of person you are, and you don't have to convince yourself to being that, but that's the person that you are according to yourself. Okay, so that's the same kind of persona, right, that I use as a trader. So my identity as a trader is the one that's going to follow this plan, right? So I have a plan, my main strategy, and that is the trader that I am. I do not deviate from that plan. Okay, so once, and the consequence of having that idea, okay, this is the person that I'm, this is the kind of trader that I'm currently. I may gravitate towards a different adjustment of my strategy, or I might include different strategies in the future. I may stop using a certain strategy. That could be the case in the future, but right now I'm using this strategy, and that is the trader that I am. I'm going to apply, and I'm going to execute this plan. And every trade that is according to the plan is my trade, right? I'm responsible for those trades because it fits my plan. It fits, it aligns with my personality of the kind of trader that I want to be, the one that follows this plan and takes these exact trades because they comply with the checklist. Now, whenever a trade does not comply, does not tick all the boxes, automatically, because I have this definition of what kind of trader I'm going to be today, the one that's going to follow this plan, automatically, because it doesn't tick all the boxes, it also means that it is not my trade. And I don't know why, but this has helped me enormously just by recognizing, and I say, did it follow? So I go through the mental check of everything it needs to do. And if it did, then it's totally mine, and I need to take it, right? If it is within the window according to the plan. And if it isn't, if it is missing one, and my trade plan tells me that I should not be trading, if it's missing one, then my logical conclusion is that that trade is not mine. And if it is not mine, I don't want to trade it. The urge to trade something that is not mine goes away. It dissipates. I only want to be trading the ones that resonate with my plan, the plan that I have, written down and that I follow religiously. So once you have this distinction, I would say that's a great trade, but it's not mine. And by not being mine, it affects me, immensely less than otherwise. I don't know. Maybe those two things could help you as well. Let us know in the chat if I made a long story, but hopefully that helps you.
Yeah, just my 2 cents on that question, because actually it's a great question, and I think it may also depend and vary on the style of trader that you are. I'm going to talk on my own personality. I'm a reversal trader, so as a reversal trader, and I'm not a scalper neither. So I'm a reversal trader, day trader into swing trader. So patience is a necessity to be able to stay alive in the market. Otherwise, I'll be killed in there. So I think aside from the strategy itself, which you talked really well about it, in terms of you need to understand exactly what type of strategy, what type of triggers you are looking for before executing your trade, and you are going to get there. Maybe you will need a little bit more of experience. Maybe you need a little bit more of pain. Many of the rules and the patience that I created eventually to help me to become more patient was through pain, was because I was getting killed constantly, anticipating, trying to force the market to do something without waiting for some confirmations or something like that, and getting killed constantly. By killed, I mean kind of getting stopped out constantly, until eventually I had to adapt. I had to create new rules, new filters to help me with my own behavior, and eventually it helped me also to be more patient. So you can be patient just by yourself, or you can also create rules in your own trading plan and strategy that kind of forces you to become a bit more patient, because now you need to wait for specific filters or confirmations before entering a trade. And aside from that, you can also have a little bit of a self-diagnose with yourself if you feel like that you are a patient or more of a reactive person outside trading. Okay, so it's impossible if you are super impulsive, reactive, if you will, outside trading, most likely you're going to bring exactly those characteristics also into the trading, because it's hard to become to be a completely different person when you are actually trading and with all the emotions and that goes with the trading. So try to understand, for example, if someone disturbs you somehow, if someone all of a sudden interacts with you, or does something that you are not expecting, or something that you don't like, what is your reaction? Do you take the second to think about it? Like, do you get reactive? Do you start behaving in an aggressive way or not? Or you kind of continue to stay calm, relaxed, and you are patient enough to try to understand actually what's going on, to have a better understanding of the situation before you even reply or react to it. And then another part is also, even in terms of the market, the way you look at the market. Some people, unfortunately, they look at the market with a scarcity mindset. A scarcity, which means that they don't really see many opportunities that the market is creating. They think that this is the only opportunity right now to be able to trade. Otherwise, it's over. Or if you actually even approach it with an abundance mindset, which is there are many opportunities, plenty of opportunities every single day, every week, every month, to be able to participate on it. So even if by chance you do end up not getting filled or not joining or not executing a trade, do you feel that that's kind of the worst thing in the world, and you just miss the potential trade, or you kind of are still okay and thinking, no problem, for sure there's going to be another trade either today or maybe tomorrow that I can start already working on. I will create journal that trade that you missed up, just so you can so you can actually try to understand how you could have caught it, but start already thinking on the next one in a relaxed way as well. So to also try to see what kind of way you usually interact with the market when you do actually end up missing a trade. And then, of course, you can try to, on a day-to-day basis, within your own life, try to create some kind of exercises to improve and to become a more patient person. Of course, if you do, meditation can help. I think meditation also helped me a lot. In the world where nowadays everyone is attached to the screen, scrolling, getting distracted with really low focus kind of time span, it's good to actually maybe be able to just for 20 minutes just close your eyes or whatever, or go for a walk alone and process ideas, think. That also creates kind of a little bit of patience in your own it creates an attribute of improving that part of yourself. Breathing exercises can also help, just kind of to slow down as well, and that also helps with patience. That's for sure, at least with good decision making above all. And if you do have good decision making, then most likely you are following your rules and you are being patient and you are not having FOMO or revenge trading or whatnot. So those are just a few things to consider. I think experience will help you, but if you can already start to adapt some of these tips, maybe we are not going to need to have so much pain to eventually to change. Maybe we can already start implementing some of those to help you with that regard. That's for me. I'm a counter trend trader. If you are a scalper, patience is not going to be a virtue. You need to be more aggressive. If you are a scalper, it's completely different. If you are a trend continuation trader as well, it may be slightly different. So of course, adapt also that your own trading style to what you need. Yeah, that's my 2 cents on the topic.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said, but sadly, we have come to the end of our stream. I would say just 1 or 2 things more. One is, pain is a great teacher. Make use of it, right? As you go through your trading journey, you will have pain. You will lose accounts. You will lose, trades that you thought were great, or percentages. If anything that happens that causes pain, that's an opportunity to learn and ask yourself, what did I did? How can I avoid this in the future? What am I learning from this? And I'm pretty sure there is a lesson, at least one in there to be had, whether you're risking too much, whether you're not doing your homework, your preparation, whether you haven't done your homework on the strategy, on the stats, whatever it is. I don't know. We never know. Everyone is different. But it's certainly a lesson there that will, if you listen to that teacher, that will make you grow. So let's wrap this things up. We have been very cozily been chatting, but we are almost 10 minutes over time.
Mm-hmm.
So we are. Any last words, Pedro, before we close this session today?
Just wishing a great weekend to everyone. Later on, we're still going to have the Portuguese live stream. It's going to be an interesting topic as well about financial freedom and how maybe trading can help to get to that stage. Is trading actually the only venue that we're going to use? Should we use something else in addition to trading? Are you going to be trading in 10 years from now, in 20 years from now? Don't you want to be trading? Do you want to create a hedge fund? Who knows, whatever goals that you want to have. And I think it's going to be an interesting conversation to have with the Portuguese community. Aside from that, guys, get ready, because next week is going to be big. It's going to be Black Friday week or Black Week or whatever name they call it, but be ready because it's going to be really interesting, full of excitement. get ready to get some accounts because they're going to have unique prices to take advantage from. And from our side as well, they're going to bring some new things or specific things with explaining a little bit of our own setups, the hidden how do you call it? The hidden strategy, the key to the key for nothing, because there's no key for anything. So trading is actually just keep on practicing and something like that. But yeah, everyone have a great weekend. That's basically what I want to say.
That's great, Pedro. Everyone is invited to Pedro's session or the community session later on today. We have, as we have on every weekday, we have a session on Discord as well. So go on Discord, check the schedule, and join that we will be having. All of this is, of course, for you as the trader, because we are focusing on you, trying to make, everything we can so that you can succeed with more, have better probability at succeeding. So that's it. Have a wonderful day, everyone, and thank you for watching. Don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe if you can to the channel. At least if you like the channel, do think about it. That's it for us. See you guys soon again. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.